This guy is sprinting home, trying to escape the rain as fast as possible. But the moment he bursts inside the building, he freezes. Standing right in front of him is a strange girl. She looks off. Not just unusual, but completely out of place. She appeared so suddenly that he actually drops his keys on the floor. For a second, he's caught off guard, but then he quickly pulls himself together and brushes it off. Just another cosplayer, he thinks. So he picks up his keys and starts heading up the stairs like nothing happened. But then the girl suddenly jumps back as far away from him as she can, like she's terrified of him. Despite this, he shakes off his thoughts and continues up the stairs, convinced she's just a dedicated cosplayer. Before he can step into his room, the woman calls out to him from behind, telling him to hold up. Juing pauses, turns back, and casually mentions that this is where he lives. The girl looks a bit spooked and quickly steps back, keeping a cautious distance. Seeing her reaction, he starts feeling a tad embarrassed, wondering if he looks so rough that even a girl finds him a random street molester. Anyway, he heads into his room. He takes a quick peek outside before closing the door, only to find her still lingering outside. After shutting the door, he takes off his soaked slippers and shirt, and after taking a steamy bath, he grabs a can of cola and also picks up the bag of cat food, calling out to his kitty, Melon. Right on cue, the little furball shows up with a sparkle in her eyes and eagerly digs into her meal. Meanwhile, our hero starts chugging down that refreshing cola as well, relishing that fizzy madness with every gulp. He takes another glance outside and sees that the rain shows no signs of simmering down. After a moment, he decides to check through the peephole in his door, and surprisingly, the girl isn't there anymore. While opening the door cautiously, he wonders if she's left, but as soon as his gate is wide enough, she appears right before his doorsteps. Feeling a bit awkward, he offers her an umbrella or assistance getting home if it's not too far. However, the girl doesn't respond to either option and instead asks where they are. Shuching points out that they're in his neighborhood on Baywong Road. The girl goes silent for a moment, unsure of what to expect. Then she asks who our hero might be. Well, that's another simple question our hero doesn't have a clue how to answer. So with a bit of confusion, he lets her know that he's just some random guy. He then tries to offer her his umbrella, but she just stares at this ordinary umbrella like this is some alien thing. After a moment of silence, she introduces herself as part of the Yan clan and confesses she has no idea how she ended up here. Her admission leaves our hero scratching his head, wondering if she's just a girl caught up in some cosplay fantasy. He sighs out of exhaustion and motions for her to come inside while he tries to call for help. As he dials Guardo's number, the woman's eyes lock onto the TV. An ad starts playing, and without hesitation, she slices the TV with her blade. Her face goes white as if she's seen some kind of dark magic that needs immediate vanquishing. The boy stands there stunned while the guard asks about the weird noises in the background. The girl turns to him with her bloodshot eyes, giving him an intense glare. Once our clueless hero is not in the position to utter a single word, the guard abruptly hangs up, thinking maybe our hero is tied up with something urgent. Shuing scratches his head, looking puzzled, and asks her where she came from. Meanwhile, the lady wants to know if the people inside the weird glass thing are dead, and she's curious about the folks he was chatting with on his brick. Seeing her those straw sandals she is wearing, the boy wonders if this quirky lady could even afford to replace the fancy TV she just sliced. Finally, he raises his hand in a calming gesture, reassuring her that he's a decent guy and suggests she puts her sword down. After she retrieves her sword from the TV, the boy asks her name and where she's from. She promptly replies her name is Zhang Hai, and she's a disciple of the Yang clan. He compliments her for coming up with such a cool name and jokes if her Yang clan is loaded enough with cash to compensate him for his broken TV. The lady gets confused and asks how he doesn't know someone as prestigious as the Guyan clan. The boy simply shakes his head, admitting he's never heard of them. Her silence speaks volumes, as if she's offended by this guy who doesn't even recognize her clan. Seeing her tense expression, the boy reassures her again that he means well and gives her the green light to ask any questions she wants. The lady timidly admits she just wants to find her way back to the Yang clan. Our hero, still clueless about where this Yang clan might be, reminds her that they're in the city of Jiangcheng and asks if she knows it. The woman stays silent, and now our clueless hero is starting to rub his head in frustration because he really doesn't want to entertain the idea that she might actually be from ancient times. So he asks her, who is her emperor? But the puzzled lady insists that her emperor is one everyone should know about, which leaves our hero scratching his head at her cryptic response. She stares at him in confusion, wondering why he doesn't know about the emperor. She then asks our hero if it's the 16th year of Kaiwan. Her answer shocks him, prompting him to pause and immediately start scrolling through his phone for information. He's amazed to find out that in the 16th year of Kaiwan, it was during the reign of the 7th emperor of the Tang dynasty, known for the longest reign in the dynasty's history. To confirm if she's truly from the past, he asks if she knows Liongji and mentions other famous figures from that era. The lady lights up with joy to realize he knows these names and eagerly asks where she can find them. With an anxious smirk, Shuqing jokingly tells her she might find them in a Chinese mobile game. Suddenly, a delivery man calls from the doorstep, and the lady instantly grabs her sword to confront the intruder. The boy rushes over, urging her to calm down because it's just someone delivering food, not a threat. Lady Zhang asks if the man is a servant, but our hero explains, this man is just here with a food delivery. As he accepts the food, the lady watches in confusion and amazement at this whole process of this takeout. The boy then asks if she's hungry and wants to eat something, but the girl nervously declines. Standing by the door, she asks him why everyone she's seen here has short hair, wondering if they're all exiles. Our hero reassures her that's not the case, but then he starts losing his and fears she might have already slaughtered someone when she first arrived here and saw those people. She quickly assures him she was just hiding in the dark. After that reassurance, he gladly proceeds to take a bite of his burger. But then the girl creeps over his face once again, asking about the short hair once more. With a mouthful, he explains it's just a local style, nothing special. Her eyes fixate on the juicy wrap filled with meat and veggies. She can hardly resist the temptation, but she snaps herself out of it and declines eating again. He suggests she quench her thirst with the soda if she does not want to eat anything, telling her it's super sweet and probably unlike anything she's ever had before. Lady John gets angry, feeling insulted by his comment, and accuses him of looking down on her. Our hero quickly clarifies that he was just trying to offer her something to eat. As their argument heats up, they start bickering like an old married couple. In the midst of their squabble, our hero accidentally knocks over his can of Coke, spilling it all over the place. The fizzy drink starts bubbling on the floor. Seeing the strange liquid spread, the girl stares at him in disbelief, thinking he was trying to force her to consume this weird, black, and disgusting substance. The poor guy sweats nervously, insisting that it's not poisonous and attempting to explain the concept of a carbonated drink. But these modern concepts make no sense to the girl from ancient times. In a fit of rage, she pins our hero down and glares at him with fiery eyes before she can slice his head off. Shortly after, she calms down a bit when he proves the drink isn't poisoned by chugging himself. The girl finally gets it, and our hero tells her to stop drawing her sword every time, mentioning how she freaked out his cat, Melon. He then looks at her and realizes there are only 3 options to get rid of her. Option 1, trick her into going outside and let her freeze or starve, but he knows she'd end up on the news. Option 2, call the cops, but she might go berserk and make a mess for him by killing those officers, and just thinking about it gives him the creeps. The third option is to keep an eye on her. Since she's from ancient times, he might learn some neat stuff from her, but he's also worried she might chop him in half if she keeps brandishing her sword. Instead of regretting it later, he decides to take her in and see how things go. With that settled, he offers her the burger. Although she's clearly tempted by the tantalizing food before her, she stubbornly looks away and asks him what exactly this thing is that he's holding. Deciding to prove it's not poisonous, he takes the first bite and she agrees, eagerly telling him to go ahead. As he eats, the lady watches him closely, and the boy realizes this amount of food might not be enough for her. So he decides to make a rice bowl instead, thinking her ancient stomach might not handle the burger well. It seems he was just making excuses to eat the burger himself. Seeing him finish it off completely annoys the lady to no end. He gestures for her to sit down, but she cautiously checks the seat by pressing her hand against it before sitting down cautiously. Let's face it, she can't trust this strange guy completely, even though he did offer her his umbrella. His room is filled with oddities, and he eats weird stuff too. So she decides to remain vigilant and careful. She asks about this place again, and our hero reminds her it's Yongcheng City. The lady then asks if he knows how she can return home. This time, our hero panics when he sees her reaching for her sword again and insists she puts it down before he answers. Once the sword is out of sight, he somberly reveals to her that she might not be able to return because they are really far from her home. The girl perks up at this and immediately asks how far away they are. Our hero reluctantly tells her it's almost 1,200 years away. The girl asks what he means by 1200 years. So he explains that it's been that long since she came from her time. Famous folks like Li, Yang Yu Huan, and Lu Shan, all ancient history now, dead and gone for over 1,000 years. She's totally shocked by this news and straight up calls him a liar. But the boy tells her to just look around. Nothing's the same. This world runs on its own rules now. It could be cool if you get the hang of it, but also risky. She's still not buying it and raises her sword to his face. He calmly reminds her that waving swords around is against the law, and she better learn the rules fast. The woman asks why he's bothering to help her out. The boy explains it's kind of like how he rescued his fat cat, Melon, from the tough outside world. He just felt like he had to help. But our hero needs to pick his words better because she gets ticked off again, thinking he's comparing her to a cat. After a bit of thinking, she figures he's not such a bad guy since he let her in and offered food. So she asks him again why he bothered helping her. Our hero says meeting a quirky ancient girl like her isn't something he encounters every day, and he's genuinely curious about her. He adds that she'd probably be curious too if their roles were reversed. The lady quickly shuts that down, saying if someone as weird as our hero showed up in her era, the chief would have chopped him down right away. The guy reminds her that this era is all about peace and love. He tells her that as long as she's living here, she better learn to follow the law, never hurt people, and not destroy anyone's belongings. With that clear, he lets her choose whether she wants his help or prefers to wander outside. Before turning away, he reminds her one last time not to hurt civilians or she'll get arrested. The lady finds herself in a tight spot, not knowing what to do since she can't even leave this place. The boy then says if she wants to stay, he can order her some food, but she has to give up her sword because he doesn't want to get arrested either. With no other options, she reluctantly throws her sword down. With that settled, he starts brainstorming what to order for her that won't be too foreign for her. He briefly considers ordering some mooncakes, but then decides to get her some rice and buns instead. He tells her to take a shower while they wait for her food to arrive. The woman, clueless, asks where she's supposed to bathe. Our hero leads her into the bathroom, which leaves her amazed at the sight. He tells her not to be too surprised because there are many more surprises to come and reassures her not to be afraid as everything here is harmless. For instance, he shows her the shower and she looks at it curiously like a puppy. She tries it out herself and our hero can't resist capturing her curiosity on his phone. He then introduces her to bath shampoo and the concept of toilet. Afterwards, he waits outside while she showers. He rummages through his stuff, trying to find something suitable for her to wear. Inadvertently, he opens the bath door while attempting to knock, realizing she doesn't even know how to lock it. Nevertheless, he informs her he doesn't have any women's clothes, so she'll have to wait for proper clothing. He decides to teach her how to lock the door in the meantime. Shortly after, he is kicked outside, but the lady is now enjoying her first shower in this new world. She even tries tasting the shampoo bubbles, but ends up spitting it away. Meanwhile, our hero is questioning if all of this is actually real. He picks up her sword and closely examines the gleaming blade, deciding to have an expert check if it's authentic or not. The girl emerges from her bath in her new outfit, and while our hero is busy with something else, she asks what he's writing. He doesn't respond immediately, but eventually hands her the paper. It lists out current issues that need addressing, and she starts staring at it intently. There are everyday products written down which she is supposed to utilize in her daily life. She then complains about her current clothes, to which the boy says she looks pretty, and clarifies that he's not hitting on her. He's just giving a compliment like people usually do when someone looks good. But still, she sternly tells him to lay off any flirtatious remarks. Suddenly, he notices her straw slippers and tells her to put them away, promising to get her new ones tomorrow. While he's admiring her cuteness, a sudden knock on the door scares the lady, but Shuching reassures her it's just a delivery boy with food. Reflecting on it, he can't help but compare her to a wild cat, always attentive and ready to attack. After taking the food out of the plastic bag, he hands it to her. That is when Lady Zhang remembers something her vice captain used to say, that if someone is helping you for free, they must have ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shuching starts crying, but then she smiles and tells him that she believes he's actually a good person. In a few moments, once she finishes her food, Shuching decides to have a chat with the girl. He starts by letting her know that she's not in the primitive era anymore and needs to adjust her beliefs accordingly. He tells her that if she were to rely on her sword for survival and ends up killing him, she wouldn't last more than a week before running out of food. So he advises her to stop playing around with the sword and focus on other things like using the TV for entertainment. He also points out that the smartphone can be quite useful too. Basically, he's trying to reassure her that she's perfectly safe here and no one is going to harm her. Hearing this, the girl nods in acknowledgement, and our hero lets out a sigh of relief. But when it comes to the outside world, things get complicated. He explains that while this is a peaceful world, it could be dangerous for her. Curious, Lady Zhang asks why that is, and our hero explains that she might end up accidentally hurting someone. For instance, if she strolled into a royal castle with her sword drawn, they'd likely throw her in jail. It's the same deal out there in this world as well. Not only that, he also explains the concept of an identity card to her, warning that she needs to watch out for cops who might ask to see it. So the first thing Shuqing wants to do is make her an ID card. Otherwise, she's going to stick out like a sore thumb wherever she goes, because she doesn't belong here. After hearing about the ID card, the lady asks if she's like some kind of refugee here. Shuqing tells her it's actually worse because the consequences are pretty serious if she gets caught. The lady gets freaked out, but Zhu Qing tries to calm her down, promising to help her out because meeting someone from 1200 years ago isn't exactly an everyday thing. Still, the lady remains hesitant, not sure if she can trust him and just wanting to go back home, to which the boy points out that it won't be easy for him to help her in her current situation, and their best shot is for her to cooperate as much as possible. After a while, the lady reluctantly agrees to cooperate and asks what she should do first. Shuqing wastes no time and tells her straight up, first off, never pull out that sword again. As they settle into a moment of quiet, the girl suddenly looks around and asks Shu Qing where his wife is because she wants someone to gossip with. But the poor guy, as much as he hates to admit it, says, I'm actually unmarried. It's quite a surprise for the lady, and a sudden silence fills the room. Shu Qing quickly reassures her that it's normal not to be married at his age and tells her to make herself comfortable in the spare room he has for her. She nods quietly and follows him as he shows her the new room she'll be staying in. Inside the room, there's a lot of stuff, but Shu Qing quickly tidies everything up, making enough space for one person snugly. It's clear the lady isn't exactly thrilled about staying in this place, especially with a weirdo like him. However, Shuqing grabs some spare blankets and neatly arranges them on her new bed, urging her to rest. He understands she must be feeling confused, and he hopes that when they wake up tomorrow, it'll all feel like they were in a dream. He proceeds to leave the room, and before he does, he introduces himself as Shuqing, wishes her good night, and leaves her alone in her room. The lady first places her sword back and then sits on her cozy bed. Once midnight strikes, Shuqing finds himself awake, feeling a bit restless while reflecting on the entire hectic day. First off, he got rejected in job interviews, and when he came back, it started raining. Somehow he managed to reach home and then ended up meeting a girl who draws her sword every time she feels like it. But then he says, scratch this, and goes to sleep because there's a lot of stuff to handle tomorrow. When the next day rolls around, he opens his eyes and picks up his phone to find that it's already 10 o'clock. He jolts awake in his bed, remembering the nut job lady. He immediately starts looking around, and when he sees her sitting there, he finally realizes that he wasn't dreaming after all. He gathers himself and wishes her a good morning, asking why she woke up so early, only for her to remind him it's almost noon. He then asks if she's hungry, to which she responds affirmatively, albeit a little. She, the stars, looking for something in her chest, and hurriedly goes back to her room, returning with 2 silver pieces, telling him he can buy food with them. Shu Qing is amazed to see the silver in his hands, though he knows silver doesn't fetch much. However, he thinks if she has any gold, he could use that to get cash and possibly help her obtain an ID card. The girl shows another piece of stone, but Shu Qing quickly tells her to keep it because she can't go outside yet. He looks at her closely, estimating her height and width, and promises to buy her some clothes later, along with bringing back some food. Afterwards, he heads to the bathroom, brushes his teeth, and freshens up. Then he heads to the shopping center to pick out some suitable clothes for her. After looking at several options, his eyes settle on a particular dress and tells the attendant that he'll take that one as well. It seems like he spotted some bras in the distance, but couldn't bring himself to enter that section alone. After an hour of shopping, he finally finishes and looks at the stuff he bought, feeling embarrassed about holding women's cosmetics. He then heads to the bookstore, grabs some books, and makes his way back to his apartment through the bustling city. Upon reaching the building entrance, the guard asks him about his shopping trip, and our guy tries to hide all the feminine stuff he's carrying. The guard also asks about the phone call from yesterday, and he makes up an excuse, saying he dialed the wrong number accidentally. Before he heads off, the guard warns him to be cautious due to recent thefts in the area. He nods and assures the guard he'll remember. Once he's back in his apartment, he finds the lady standing there with her sword almost drawn, ready to chop off any intruders. The boy assures her she's safe and hands over the food box, mentioning he's also brought some essentials. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. He looks at her with curiosity, and she asks what's on his mind. He awkwardly wonders aloud if she should be thanking him and seeing him as some kind of young hero or a decent guy or something like that. The lady, not quite getting where he's coming from, thanks him anyway. It seems like it might take a while for her to figure out what this weirdo is always thinking. They dig into the food and the lady devour her meal like a wild animal, which surprises our hero given the elegant image he had of women from her era. Nonetheless, he's pleased to see her enjoying herself. After they finish eating, he lays out the clothes he bought, showing her the new dresses and shoes. He keeps digging around for more stuff, and meanwhile, the girl spots the bra he got for her. The guy freaks out like his soul might jump out of his virgin body and quickly tells her to keep that thing down and promises to send her a video on how to use the bra to cover up her headlights. Feeling embarrassed, he dumps all the stuff he bought and tells her to figure it out herself. Seems like he's picked up quite a few interesting items, though. Along with that, he's brought some books to help her understand this world and its culture better. He's even planning to teach her how to use a computer so she can learn on her own. Seeing her looking tired and restless, he suggests she get plenty of sleep before they can figure out their next move. But then she asks about his status in this world. Hearing this, he rethinks things and admits he's a graduate student still on the job hunt. It's funny how, despite being unemployed, he still manages to splash out on fancy clothes and cosmetics. So even the lady starts to think he's some rich kid, but our hero quickly shuts that down, saying he's from a poor background. Then she starts wondering if he might be a landlord or something. Nonetheless, she dives into her books. But when she sees those old pictures from her era, tears well up in her eyes as she thinks about how she can get back home. The boy reminds her he has no clue how to get her there, but asks her how she ended up here. The lady reveals she was chasing a small thief in heavy rain, got lost in the middle of the forest, and wandered around until she spotted these tall houses. Seems like this guy is clueless about how to get her home, but he cleverly changes the subject, telling her she's got to survive in this world before going back. Then, without skipping a beat, he asks about her military ranking and martial arts skills. You see, the reason this guy was asking in the first place was because he was interested in her martial arts skills to begin with, and the lady gives him an exact answer he likes, saying her Yan clan is considered the most powerful clan around. Excitedly, he asks how high she can jump without getting hurt. The lady confidently steps forward, pointing to the 4th floor of the building, saying she can jump from there without a scratch. This revelation leaves the guy's eyes practically popping out of their sockets. He then gets even more excited, eager to see all the fancy moves she's got under her belt. He starts spouting off a bunch of martial arts skill names he's probably picked up from video games, but it's all gibberish to her. He even asks if she knows Kung Fu and offers to learn from her eagerly. But the lady tells this enthusiastic guy to simmer down because he's past the age for learning, and even with perseverance and determination, he won't achieve much. The boy calms down and asks if these moves are like super strict or something. Lady Zhang shakes her head, saying, "It's not about being a master, just a few basic moves without all the strict rules." She then gets into position and shows him the first simple martial arts move, focusing on the waist and how to ground yourself. She explains that martial arts training takes time, building up bit by bit, day by day. He then asks if he can practice stakes and literally begs for it. She reminds him that it will take 3 years for him to learn stakes. The guy thinks that in that amount of time he could become a full-fledged army soldier, so he gives up on martial arts and asks her to teach him sword techniques instead. The lady brings him back to reality once again, saying he's also past the time to perfect his reflexes because his eyes can't keep up with his hands right now. Finally, he throws his idea of becoming a warrior into the dustbin and simply tells her to try on the clothes. Once she's in the bathroom, he wastes no time taking advantage of the moment. He grabs her sword and starts swinging it like he's the second coming of the ninja itself. But this loser can't keep up because the sword is way too heavy for his puny muscles. The lady finally comes out of the bathroom, and when the idiot looks at her, she's looking smoking hot in her new getup. Her clothes fit like they were made for her, and she even walks around to check if they're tight anywhere. That's when Mr. Forgetful perks up. Noticing her hair is all over the place and realizing he forgot to buy her a hairband, he tells her to tie her hair back with a band. And once she does, bam, she looks even hotter. A perfect wife material. Overcome with emotion, he starts crying, feeling bad for underestimating her intelligence just because she's from ancient times. He decides to take her for a walk tonight and promises to buy her a proper hair tie while back at home. As dusk arrives, the girl takes a peek outside her room and sees the boy sitting at the desk. She comes out and asks what he's doing. He tries to explain computers to her, like how you can trash talk everyone in the crazy lobbies of Call of Duty, and warns her to steer clear of 4chan if she wants to keep her sanity intact. The boy then asks if she's having fun reading books. She admits that most things are flying right over her head, but she's slowly learning. The dude tells her to take it easy, reassuring her there's no rush, and reminds her she's already brave and smart. He jokes that if he were in her shoes, he'd probably be a lost cause. Lady Zhang looks at our hero warmly, cheeks turning tomato red. While he's chilling at his desk, the lady sneaks up behind him again and asks if he doesn't have to work. He shrugs, saying he's already hustling to make money in this world. But when she imagines someone making money, she doesn't picture a schlub staring at a giant screen. Our hero explains he's trying to make some quick cash online. Since she wouldn't get all the tech stuff, he suggests she start with the basics. His mind is struck with a bright idea as to how to make her familiar with some basic stuff. He asks her how strong her chief's martial arts skills are, and she replies, pretty darn strong. So the dude plays a video on his computer and asks if these guys on screen are powerful enough. The lady's eyes light up as she watches the intense fight scenes on his screen. He looks at her with the same enthusiasm and asks for her thoughts. With a timid voice, she admits these moves are something she has not seen in her life before, and just imagining fighting these characters makes her nervous enough to pray. He then pulls up another ridiculous video where a guy smashes through an entire wall with just the palm of his hand. When she sees this, she's absolutely terrified out of her mind, trembling as our idiotic hero eagerly asks what she thinks of the video. With a pale face and a voice tinged with fear, she asks if everyone here possesses that kind of magnificent power. Quick to correct her, he reassures her it's all fictional and none of it is real. This just makes the lady angrier, demanding to know if he's telling the truth. The dude confirms, saying once again that the kung fu she just saw was all bullcrap. He then explains to her that in this world, people create things based on their imaginations. For example, the martial arts he showed her is what people here believe it to be, even though everything is blown out of proportion. Looks like Lady Zhang is starting to grasp all these concepts. He reassures her that with time, she'll totally understand about arts and movies. Shuing then finally asks his original question if her chief's kung fu is better than what she has seen so far. Well, she reluctantly admits it's not. He then asks about flying techniques. She confirms they exist, but most folks specialize in just one. She points out how unrealistic those movie stunts are because physical strength only goes so far. The boy thinks for a moment, pulls up another video, and asks if she can do that move. She mulls it over for a moment, stands up from her seat, and starts swinging her hands super fast, moving like a blur. Shu Qing is totally thrilled to see her nail the technique and excitedly tells her she's got it. She tells him to hit her up anytime he wants to learn it, promising to teach him. With those words, she heads out, leaving my guy doing a little happy dance, probably dreaming of becoming a warrior someday. As she walks to her room, she notices a fat cat in her way, but she ignores the little furball and simply shuts the door in the poor cat's face. Once inside her room, she lets out a sigh in fear, realizing there's actually no one in this world without ulterior motives after all. And the reason our hero is helping her is to learn some martial arts. This new world is really scaring her. All these weird things do not make any sense. But then she glances up at the wide ceiling, grabs her sword, and starts practicing. The noise from her room makes our hero curious if she's not going to take a nap. Feeling tired, he also drops down on his bed, finding it unbelievable that there's a woman right next to his room. The thought makes him really happy though, and he falls asleep with those sweet thoughts lingering in his mind. Suddenly, he is jolted awake by heavy voices. He looks outside to see dusk arriving, checks his phone, and realizes he spent the entire day sleeping. He immediately gets up and decides to take Lady Zhang with him to show her the real world outside. As she puts on her shoes, he advises her on the dos and don'ts in public areas, insisting she not do anything without his permission. After laying out all the rules, he asks if she understands everything, to which she meekly replies, yes. He also doesn't forget to take a photo of her before they head out. However, in the photo, her pretty face looks more like a molester who is looking forward to grabbing some peachy ass in the streets. The boy asks her to give him a smile, but her forced grin is even worse than her usual expression, and he nearly faints seeing it. He abandons the picture idea and decides they should just get going. But before they head out, he tells her to leave her sword behind because he doesn't want any trouble. Lady Zhang immediately refuses, but the boy reassures her that the people on the streets are as weak as he is, so she doesn't need to worry about anyone. The lady reluctantly gives up her sword. While she's standing there, he tries to snap another picture of her. This time, he manages to get a really good shot and cheerfully says, "Let's get going." Once they step out of the apartment building, the girl starts looking around anxiously. Our hero explains that this is a neighborhood where families live. He points out the main entrance and the road outside and mentions the stores on both sides where people can buy food, clothes, or whatever they need. Lady Zhang gets intimidated seeing a guy on a scooter, probably thinking it's some kind of magical ride. As they walk on, they notice some people. A fat woman immediately recognizes Lady Zhang for some reason. The girl hides behind the guy while the woman insists she's seen her before. Meanwhile, a guard asks if our hero has snagged a girlfriend for himself, but the boy just laughs it off and says she's just a friend. But it seems this fat lady isn't letting up. She immediately recognizes Lady Zhang as the sword-wielding woman from yesterday. The guard and the woman start discussing the sword she had, and the fat lady explains everything in detail. Our hero quickly jumps in, yelling that it was just cosplay where people pretend to be fictional or historical characters. Luckily, the fat lady buys the cosplay story, and our hero seizes the chance, grabbing Zhang's hand and walking away swiftly. Seeing them walking side by side reminds the old man of his own past. Once they're out of sight, Lady Zhang pulls her hand away and starts feeling grumpy. He asks if that woman saw her yesterday. The girl remains silent to this query, and the boy is now sure Zhang must have met that woman on the stairs. Nevertheless, they continue their journey together. The lady is quite shocked to see cars moving so fast. The boy then gives a brief description of cars and how they evolved from horse carriages to these robust, speedy machines. Since she can't understand how these things work, she assumes there must be a horse stuck inside, providing the much-needed horsepower to run the car. The boy then introduces her to the concept of cameras and explains how the movies they watched were filmed with these devices. He points out that if he were to misbehave with her here, people from far away would still be watching from that CCTV and could get them arrested. So he reassures her that as long as she behaves herself, she isn't their target. Lady Zhang picks up a few pebbles from the ground, and our hero quickly tells her not to even think about knocking out any cameras. She stops immediately, and he tells her to just put the stones away. He then explains traffic lights and how they work, pointing out that red means stop and green means you can cross the road. I'm narrating this because I want my friends and fellow viewers to learn too. Once they cross the road, Zhang's attention is caught by the bright street lights in the grocery stores. The high-speed cars are fascinating to her as well. As they walk, the boy picks out a hair ribbon for the lady, but when he imagines her with those cute fur balls on her head, he realizes it might not be suitable for her after all. He starts thinking while looking at all the cute, sparkly things laid out before them. Lady Zhang perks up at the sight, and when our hero asks if she likes a particular ribbon, she immediately says yes. Once she has the ribbon in her hands, she starts stretching it vigorously, but then she uses it correctly and puts it on her head, looking all cute and beautiful once again. Even our hero can't help but admire her beauty. As the sun sets and the city lights up, our duo heads into a restaurant. Our hero orders 2 fried rice cakes with extra spices and a plate of sliced cucumber as a side dish. As they look for a place to sit, the boy reveals to Zhang that this is the same place where all their food comes from. He relies on this restaurant because they serve the best food, and he's been enjoying it since he was a kid. Suddenly, Zhang's mind is totally captivated by the vibrant lights dancing before her eyes. She's so lost in the moment that she finds herself startled when the waiter arrives with their food. The boy decides to start eating and offers her a pair of chopsticks. She looks really nervous, and while he chugs down his lemon juice, he realizes he probably made the right choice by not letting her wander off by herself. She clearly needs more guidance than he thought, but he's confident he can teach her everything step by step. After they finish eating and pay the bill, they leave the restaurant feeling satisfied, especially our hero. They head back home, and once they're there, he asks if she's starting to feel more comfortable. She doesn't respond and just sits quietly on the couch. He tries to reassure her, saying that living in this world isn't so bad, especially with all the delicious food and junk food to match on. He tells her that once she has her own ID card, she'll be able to enjoy it even more. Despite his reassurances, she still doesn't seem too thrilled about staying, and quietly says she wants to go home. But then again, he reminds her that she can't go back home since it's already been 1,200 years. It looks like she has to accept reality. She asks how they're going to solve the identity problem. The dude explains he's no government guy to handle this stuff, but there's always a way, and reassure her that he'll help her. The girl gets flustered and feels grateful for his kind gesture. This time, she thanks him properly by calling him a young warrior. The boy responds with the same brotherly energy, emphasizing that identity is crucial in this world, and without it, it's difficult to navigate. He then asks her where the list he gave her yesterday is. The girl points to the dustbin. The boy is disappointed by her action and tells her to retrieve it right away. Once she gets the paper out of the bin, the lady asks what they'll do if the ID card issue isn't resolved. Our hero points out that she'll be a criminal and there's nothing he can do. Without an ID, she can't get a job, buy property, or even use public transport, and emphasizes that an ID card is the holy grail in this world. The lady gets a bright idea and asks if by making money and finding a place to live, the ID would become less important. The boy explains there are still many things she can't do without an ID, like having a bank account, a phone, online accounts, online shopping. The list goes on. He then opens his laptop, searches for unregistered resident certificate, while also telling the lady to approach the authorities directly for help with her ID card. He reassures her that the worst-case scenario is they might confiscate her, but he's sure they'll treat her nicely. Lady Zhang immediately reaches for her sword, asking if he's thinking about turning her into the authorities. The boy tells her to forget it and just focus on studying first. He suggests she look at history or something, and once she has a basic knowledge of modern society, she can decide for herself. The woman gets silent and seems visibly anxious and sad. She asks if it's a problem for him if she stays here. Our hero reassures her that she can crash here as long as she wants, but insists she shouldn't fight or kill with her sword. He promises everything will be fine. Just then the cat comes over, and the boy realizes he nearly forgot to feed this furball in all the madness. He plays around a bit with the cat and tells Lady Zhang that if she has nothing else to do, she can do some studying. The girl bows her head and decides to do just that. Looks like the dude found nothing worthwhile on the internet. So he checks his phone and decides to call someone he knows. He's about to call his best friend Shin Hao, who is now a good police officer, though he's not sure if his internship period is passed, and Shin Hao is now a full-blown officer. While texting Shin Hao, he wonders if he should mention that he's met a girl from 1,200 years ago, but he decides against it and sets up a meeting with his friend without revealing anything about their meeting. Feeling happy, the boy decides to take a shower to freshen up. After the steamy bath, he feels really satisfied. It then occurs to him that the girl hasn't showered yet, but he decides not to dwell on it. Suddenly, he remembers he's sharing space with someone of the opposite gender, and he knows he'd be in hot water if she caught him wandering around naked. Thankfully, no one sees him, and he hurries into his room. A while later, Lady Zhang cautiously emerges from her room, darts to the bathroom with clothes in hand, and immediately shuts the door for a much-needed bath, just like she used to do in ancient times regularly. Since it's the weekend, the boy grabs a digital writing pad and starts teaching her how to write. She's already good at reading traditional Chinese characters and nailing their pronunciation, so now she tries her hand at writing a few words. Suddenly, Melon pops up, grabbing both their attention. The cat looks hungry, so the boy decides to feed her, while Lady Zhang keeps practicing her writing. Watching him dish out cat food, Lady Zhang gets curious and asks what it actually is, to which Shuing explains it's food made just for cats to eat. Lady Zhang quickly imagines how they might produce such cat food, picturing pouches hanging from tall trees in her mind. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and the boy rushes to receive the food delivery. He hands it to the lady, telling her it's her dinner for tonight as he's going to meet his friend later to ask about her identity card. The girl immediately starts digging into the food, and our hero assures her he'll teach her how to use a phone and computer so they can stay in touch. While she eats, Little Melon chimes in, asking for some food, but the dude scoops up his cat and reminds her to stick to her own cat food. Curious, the lady meekly asks if she can't give this cat some of her food, to which the boy nods and explains that this kind of food isn't healthy for cats. The lady is shocked to hear this, and her mind stops for a moment. If this food isn't healthy for an animal, how can it be good for humans? She even starts feeling like her burger doesn't smell good anymore. Shortly after, he shows Lady Zhang how to use Discord to message him on his phone, making it clear that it will not be him hiding inside the computer, but rather it will be the transmission waves who will carry his voice to her. Leaving his dormitory, he scratches his head, wondering if this is all okay. Eventually, he reaches his destination after a bus ride. Stepping off, he looks around and spots his friends sitting in the distance, waving at him. When they finally meet face to face, they exchange greetings. Officer Chin then pours a cold beer for our hero, mentioning it's the first time he's serving him a cup of beer. They both sit down, and our hero asks his friend how he can drink as a police officer. Chin Hao explains that he's off duty and dressed casually, just here as an ordinary person. The boy then places his order, carefully, noting all the delicious items he's about to enjoy. They clink glasses and toast each other. Shuing asks his friend how his job is going and what it's like being an outstanding officer. Chin Hao bluntly describes it as terrible, and all the talk about heroes saving the day is nonsense. He shares how he's often pulled into trivial disputes between couples and ends up resolving conflicts with old ladies in the neighborhood. He hardly ever encounters thieves. Instead, he deals with daily disputes and nonsense. But our hero, Shu Qing, points out the brighter side, mentioning how people are generally living and working happily, which is a good thing. As much as Chin Hao hates his job now, he always dreamed of becoming a police officer when he was a kid. However, he stopped growing after hitting 1.6 m. Knowing that the minimum height requirement was 1.7 m, he cried a lot in our hero's arms. Fortunately, when the height requirement was replaced by the high jump, he was excited to start practicing every day, eventually achieving his dream. But after dealing with just trivial disputes, the officer is so worn out that he jokes he'd even fight a woman with a sword if he has to, just to make a big show. Our hero immediately tells him not to joke about such things. Suddenly, the boy changes the subject and casually asks about what happens if a homeless person who has lost their memory wants to get an ID card and work without any proof of citizenship, to which the officer bluntly states that getting an ID card isn't easy, and someone fitting that description is likely a shady person. With the energy of an officer, he asks our hero for the person's name and address he is speaking about. The boy tries to spin a tale about how his mother's brother had a son whose friend is in a similar situation. The officer cuts him off, telling him to stop the nonsense and reminding him that without proof of identity, like a blood test or something similar, they can't get an ID card. The boy presses further, asking if the person he encountered was unidentified and strange, like a homeless guy. The officer points out that if their behavior is suspicious, they must be investigated. Seeing his friend's suspicious gaze, the boy quickly tells him to stop looking at him as if he's harboring a fugitive. He insists he's not here to discuss how to cover up anyone's identity. His friend agrees, reassuring him that he trusts him. He suggests asking for basic information from the stranger. They could also use a person's directory or DNA information to verify details. His friend suddenly grows irritated, telling our hero to drop the conversation and starts downing his beer. The boy jokes that he only came here because he needed something to talk about, otherwise they would not have met. Then he playfully tells his friend to forget everything and jokingly extends his hands, telling him to handcuff himself because he wants to experience what it's like to be interrogated and cuffed. After their banter, our hero brings up the ID card subject again, but the officer's answer remains the same. He gives an example that if it were so easy to get a new ID, criminals would be stabbing people daily and running off with new identities to start fresh. They continue their back and forth, and after drinking a lot of beer, the officer finds himself knocked out cold. Our hero tries to wake him up, reminding him of his duty to resolve disputes between old ladies. But the officer just wants more beer. So our hero tells the waiter not to bring any more. The boy pays the bill while his friend still wants more booze. Our hero then learns there's a 50% discount if you spend 100 yen. So he decides to get a lot of fish for Lady Zhang. After saying goodbye to his hiccuping friend, he grabs his takeout and heads back home. Though he is a bit let down that he got no lead, but he is not sweating it. Once he's back home, he finds the girl fast asleep, and he can't help but admire her beauty. His heart and brain seem to short-circuit as he gazes at her, unsure of the feelings stirring inside him. The girl wakes up abruptly, feeling a bit startled to see him back. He shows her the food he brought, and she quietly says thanks. Not satisfied with just a simple thank you, the boy playfully insists she say it loud and clear. Blushing, the girl says, "Thank you, young warrior," which prompts an exaggerated reaction from the boy, claiming it was an easy task and a small contribution. As he unpacks the food, the girl asks if he drank a lot. He says no and shows her a yogurt pack, telling her to lick it before drinking. He starts rubbing his tongue against the sweet and sour yogurt, and she follows suit, surprisingly enjoying it and diving right in. The boy tells her to eat up and not let the food get cold. As he heads into the bathroom to take a bath, he can't help but smile, feeling the warmth of coming back home and seeing someone waiting for him. After his bath, when he's back outside, the girl immediately notices him. He asks if she checked her clothes, which confuses her at first. Then she remembers the bra he brought for her and feels super embarrassed just thinking about it. Apparently trying to figure it out with YouTube tutorials didn't go so well. Later, she heads to the bathroom to change. She's nervous about trying on the fancy dress since she's used to plain outfits that match her mood. She wonders what kind of prickly princess she'll look like in this new dress. She lays out the bra and dress on the bed, takes a bath, and dries her hair with a blow dryer. She's really grateful for the kind young man helping her adjust to everything, but she knows relying on him isn't a long-term solution, and she can only get so far with her limited knowledge. The sunshine of the next day leaks through the window, and the girl comes out of her room while rubbing her tired, sleep-deprived eyes. It looks like our hero woke up early this time. Lady Jong asks him if he's working early in the morning, to which he replies that he's just watching some news. The girl immediately exudes a gloomy aura, asking if he is a government official. The boy reassures her that he's not, reminding her that if he were, she would already have her much-desired ID card. He then asks if she's hungry and offers to buy breakfast, asking if she'd like to come along. The girl declines and heads to the bathroom, so the boy decides to go by himself, telling her she can Netflix and chill in the meantime. Humming a tune, the boy strolls outside. The old guard calls him over, and the boy reluctantly approaches, noticing two more people present. One of the ladies asks if he's heard any creepy, weird noises lately. And the way she is looking at our hero, it's clear she suspects him of being the source of these sounds. It seems like the boy is completely clueless about what the lady is talking about, and he tells them that he didn't hear anything and slept soundly last night. He wonders if there was a theft, but the old man suggests that they might be haunted because his dog was terrified by something the other night, so much so that it didn't even bark. When the boy asks the old guard if he noticed anything else, the old man takes a puff of his cigarette, exhales the smoke, and confesses that he didn't see anything, but he caught something on video footage. They all gather in the surveillance room where the old man plays the video. In the footage, they see something moving so fast that it appears as just a blur, and everyone is visibly terrified by this mysterious creature. And the reason our hero is also feeling terrified is that he's pretty sure it's Lady Jong. He face palms himself, unsure why she's doing that, and decides to go back to the apartments to ask her himself. Well, it looks like now we know why Lady Jang was feeling tired a while ago. She was probably trying to explore this world by herself in the night to learn new things. The boy then asks the old man if the same had happened yesterday as well, to which the guard says no, noting that nothing unusual happened last night. He awkwardly laughs and decides to entertain the idea that maybe there's a ghost around. The bald guy over there and the chubby lady get curious, wondering why a ghost would be playing around in the dead of night, especially in their place. The old man decides to keep an eye out to see if there's some guy lurking around looking for a chance to steal. The boy finally gets back home and wastes no time yelling at her, asking why she snuck out in the middle of the night before. He stares at her with a mix of disappointment and concern. The girl meekly asks how he knew it was her wandering, which just infuriates the boy more. He face palms in frustration, reminding her about the CCTV cameras everywhere that caught her. The girl looks a bit scared and worried about him, so she quickly explains she was wearing a mask. Relieved, the boy sighs and figures, as long as she keeps her face hidden, they're probably safe. He tells her from now on if she wants to go out, she has to take him along. No solo trips allowed while she's staying here. He stresses how dangerous her situation is, so she can't just wander around freely. The lady timidly asks if she caused trouble for him, and he reassures her that luckily no one recognized her because everyone thought there was just a ghost haunting the place. Looks like the lady had no clue what haunting meant. Seeing her clueless face, my guy gets agitated once again and quickly tries to Google a movie about someone from ancient times who ends up in the future and gets into trouble because of their wild behavior. He wants to emphasize how dangerous her actions could be if she's not careful, and he is pretty sure what he just imagined perfectly fit the description of her character. The girl looks timid and promises to quit causing trouble if it's a bother to him. The boy then tells her to calm down and suggests ordering takeout later, asking what she'd like, whether hamburgers, chicken rolls, or anything else. The lady responds with a charming smile and thanks him for the healthy food he is ordering for her. But the boy teases her by reminding her that if she wants to eat even healthier, she could try the cat food. After their playful banter, the boy takes the laundry and puts the clothes into the washing machine. He also takes the opportunity to educate her about how the washing machine works. Upon seeing this, the girl quickly rushes to her room, retrieves her clothes, and returns to the laundry room to add them to the washing machine. While Shu-Ching is looking at the laundry, he notices something tucked inside her clothes. Curious, he pulls out the item and holds it up in the air, leaving the girl completely embarrassed. She hurriedly snatches the item back from his hand and rushes back to her room. Ju-Ching is surprised to realize that it's a foot binding, which does not make sense as how she was moving around the neighborhood with her injured feet tied up with the binding. He glances at her, recalling how her feet seemed perfectly fine when he last saw her in those shoes, so it does not make any sense for her to tie her feet with clothes. He then decides to search online to see if martial arts enthusiasts have any interest in some sort of foot binding practices. But by the looks on his face, the search results don't align with his expectations. Turning to her, he casually asks if he can take a look at her feet. She stubbornly pouts and shakes her head, clearly uncomfortable with the request. The boy asks, "Why is that?" To which the girl just gives him a silent treatment. Well, it looks like this clueless guy has finally caught on that those bindings weren't for her feet, but for her chest. It's no wonder why she didn't bother with the undergarments he brought earlier, and he thought maybe her hooters were big enough already to fit anything. His soul nearly jumps out of his body as he realizes his foolish mistake. She shoots him an angry look, sword drawn and eyes blazing, seemingly ready to chop off his head. However, she manages to take control back to her nerves and turns around, leaving this weakling utterly terrified after getting scared to death. But since she's already mad at him, he tries to lighten the mood by calling her out and singing in his terrible voice. The lyrics are all about Lady Zhang, describing her modest stature, natural beauty without makeup, and how beautiful she is from head to toe. He even sings a song about a man who loved an ugly woman but had 5 children with her. He claims that only a Giga Chad with a Sigma male mentality could do such a thing, and he desperately wants to become one of them. Despite his attempts at banter, he ends up getting yelled at by the girl once again. Afterwards, he gets back to the main business and tells her to watch some tutorials on how to wear these undergarments, and he will be back in 5 minutes, hopefully with fewer jokes this time. Exactly 5 minutes later, he returns and checks on her progress. But to his surprise, she looks utterly spooked and asks if this is how everyone lives here. With a trembling voice, she mentions that while these undergarments might seem comfortable, they make her feel like a harlot. The boy tries to reassure her that there's nothing wrong with feeling comfortable, but she persists, calling it shameless. He challenges her perspective, asking what there is to be ashamed about. After a moment of contemplation, she falls silent. He launches into a humorous tirade about how she's stuck in the past, while modern women flaunt their assets in anything they like. He even throws in a jab, saying, if a man can wear half underwear, so can a woman as well. But she sticks to her guns, immediately rejecting what she calls immoral thinking. Seeing he couldn't reason with her, the dude decided to switch gears and calm her down. He revealed that besides studying and working, computers are also great for gaming. He warned her about the toxic fan base in games like Apex Legends, and instead introduced her to a game suspiciously similar to Super Mario. After seeing it for the first time, she became engrossed in the cartoonish world of jumping plumbers. While the lady was busy beating Nipsky's speedrun record, our hero quietly slipped away, thinking it's best to keep her occupied indoors. Later on, when he returned home, he interrupted her game to teach her how to defeat the final boss. After their gaming session, he felt exhausted and decided to take a nap while she continued playing on his laptop. Once he settled into his room, he reflects on how lucky he was not to land a job on that rainy day. Otherwise, even if the interview had gone well, managing a 200-year-old ancient girl would have likely forced him to quit. As dusk casts its yellow hue across the room, our hero returns to find the lady. He suggests they eat out and tells her to dress nicely this time instead of looking like a slob. He even advises her to try a different hairstyle. She looks at her options and emerges in a new dress, blushing as she adjusts to the modern style, albeit a bit too modern for her standards. The boy blushes too, struck by her beauty, but quickly urges her to change back to her original dress to avoid drawing attention in public. This sends the girl into a fit of agitation and frustration beyond measure. As they wander outside, the old security guard jokingly asks if he's taking his girlfriend shopping again. Our hero clarifies that they're just friends, not dating. The old man then reveals he's holding on to a talisman to ward off ghosts temporarily until his mahogany arrives. When asked if he resembles the god from the New Year's festivities, Shuing gives a thumbs up and hurries along, noting it's getting late. Meanwhile, Lady Yang is already occupied with her own thoughts about something. Once they're alone, she can't contain her curiosity any longer and asks Shu-Ching what girlfriend means. He explains it's just a female friend. Perplexed, she wonders why he denied she was his girlfriend earlier. He tells her to be patient and promises he'll explain later. Shuing is pretty sure that if Lady Yang figures out the true meaning of girlfriend, she might just pack her bag and bolt away from his place. As they start walking once again, the boy suggests she watch videos about her kingdom's history, but she expresses reluctance, noting that revisiting her past is painful. As they walk, Lady Yang notices the absence of curfews, street vendors, and muddy potholes in this peaceful environment. Everything feels surreal and dreamlike to her in this prosperous world. Their stroll halts at a tea stall, where Shuking orders bubble milk, tea, and other treats, and urges her to try it. She observes curiously but hesitates to drink. Looking around, she asks if people make money this way in this world, and if she could learn to do such work. Zhuing bursts her bubble gently, explaining she can learn the skills but can't earn money without an ID card. While she sips on her tea somberly, the boy reassures her that the identity card issue will eventually be resolved, so she shouldn't lose hope. He encourages her to enjoy the tea at the moment. As she drinks, he asks if she finds it tasty, but it turns out she doesn't really like it. She mentions the taste isn't quite to her liking, and the pearls are difficult to chew. The boy readily agrees, stating he feels the same and doesn't understand how people enjoy drinking this piss-like stuff. The girl gives him a cold stare, likely not appreciating being the subject of his taste critique. He quickly reassures her that he thought girls liked sweet things, which is why he ordered it for her. While his own drink is a bit sour, he invites her to try his drink instead. She cautiously sips his drink through the straw, and as the delicious flavor hits her palate, her face lights up with joy. So the boy exchanges his drink with Lady Zhang's pearl tea and gives her a gentle smile, genuinely pleased that she enjoys it. As they continue their outing, Lady Yang starts to feel that something isn't quite right, but decides not to dwell on it, focusing instead on sipping her drink once again. After finishing their meal, the boy shamelessly burps, indicating his full stomach. He suggests taking a quick tour before heading home, and they stroll through the vibrant city in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the boy decides to stop at a bus station and suggests taking her somewhere good. Since this is her first time hopping onto the bus, he tells her not to panic and just follow him. The boy proceeds to put a coin in and enters the bus, guiding her to a window seat so she can enjoy the ride to the fullest. As the bus starts moving through the busy streets, the girl is amazed by everything she sees outside. The boy is a bit surprised that she isn't overreacting, considering it's her first bus ride. She reveals that she has ridden horse-drawn carriages many times before. Once they reach the Liang Bridge station, they exit the bus and he introduces her to this new place called Lanjiang. He eagerly and proudly tells her that in her era, this place might have been desolate, but now it's the heart of the city's nightlife. As she takes in the sight before her eyes, she wonders if this is even possible. The boy encourages her to find her own answers by studying history if she finds it hard to believe. While they stand by the river, the boy takes out his phone and doesn't waste a moment before capturing a memento. The girl happens to be looking in his direction, creating a perfect pose for a picture, and our hero captures that moment with a single click. At that moment, he also promises her a trip on a plane once her identity card issue is sorted out. The idea of soaring into the sky is completely new to her, so he reassures her once more and says that for now she can stay in his cramped little room and learn about the world. Curious as a child, she asks, "What comes after understanding the world?" The boy pauses, thinking for a moment, and explains that she'll achieve true freedom, gaining a clear sense of what's right and wrong for her, and she can fully enjoy this future world. Checking his phone, he announces that the time has come. Right on cue, fireworks burst into the sky, painting it with vibrant colors and light. She can't help but wonder if her family would be amazed by such a magnificent sight. He smiles at her and encourages her to enjoy this time here on behalf of her relatives as well. The next day arrives, and the news our hero sees is rather unpleasant to say the least because Lady Yang can be seen doing her ninja moves outside by the lightning poles. Of course, the dude's face sour at the sight, but it's also kind of reassuring. Since she played ninja at midnight, the guards have been on patrol more frequently, so there wouldn't be any real thieves around for a moment. Suddenly, Lady Yang notices people gathered outside and curiously points her finger towards them, asking what's going on. Shuqing gets creeped out as he realizes they've started to perform rituals to ward off the ghosts in the area. Shortly after, they dig back into their meals and the lady points out that Shuing's lifestyle feels like being in a prison. He chuckles and reminds her how they went shopping earlier, watched documentaries, had lunch, shed a few tears over some anime, and then had dinner. He tells her that it's called having a home and an otaku's lifestyle, but the girl does not seem to understand anything. So Shuing explains that staying at home means having the freedom to choose what to do and where to go. He compares it to an ancient landlord who spends his days in the mansion with his family and a cat. The lady then decides to go for a little walk, and Shuqing asks if she wants to go out on her own. She stays silent, which is all the confirmation he needs. So he goes on a tirade listing all the dangers and her shortcomings she has, effectively shutting down the idea and telling her to just stay here for now until she is not fully aware of the world. He tells her that even if he gave her money to eat at restaurants, she still has to figure out how to earn money. Otherwise, she'll just be on a spending spree. He reminds her that she can either commit crimes to get some quick cash or do some hunting. But since there are no hunting forests around, she'll end up going through garbage. Finally, the girl gets silent and just eats her burger, thinking that without that single ID card, she can't even go out for walks on her own. Seeing her sad face, Shuqing then puts his hand into his pocket and offers her 2 coins, reminding her that she's at least learned how to take the bus so she can experience it by herself, which will be her first step forward. But the girl refuses to take the coins, saying she hasn't learned anything. Shuqing, however, forcibly gives her the coins, telling her to spend some time outside and assuring her that she's learned a lot in the first month she's been here. Curious, the girl asks if there are really ghosts out there, so he points at the people outside doing their ghost-busting routine. He assures her that once she starts making money, she can pay him back. When she wonders aloud what happens if she doesn't earn anything, he assures her they'll figure it out. Once again, she thanks him, calling him Young Warrior. The boy then runs a game on his computer where she can play a character, explore, and learn how to make some cash. He suggests she give it a try to see if she gets the hang of it. When she asks why she can't just do what he does and work online for money, he explains it's pretty complex and she should start with the basics. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and the boy freaks out, telling her to hide in her room. But the person at the gate gets all antsy and yells at the boy to open up. When he hears that voice, Shuing gets even more jittery and hurriedly guides her into a room and locks the door before finally facing his father. There's this grumpy old man staring him down. The boy nervously says hi, but the old man adjusts his glasses and insists the boy call him landlord for now. The old man then looks around, demanding to know if his son has found a job yet. The boy, addressing his father as landlord, assures him that he will pay the rent on time and defends himself, stating that since he can afford the rent and his current lifestyle, he does not feel the need to have a job. When the old man spots some RPG game running on the computer, he gets even more annoyed and makes it clear that if his son doesn't find a job by next month, he's hiking up the rent, no questions asked. His dad scolds him that he's not had a stable job ever, and he's always playing with weird things. God forbid if a man has a hobby or OnlyFans. Shuqing gets annoyed and tells him that he's sending his money to him right now, or if the landlord just came to see if he's going to work on the National Day holiday. These millennials and boomers hate seeing Jensen's knowing their rights. So his dad gets mad at him and threatens him to find a job, or he will increase his rent. But of course, he's a man with brains. He tells him to lower the rent since the place is haunted and has a terrible environment. Annoyed, his dad begins to leave when out, all of a sudden, the OnlyFans allegations are proving themselves to be true. His dad sees women's gowns hung in the bathroom. And before he could explain, Shuqing's dad is very sure his son is soon about to become his daughter, getting back shots by some closeted Black American. As his dad waits for an explanation, Shuing knows that he'd better tell him the truth rather than being known as the gay disappointment who bends over and dresses up as a woman. Other than that, the neighbors would end up telling his dad that there's a girl living with him anyways. So he makes up a story that it's his friend's sister who has come to stay with him for a couple of days. He knocks on the door and urges Yang to step outside. She does so and he introduces her to his dad, hoping she doesn't do anything weird. Jong wonders what to call him, almost calling him dad, and the dad notices that, but she calls him uncle and bows down in respect. Shuing's dad grabs his hand and takes him outside to have the talk, though the dad assures Yang that they'll be back. Outside, the dad asks for an explanation, to which Shuing says that it's just a friend's sister who is there to spend a few days at his place. He further asks his dad to not come over and hand over the spare key so he can give it to her, although he just wanted the spare key because he doesn't want his mom or dad to find her alone. That would be way more unexpected and complicated, but his dad wonders if that's his girlfriend, and he denies straight away. But his dad ain't that dumb. After all, he was 17 once too. That's how he got Shuqing's mom to spread legs for him. The dad asks how old the girl is, and Shuqing admits she's 18. That's what 14-year-olds these days lie about too, so they can end up being baby mamas to men who don't even want them. The dad sounds unconvinced, but that annoys Shu Qing, to which he says that even if they are in love, what's there to be surprised about? Well, probably he's unable to believe that someone could love his dusty son too. Well, the dad came down to check if he can pay rent and have a job, only to find a chick in his apartment. His dad once again points out he doesn't have a job, to which he bursts that being a content creator pays off well too. Well, his dad ain't even wrong. It's high time he finds a real job being a McDonald's cashier. Being annoyed, he asks his dad what the rent and utility bill is, and then transfers it to his dad right away. He urges his dad to give the spare key because now he's properly renting out the apartment. Xing's dad tells him to pay on time every month or else he will have to pay more than others. And if he has a problem with it, he can find some other apartment. But the boy's smart. He knows whatever his dad owns will be his someday. So he continues to stay here. The economy got him excited about his dad's demise. It's really that bad. Anyhow, before he leaves, he tells him that he has to be back for dinner and looks at Zhang. Annoyed, he yells that she isn't his girlfriend, but the dad's really not a fool. Of course, being his dad, he guides him that starting a relationship that early could lead to problems, and he should also find a job. He begins to leave, but he turns back to Shuing and tells him to take all the safety measures, and Qing gets embarrassed. Suddenly, Qing stops his dad to have a look at Zhang's sandals. He asks him the value of it since it's from the Tang dynasty. Hero knows that his dad has been studying archaeology for almost half his life, and he is an expert in this field. He also elaborates that these sandals are from the time of Liangji. His dad thinks he's crazy and suggests a mental health institution to attend, which all the kids in this generation need though. His dad is about to test out his skills to have another kid. It's never too late and leaves pretty quick. The wife better be in an apron. As Shuing's dad leaves, he thinks to himself that he made a son who is nothing more than who is stuck to his computer all day long. He sigh with no hope of becoming Elon Musk overnight. He knows that these shoes are said to be from Kalyuan period, while also being from a week ago. Both statements are correct since there's a thin line between the past and present. Once it's punctured, anyone could fall through it. Anyways, the boy urges his dad to take a closer look and doesn't let him leave. His dad gets angry at the disappointment he created named Shuing and yells at him to get realistic with his life. He compares his son with his cousin who became a police officer. How? Shuing tells him that he's a freelancer while he hides Yang's shoes behind him before she thinks he's a creep. His dad doesn't get what a freelancer is, so he scolds him again, giving him daddy issues. Seems like he's about to give him a premium package of daddy issues as he takes Yang's sword to hit him. The sword hitting the hero doesn't scare him much, but knowing Yang would go crazy is what concerns him more. He begins to take it away from his dad, but Gramps definitely got a good grip. But our boy, being clever, tells him that this is definitely not an antique, but a toy, and his dad falls for it and gives him back the sword. He begins to leave while again telling him to get a job or take a civil service exam. As his dad finally leaves, Shuing looks at the sword and sees not a single mark of oxidation, which makes it look pretty recent. He notices Zhang peeking at the sword and he tells her to take it away and not take it out often. Then he wonders why she wants to call his dad. He clarifies that if she ends up seeing his mom, she's supposed to call her auntie and she listens. Then Qing asks Zhang if she wants to keep martial arts in practice. So badly, he wants to become a master in a quicker way. Someone whose stamina is so low that they bust just seeing a woman, having no way to become a master overnight. But he does know that it's useless in this era. So he brushes off the thought and takes Zhang to play the game with him. Qing thinks that he has to treat her like a child and teach her everything step by step. Kids mostly learn through toys and games, and online games are considered games too, having the same nature. Then he guides Yang how to play the game. She wonders how they make money off it, and he explains that once she learns how to play it, she can play it for others and they'll pay her. Qing explains to her in detail so she might not think that he's deceiving her. So he explains to her that this is sort of an entertainment for jobless people who have nothing else to do like a hobby, but there are still many people who don't have the time to play since not everyone has as much free time as he does, so that people like him who have more free time can play for them. Zhang still doesn't get it, asking if they don't have enough time to play, so would they hire others? That sounds absurd to her. But he elaborates that they already spent money to purchase the game, so they won't spend their time playing with an example. He knows that she's safer being an internet addict rather than coke addict. I mean, running out of the house. Shuqing doesn't want to think about the future right now, just the present for her survival. Suddenly, his fat-ass American-coated cat begins to rub itself on his feet, and he tells it to shoo off. So the cat goes and jumps on the computer table and then sits on Yang's lap, making her blush. In the police station, one of the police officers wants to order a meal together, and they ask Hao as well, but the soft boy politely declines. He sighs and says they have nothing to do today, which is boring him, suffering from success. As soon as Hao says that, all of the police officers look at him, confusing him. One of them asks if his master didn't teach him not to say that. Suddenly, the phone begins to ring, and it's a work call, and now they got to work all night long. Later on, Hao is taught to never say by the old police officer in the car, "We have nothing to do today." As soon as anyone says that, they get tons of work for the whole night. It's something metaphysical, and they don't have any explanation. Hao thinks if this is the same thing mentioned, speak of the devil. Then they both reach their destination, and they headed towards the 6th floor of building number 14. It was late at night in the residential compound, and suddenly they spotted an old alcoholic man. They ask him what he's doing there. Definitely not rehab. The old man yells, "What took them so long to reach?" Because he wants to go inside to his wife. He's smelling so strongly of alcohol, like the way a ran-through smells like a can of sardines, which makes Howell nauseous. The police officer knocks at the door, and the wife opens up. She wonders what the police are doing here since she didn't call the police on her husband. It was the husband himself who wanted to go inside since she locked him out. She apologizes to the police for inconvenience and promises to teach him a lesson. Lucky old man is about to get some spanking tonight, but it seems like the old man doesn't like the idea of getting a lesson, so he screams at her that she'll be the one getting the lesson. Would love to see what happens between them. As soon as the police see the man angry, they threaten to arrest him so they can sober him up by locking him up. The old man gets sobered up by the thought of it, and hence another case gets solved. Then as they are leaving, they get another case. The curse that Hao is putting the rest of his co-workers would have had us bawling. In the middle of the night, Ching wakes up and goes to fetch a glass of water. Suddenly, he sees Yang trying to sneak out to scare off people again, but his vision is sort of blurry. As soon as he realizes it's someone else, he screams, and Zhang was behind Ching this whole time. It was a thief who sneaked in, and he began to run away from the scene. Well, we got a little Bruce Lee from the Tang Dynasty here. Zhang slams the thief's head on the floor and begins to press it as hard as she could. Shuing quickly realizes that if she doesn't let go of his head, his skull will crack open like a coconut. He urges her to stop, and she does. Then Ching takes off the veil, and the thief has a North Korean haircut. He sits nervously and embarrassed that he got undertakered by a girl. Meanwhile, Shu Ching slaps his head, wondering what just happened. The protagonist realizes how powerful her grip must be because the thief almost got choked to death. Personally, I think that's an honorable way to die. Getting choked to death by a hot chick. There's literally a mark on his hand. Anyways, Ching goes to make a call to Hao. Since he's also a policeman, the thief begs him not to call him and spare him, and he's already gotten beaten up, so he promises to learn from his mistake. Coldly, Ching says that he deserves to be beaten up because people's hard-earned money isn't his, and he should instead find a job. Yeah, projecting his daddy issues on the thief. But the thief admits it was his first time stealing. He explains that he knew the building was haunted, so he tried to take advantage of it, but he got beaten up to death instead. Not just that, he's hella scared of Zhang. Her aura is something to be scared of. Ching asks for an apology, and the thief apologizes right away. However, Shu Ching thinks that the apology is not sincere enough, so he turns back to call the police again, and the thief begins to cry to let him go. Ching notices how scared the thief is and realizes this actually is his first time. Well, there's certainly a first time for everything. Ching, being kind, lets him go from the same way he came inside. The thief runs as quickly as an American man runs out to get the milk. As the thief runs out, Shu Ching is hoping that the neighbors didn't hear the screams of the thief, or else the gay allegations would have come true. But Young wonders why he let the thief go like that, to which he explains that they can call the police because they will hold her accountable for hitting him. Further, he says that if the police follow the process and find her suspicious, they will have to investigate her, and if they find out that she is an unregistered person, she'll be in trouble. That leaves Zhang confused, wondering why she'd be in trouble when she's not the thief. Ching explains that's because she also hit him. Suddenly, he sees and wonders why she's wearing an outfit which she's supposed to wear outside, and she answers that she heard some noise, so she got out to see what he was trying to do. Ching mocks her by saying that not everyone likes to go out in the middle of the night like her. Then he goes off to sleep, knowing he'll get someone to fix the window tomorrow. The next morning when he wakes up, he sees Yang all sweaty as she practiced all night long. God knows what kind of practice. She opens her hair and he's mesmerized and begs her to keep the door open so he can see her practice. He should have reported himself to the police for the creepiness. She agrees to it. While some women charge $5.99 monthly for it, he's surprised to see her agree with him so quickly, but she tells him that whether she agrees or not, he'll still be unhappy. That pisses him off, but he chooses not to have an argument. Then Shu Qing suggests they go out for breakfast while someone fixes the window. The night before, he thought about how it's not enough to stay at home and live without seeing anything. So he steps out to have some personal experiences too. As they walk outside, Qing guides Jung how to learn from the life all around them. She wonders how that could be, and he explains that she must abandon all her past thoughts and beliefs and start a brand new life and make new experiences. While mansplaining, Qing tells her to not be too harsh to people, like the way she was to the thief the night before. Because the way she was holding him down, it looked like she wanted to snap his neck. But she denies because she reduced the amount of force. Further, he elaborates that hurting someone in this era could bring upon trouble on them. So he guides her to not kill anyone. That leaves her confused. To what extent can she beat up someone? Well, I'd say if it's a man, better not hold back. But Qing guides that it depends on different factors. Jen follows up with a second question. If he sneaks into her room at night, how hard should she beat him up? Hopefully he's not into that. He yells that she can't just beat him up because he's not some creep. But Zhang tells him he is the spitting image of a creep. Posing, he stands and defends himself, calling himself a hero of high moral standards. She's still unsure, to which he wonders why'd she even think he'll sneak into her room. He has picked up her shoes from the trash bin, but that's literally it. But he remembers that she's called him a douchebag before. Further, he defends himself that even if he sneaks into her room, she quite literally will end him and his bloodline. Still, he's curious what she would do if he does that. A man of culture, she asks if she could punch him, but surely that's enough to send him back to his mama's womb. In a bit, they reach their destination and they sit inside while Shu Qing orders breakfast for them. He tells her to remember this day and experience life from now. She looks at her hands while thinking that this is a world where no one needs to kill anyone. A while later, their breakfast is served. Yang likes the food while Shuing smiles as he looks at her that no one here knows that she's an ancient girl, which makes him think if all ancient people eat like there's no tomorrow. So, he assures her that she could definitely have some more food if she doesn't find it enough, but she wonders if it's expensive. But he explains that breakfast is the cheapest, and she doesn't need to worry about food in this world because food is cheap here. As he chomps down on food, he thinks about how it feels like he's raising a baby. Then John gets up to order 15 more buns, almost making Shu Qing spit out his food. Seeing that, he tells the waiter that the order is to go. He asks her if she can even eat that many, and she wonders if she ordered too many, but he just guides her to not eat that much in public and tells her to pack it up and eat the rest at home to save themselves from suspicions. While Yang eats, she assures him that she'll pay him back when she earns, though she could definitely use another way to pay him back. Then he gets the check and they leave. They pass by a hot pot buffet, and the lover boy promises her to bring her to eat some buffet next time. Jen wonders what that is, and he elaborates that in buffet they can pay a little money and eat whatever they want until they are full and there are plenty of other dishes. That makes Zhang think that it's like charity, but Shuing clarifies that it's nothing more than a marketing tactic. Then he says to her that mostly people in this era work through the brain, and since they don't do anything physically much, they don't feel hungry either. So her eating like an American fatty would get eyes on her, and everyone would end up knowing who she is. Basically, the buffet thing makes the owners profit more, because people don't eat much anyways. He highlights that girls and children are prime victims of this marketing tactic, as they would pay 100 yen and only eat food worth 30 yen. In other ways, people with bigger appetites can eat more because restaurants can earn it back from people with smaller appetites, as explained by Yang. Hearing her grasp the concept, Shuing shares a story where he thought as a kid that the buffet owner was very generous to let anyone eat how much they wanted. Jen wonders why do people with smaller appetites even bother going. He answers that it's more convenient and affordable for people. Later, he thinks about how she's been learning about the world bit by bit and how she could connect all the dots and one day suddenly learn about everything. It seems like Yong no longer feels like an outcast in this era. A few days later, the lover boy gives his lover girl a phone, and she wonders if Shuing is her sugar daddy now, considering how expensive a phone could be. But anyways, gamer guys are usually broke, and he got it from a giveaway too. Well, he went to get a sub card and top up, and they gave him an Android phone, which is worth over 1,000 yen, and he decided to get it for his heroine. She's so happy and thanks the hero. Then he urges her to follow the instructions and give him a call. He feels at ease that she is a smart girl and she could learn it really soon. A realization hits him that he feels like an NPC, but it's more convenient for him that she learns quicker. Then he gets up and tells her to have dinner by herself since he won't be home. And if she feels bored, she could learn how to use the phone or watch other videos. Shu Qing thinks that, since she has learned that she can earn money through playing games, she has turned into a game addict. And it is worrying at this point. Before he leaves, Yang asks if it is really a job to manipulate the characters running around, and he replies that if she continues to play afterwards, she is working overtime. But since she is already in an internship, there won't be extra pay for overtime. Then he reminds her that she should eat, and if she needs anything, she needs to call him. He leaves to go see his parents. He hasn't visited them since Zhang came. King steps inside and sees his dad. His dad tells him his mom is out playing mahjong. Then he asks where his girlfriend is talking about Yang. Shuing gets annoyed and explains that she's just a friend who will stay with him for a while. The dad utters that he wouldn't let a man stay, but Qing defends himself that Hao has lived with him, but he's considered an exception by his dad. As the dad thinks that Howell could really be his girlfriend if he wasn't a man, Qing knows there's no winning from his dad and calls his mom instead, who is a Mei Jiang addict. They wait for her to come back home, and Shuing informs his dad that his apartment was broken into by a thief, though he fixed the window. But can he reimburse him for the cost? His dad mocks him that there isn't anything worth stealing at his place, and the only thing that is worth stealing is the computer which he sleeps with. So nobody can really steal it from him. He's committed to his computer. Can't really judge the gender of the computer. Will end up getting me canceled. His dad asks if he was hurt, but Shuing explains that the thief was beaten up and chased away. Of course, not by this weeb. Then his mother returns from mahjong and begins to cook right away. She seems happy, which makes them think that she probably won more than usual today. As she cooks, she wonders where her son's girlfriend is. And again, he protests that he doesn't have a girlfriend, and his dad is blabbering false news. His father wonders that they live and eat together. That sounds pretty much like a relationship. His mom didn't know that, and she is surprised at that news, and she urges to show her the picture of Yang, though she was trying to go and look at her by herself. But her husband stopped her because it's not considered respectable to go without telling these days. He doesn't show her picture and says that she is just his friend and nothing special, while he thinks that his mom has always been persistent. So she won't let them go until she sees it. So he ends up showing a picture of her, and she thinks how pretty Yang is. Of course, being a boomer, she starts swiping through the album and wonders why he has so many pictures of his just friend. He snatches back his phone while thinking that this is his record of observing antiques and wonders why has his mother started discussing her so much as if she is her daughter-in-law. The thing about Shuing is no matter what Jiang is doing, he always quickly takes random pictures of her. Even though they aren't officially dating yet, he definitely feels something for her, and she quite literally stays with him. Anyway, back at dinner, his mom asked him which school she goes to, but he replies that she doesn't attend school. His mom wonders why a pretty girl like Yang wouldn't go to school. He doesn't understand what being pretty has to do with going to school, because to him it's normal for someone from a poor family not to attend. His father mocks him, questioning why a girl who's good at her studies would even consider dating a loser like him, because all he does is sit at his computer all day. The only difference between him and a Discord mod would be the weight. Both parents feel bad for Yang, and their son insists that he's stable and not a freeloader. His mother then wonders how they even met and if Jiang isn't a local of Yangchang. He dodges the question again and redirects the conversation to his joblessness. Meanwhile, he reflects on how Yang hasn't even figured out how to survive in this world yet, and his parents are already trying to ship them together. Later on, after the dinner, he gets up to leave and tells them to rest. He also points out to his mom that she shouldn't play mahjong every day because his dad is practically starving like the African kids. His dad gets slightly annoyed at his mom, saying she's even more stubborn than his son's joblessness. Suddenly, she remembers something. She hears that Shuing's neighborhood is haunted and recalls the sound of a woman's cry in the middle of the night. She wonders if everything is okay. Shuing demands that his dad cut the rent in half or he'll stop renting the apartment because it's haunted. His mom agrees and says the rent should be reduced now that he has a girlfriend and more things to spend money on. His dad reminds her that Yang isn't actually his girlfriend, but the deal sounds so solid that he ends up agreeing Yang is his girlfriend anyway. Later that night, when he returns home, he sees Jiang holding her sword. He wonders if she was practicing, but she runs off to take a shower, and he's confused about why she would take her sword with her. He asks if something happened while he was gone, but she denies it. He's left wondering who exactly she feels the need to defend herself from. But then again, as long as it's not him, he figures it's fine. He sits on the sofa, and his imagination runs wild thinking about her. Of course, she probably does need protection from him, but he brushes off the thought. Then he notices his computer had been on standby the whole time and decides he'll start working tomorrow. Meanwhile, she comes out of the shower shining like Aphrodite. Looking at her, Shuing wonders if practicing martial arts makes her prettier. Back in the day, she would have been exposed to extreme temperatures, but her skin is still smooth. She reminds him that she once asked him to learn martial arts, and he refused. He yells back that he can't learn just by standing in a stance. An idea pops into his head. She could start a beauty class through martial arts practice, but that would probably flop since people these days don't even exercise to lose weight, let alone take up martial arts. Jen sits down and while trying to use the hair dryer, asks if the Taoist caught the ghost. In truth, there never was a ghost. It was just her sneaking out by mistake, and people assumed it was supernatural. She gets mad because she's a human, not a ghost. The lover boy realizes she isn't used to using a hair dryer, so he takes it from her and helps dry her hair. She hands it over and he continues the conversation, affirming that yes, she is human. But the problem is that no one in this era has ever seen a real martial artist. Someone flying across rooftops at night would easily be mistaken for a ghost. She wonders aloud why people don't practice martial arts anymore. He explains that living conditions have improved. People no longer worry about food or clothing and want to live more comfortably. Martial arts just aren't necessary anymore. People today have better options for enjoyment. He starts telling her a historical story, but she interrupts saying she doesn't know those people. He explains the story was written by Mr. Jinny Young. He concludes that martial arts is basically dead now, and people can only rely on technology to live comfortably. He tells her to put her sword down. There's no one to defend against anymore, but she screams that there is a ghost and she has to protect herself. He tries to dismiss it, but she shivers and finally admits when he was away, she actually saw a ghost herself, with terror in her eyes as if she's seen Elon Musk without a shirt on. She informs him that when he went out, she saw a ghost. He starts to sweat as he hears her words. He thinks to himself that she probably just saw an old lady taking out the trash while wearing a mask. But then she begins to describe what the ghost looks like. She says its hair is longer than hers, and she elaborates on how it looked at her. It is pale white and wears an odd blue robe with long sleeves, which unnerves him. He begins to wonder what kind of thing she actually saw. He can't help but consider if there really is a ghost, but he brushes off the thoughts by telling himself that ghosts don't exist. Science can't prove their existence. According to him, she might be having hallucinations due to stress. Janong frowns and says that in her era, ghosts are something to be feared, but the hero assures her that they don't exist, all while blow-drying her hair. She emphasizes that she saw it and admits that she's scared, that even her sword can't protect her. Though he starts to wonder if time travel is possible, then the probability of spirits existing might be real too. He tells her that he'll borrow Mr. Xiao's mahogany sword tomorrow. She thanks him and he tells her to go to bed while he wraps up the hair dryer. He decides to take a shower as well, but his shower time is shorter than usual, which makes him realize there's a big difference between living alone and living with another person. He can't help but feel creeped out too, and he can't fall asleep with that feeling lingering, so he sits down to work. Suddenly, he looks at his laptop and is shocked. On the other hand, Yang looks at the clothes the young hero bought for her. She compares them to the clothes worn by other people and finds the ones he got her to be more acceptable, which makes her feel warm. Then she takes out the clothes she was wearing when she came to this era. They have narrow shoulders, short sleeves, and rougher fabric. If she were back in her old world, Yang would probably make some changes to them. That takes her back to old memories where the chief teaches her martial arts to make her stronger. But Yang urges her to act a little more girly so someone can marry her in the future. She thinks about that, begins to cry, and resolves to practice martial arts enough to fight the ghost she saw. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When she opens it, it's Shu Qing with his laptop open, asking if that is the ghost she saw. She pulls out her sword, yelling that that's what scared her. It turns out it's just a horror movie playing halfway through, and that was the ghost she saw. He tells her to go back to sleep and that they'll talk about it tomorrow, but she's still really scared. So he shuts the laptop and shows her the baby girl sealed inside the laptop, assuring her that she can go to sleep peacefully. The next morning when Yang wakes up, she realizes that the ghost really doesn't appear anymore. Then she gets up to practice her martial arts and leaves the door open so he can watch her. Even though he hasn't woken up, she still continues to practice. She knows that in this era, she can only protect herself by practicing martial arts. Crawling out of his pit hole, Shuing wakes up and goes to see Zhang. She is feeding the cat while he thinks that everything is going well, and that if there's a street check, she will be able to hide her ancient personality as long as she doesn't go crazy. Not just that, she is a woman with women's privileges. If someone who time-raveled were a chief with a bearded face, or tall or muscular, the neighbors would probably report him to the police right away. While he brushes his teeth, he wonders what the chief looks like, and she explains that the chief is a little taller than him and has a beard, which makes her wonder why Zhuing doesn't have a beard, to which he replies that he's one of the literati and not a roughneck. She holds her face in shock, saying that even the literati in her world also have beards. His male ego is hurt, and he says that they use razors now, which is why he doesn't keep a beard. Then he angrily tells her that they have to go out for breakfast. She keeps her voice down while she tells him that the cell phone he gave her yesterday hasn't been working since morning. He realizes that the phone is probably not charged, and after that, they go out. As they're outside, he tells her that she doesn't need to work today because it's the weekend, and she should focus on learning how to use a phone. He explains to her the concept of Wei Chun, which she can use to make and spend money. He opens the bank app and shows her that her balance is 0, and he transfers 100 to her so she can spend it however she wants to, and she can pay him back later. It makes him think that he has never lent anyone money, and the ones who usually need to borrow money have never borrowed from him. So this is the first time in his life that he is ever lending money to someone. On the other hand, Hao reaches back home and asks his dad if there's anything to eat since he's as hungry as an African child. Later on, while he's eating, his dad wonders how many thieves he caught last night, to which he responds that they live in a peaceful time and there aren't many thieves around. Even beggars earn more than thieves now. Side hustle. His dad gets annoyed that Ching isn't even in the police yet. He caught a thief. And Hao exclaims, "When did that even happen?" His dad responds that Uncle Shu said Shu Qing's apartment was broken into and he beat the crap out of the thief and then let him go. Hao is mad and wonders why he let the thief go. What pisses him off is that he becomes a police officer just to do something good for society. But instead, Shu Qing, just by staying at home, catches a thief. His dad taunts him that the thief is already on the loose so he doesn't have to waste time asking about him. He tells him that apparently the lover boy also has a girlfriend who is living with him. Hao doesn't find that surprising because Shu Qing is conventionally attractive, and his dad gives him a death stare because his own son doesn't have a girlfriend. But Hao makes an excuse that he's not in a hurry and doesn't even have time for that. He would rather get married directly so he won't have to break up like Qing and his ex-girlfriend did. That's one more point for his dad to taunt him that his cousin already had 2 girlfriends, but he doesn't even have one yet. Hao tries to defend himself, saying that he's just trying to catch thieves right now, but still he's unsuccessful in both things, finding a girlfriend and finding a thief. At least what he says is that he wants to find a girlfriend when he becomes a detective, but his dad knows he really can't find a girlfriend. Hao takes that as an insult, as if his dad is looking down on him, and he assures him that one day he'll bring the most beautiful girlfriend to him. When his dad hears him boasting in front of him, he picks up his sandal and gets ready to give him the Asian treatment, telling him that he has to get a girlfriend no matter what. With the rice cake in his mouth, Hao says that he can't start a family without first making a career, but his dad is not willing to understand and runs after him with his sandal. Hao wonders after getting spanked by his daddy, what did he even say wrong? Surely his dad wants more from him rather than rotting away his life alone, living with an anime pillow as his wife. As Hai gobbles down his food, he gets a call to hang out later on, but he denies as he has to be at his job. He feels sleepy after the night shift and goes to sleep while he asks his dad to wake him up at 400 p.m. Coming back to Qing, he gets a call for a party too, and he knows Hao must be busy later at night. Definitely not banging chicks. Qing and Zhang enter the apartment while he's still on the call, confirming the dinner and wondering if he could bring Zhang with him too. After the call ends, he informs her that he'll be taking her to a party tonight. He asks her not to mess around and just listen to what he says. She agrees and then questions him if he meant that all the ghosts and martial arts are fake because that's strange for her. Patiently, he explains to her that it's not strange since all the basic survival needs are met. Humans develop a spiritual need. It could be anything from pets to games or movies. He wonders if she doesn't have novels in her world, but she isn't aware. Ching gives her an example of tea houses having storytellers who tell interesting stories. What he's trying to explain is where there's demand, there'll be supply. People solve each other's problems in return for some money, and hence a workflow is created. Giving another example, he explains that when everyone is seeking solutions from others, they are also helping others solve their problems, and that's how they earn. Realization hits Zhang, and now she understands how Ching can live like a landlord without having to go outside to work. She gets the concept of it, the concept of watching movies in leisure time, and he approves of her smartness. He tossed her a can of soft drink as a reward, but she wonders why he took her in. Was it for his spiritual need? He thinks and smiles at her and says he did what he wanted to. As he continues to play with the truck of a cat, she thinks that the young hero is really just a person with a big heart. She opens the can, and the entire soft drink fizzes up and spills on her. He hands her over a tissue to clean up herself. The world would become a boring place if everything was to be done with a purpose. Later at night, as they're making their way to the party, he guides her that she can eat and drink whatever she wants except for the alcohol, and there might be a lot of people coming to the party later on. They reach the place. He tells her that it's a place for her to experience newer things. As they step inside, he makes sure to let her know she can stuff her mouth with as much food as she wants. Zhang finds the music too loud, and by her looks, she looks uncomfortable, as if her uncle touched her. As Ching enters, they all seem happy for Ching to join. His friend informs that they all were waiting for him to arrive, and he should start singing now too. But Ching takes Zhang and decides to sit for a while. Zhang observes the place with uneasiness apparent on her face. Zhang is visibly uncomfortable. Her body language is awkward. Ching urges her to have some snacks before everyone arrives and they can eat properly. Handing her over some hazelnuts, he guides her how to crush them, but she can barely hear him because of the music. He realizes he has to speak louder, so he gets nearer and teaches her how to crack open a hazelnut. Then he wonders if she has had these before, but she hasn't. When she eats it, she finds them incredibly delicious, to which he apprises her to eat more. He isn't worried about how she cracks up the shell, because in a place crowded like that, no one would probably notice. And even if they do, they would probably only think how strong she is. Then he laughs and cheers while passing on a drink to his friend Zijun. He begins to party with them and drinks beer. Seeing him drink beer, Zhang wants to try it too, and he denies that a girl should know how to protect herself, and she's out. But she urges that she has had alcohol before, and she won't get drunk. He definitely has double standards because she just wants to have a taste, but he's not letting her. So after she insists a lot, he lets her have one of which brightens up her face. As she drinks it, he wonders if she likes the taste of it, and she ends up disapproving of the taste. On the other hand, his friend Zijun thinks that they are doing something fishy and stops them, but Ching tells him to mind his own business. Jun hops over to him and questions whether Zhang is his girlfriend, to which he denies that they're just friends. Ching turns to Zhang and introduces his friend to her as a real nouveau riche. However, this friend of the young hero doesn't have good intentions with her, but Ching stops him. Zijun wonders if he's not good enough, to which Ching doesn't even deny that, but what Jun brings to the table is his money. Anyhow, he walks away while Ching wonders when they're going to eat because he's really hungry. Zijun tells him to hold his horses because some people have yet to arrive. As he goes over to party again, he talks about how being on duty and how it's so life-sucking. Ching gets angry knowing that Hao is doing a great job. On the other hand, the party's going on, which is making Yang uncomfortable, and she wonders why are there so many people around here. He knows that there is a need to help her integrate into modern society, and this is a way for her to experience new things. Ching urges her to take this as a form of celebration because it's his friend's girlfriend's birthday. After that, he asks her to break some hazelnuts for him, and she does so, and he thanks the heroine. He wonders if she can sing, but she has never tried singing before, though he's a little controlling and says he wouldn't even let her sing, and he'll show his singing skills sometime later. Suddenly, he sees a guy with a white outfit come too, and he catches his attention, leaving him wondering what he's doing here. The guy and Ching look at each other, and the guy coldly passes by him. King gets busy on his phone again when suddenly he hears the constant sound of nuts cracking, only to find out that Zhang has eaten all the nuts out of hunger. He wonders if she's hungry, and she admits to it. So he assures her that in a little while there will be a super-sized cake. Her mouth waters, just thinking about it. She comes to think of it, she hasn't had any bad experiences with food over here. The worst food she had was the half-eaten bun and the hamburger when she first arrived. They were a little hard and tasteless, but even those were better than the pancakes in the Guarel. Zijun gets Ching's attention and urges him to sing since Hao isn't here, and he agrees to sing just one song. He takes the mic from Zijun, and Zhang, out of curiosity, leans over to see what that is. Suddenly, hearing her own voice being extremely loud, she gets scared. Ching tells her to relax and explains that it's a microphone. Well, now at least she'll be prepared for the speakers she'll be hearing the broadcast from. He looks over at her face. She looks extremely adorable, and he wants to pinch her cheek, but brushes off the thought, knowing that someday he will try it. Then he begins to sing with his friend. Zigjun looks around and sees that everyone is here, so they're about to get things started. And then the cake arrives. He holds the microphone and says that it's his girlfriend's birthday, only to suddenly realize that his girlfriend is missing. Someone informs him that she went out earlier. Ching smirks, joking that his girlfriend isn't even around, and he was about to cut the cake because he thought the girlfriend was the girl who was singing with him earlier. Jun looks around and finds her nowhere, so they just decide to keep on partying. Ching wonders if that's his new girlfriend, but Jun says they've been together for over a month and she is his true love. Zhang listens to them and questions the hero, asking if girlfriend means wife. He explains that girlfriend is just a term of endearment, while Jun looks at her, wondering how she doesn't know what a girlfriend is. Ching mocks Jun, giving an example that his girlfriend would one day be someone else's future wife, and to some extent, his friend agrees. Zhang then wonders who Ching's wife is, giving him a deadly look. He explains that he's an otaku, and for him a girlfriend can be everything, which makes his friend laugh. Although Jun wonders if the two of them are really just friends, Ching quickly changes the topic, saying they haven't talked like this in such a long time, and that they should have a few more drinks, mainly because he has to hide the fact that he was just explaining the concept of a girlfriend to an ancient person. Suddenly, Zun looks at his watch and realizes how late it is, so he goes off to find his girlfriend. Ching and Zhang sit down, and suddenly Ching hears a voice he was expecting, asking him if Zhang is his girlfriend. He tells him to mind his own business. It's the same guy who's curious to know how Ching finds so many beautiful girlfriends all the time, hoping to learn something from him, but Ching shuts him down, saying he's too ugly for that. It seems like Ching and his rival are standing face to face while he actively harasses him to have a drink with him. Ching stops Lang from being weird because he doesn't want to talk to him. Suddenly, Jun enters the room again and is scared to see that the two of them are standing face to face. He begins to panic because they had been roommates for a few years and now they are enemies. This is the reason why Jun called Liang over, but it seems like the situation is completely messed up. So Zun stands between them and tells them to talk nicely and not to fight. Turning to Ling, Zun wonders why he had to provoke Ching, to which he says that he was just trying to have a drink because it's been a long time and they haven't caught up at all. Ching looks at Jun and questions if he invited him over, to which Zun panics and says he thought they could talk about it. Smirking, Ching says that he never considered this to be that big of a deal, to which Ling agrees, adding that he never thought of it as a big deal because the past is the past. Ling admits that he was just asking for advice and trying to have a toast with him, to which Ching says that he just despises him for his weird tone. Ling had been waiting for the right moment and then gets reminded that he wasn't beaten up hard enough the last time, and everyone starts to gossip that they are about to fight. Zijun has no idea that it even happened and wonders why they both have to act like children. So he tries to make Ling calm down so they can celebrate his girlfriend's birthday. But it seems like Ling really wants to have a toast with Ching, yet he denies him again. Ling now wants to have a toast with his girlfriend, talking about Zhang. Angry, Ching says she doesn't drink and advises Zhang not to talk to Liang since he's a bad guy. Finally, Jun takes Liang away to put an end to the fight. He returns and sits with Ching, questioning when they even fought. Ching admits that if he had known Lang would be here today, he would not have come. Xian clarifies that if he had known these two were on bad terms, he wouldn't have invited him over in the first place. Zhang wonders why Liang called her Ching's girlfriend, to which he explains that Liang is ugly, and that's why he thinks they are dating. Both of them, Zhang and Q and Ching, are pretty, so brainless people automatically assume they're dating. Hearing the term brainless, Zun yells because at first they also thought Zhang and Ching were dating. She wonders why anyone would think a handsome guy and a pretty girl are dating. She isn't even wrong. These baddies end up with guys who look like only their mothers would find them attractive. Then Ching advises her not to talk to anyone, including Jun, to which Jun screams that he already has a girlfriend. Finally, Jun's girlfriend returns, and he happily goes to the waiter because it's time to cut the cake. As the cake is revealed, Zhang is mesmerized by the size of it and wonders if it is all edible. Ching admits that it is edible, yet he finds the situation a bit weird and off. Ching takes Zhang and hides her under the table beside the sofa, guiding her to keep hiding until he gets back. promising her a huge slice of cake. She waits for him as he leaves and wonders what the cake will taste like. She's curious whether eating cake while hiding is some sort of rule. She waits excitedly. Meanwhile, at the party, everyone is smashing cake on each other and enjoying it, and she feels a little terrified. Surely I'd be terrified too. It looks like a Diddy party. Suddenly he returns with the cake. He sits down beside her and tells her he knew June only got that humongous cake for smashing. So he took a slice before they started, just for her to try. A man giving princess treatment in this era was rather unexpected. Still, her eyes look really sad. She takes a bite of the cake, and when he asks if she likes it, all she can think about is how much Yang would love the taste, but she could barely eat something sweet for long. Feeling sad, she wonders why they have to toss around something so delicious. Ching hears her and promises he will get her a better cake, and they'll eat it together without wasting any. She thinks about it deeply. Is this the era people dream of, where they get their clothes dirty and waste food and be happy about it? When everyone is done playing, Ching gets up and assures her that no one will be playing anymore, so she can come out now. He goes to the bathroom, and afterward he tells her they'll be leaving soon. She stays there waiting for her hero to come back when Liang approaches her, covered in cake, asking her to be friends with a nasty look on his face. She angrily replies that she doesn't want to engage in any conversation with him, but he's stubborn. Seeing her clean clothes, he realizes she didn't participate in the fun. So he tries to smear cream on her from the cake, and she exclaims, backing away. As she defends herself, about to knock him out, Ching returns and punches Liang in the gut for even daring to get close to Zhang. That makes Liang furious, and he punches Ching, who falls onto the table. Hearing the commotion, Zun enters the room, panicking as he sees Ching and Liang fighting. Ching and Liang are beating each other up as if they'd get a reward for it. The crowd begins to pull them apart, but they are unsuccessful. Suddenly, a hand grabs Ching out of the feud with Hercules kind of power. It was no one other than Zhang. Everyone who witnessed that just thinks how incredibly strong she is. On the other hand, Jun regrets putting them together, and Ching laughs that Lang ruined a good party and he should beat him up a little as well. Jun yells that he'd rather punch him. Then Jun calls off the party and begins sending everyone back home. After everyone is gone, Ching once again begins to trigger Liang to fight him, though Jun seems concerned for Ching as his face is totally swollen. He brushes it off, saying that he's okay, and turns back to his rival to fight him again. He talks about having the guts to touch his girlfriend's face, so now they can solve it if he has any other issue, hinting that he is going to beat Liang up. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door, and Zun tries to send them away by saying that they're busy, but it turns out it was the police who got the report of a fight happening here, along with another officer. It was Hao. Hao feels a little nervous knowing them too well. As the police officer steps inside, they see Lang on the floor while Ching clearly shows the signs of being beaten up. Zijun tries to explain that there is a misunderstanding and there wasn't a fight. Lang and Ching only fell while singing. On the other hand, Zun makes sure to tell Hao that he looks super smashed in the uniform. Getting back to the police officer, he asks Ching about the situation, and he lies that they just fell while being drunk. The police officer asks him for his ID number, but Ching doesn't have his card. The police officer confirms once again if they didn't fight at all, and Ching tries to assure him that there wasn't a fight. They were just messing around. But Liang decides to back off from the plan that he hit him, and they did fight indeed. Hao asks if they really fought or not to, which Ching admits that they did fight. Nervously, Zun still tries to cover up the situation by saying that they're drunk, but the police officer shuts him up, saying that they all are going to the police station to settle it. Ching asks Zun to help him send his sister back home, and he will go to the station. He was only talking about Zhang, which leaves Zun confused whether she is his girlfriend or his sister. The police officer wants all of them to go there, as they all are the witnesses of the situation. That really sounds like bad news for Ching and Zhang. Ching urges that it's not necessary to take her because she has to complete her schoolwork, but the police officer shuts him up, asking why a high school student would even come to a place like that. Jun thinks that Ching is usually smart, but suddenly he sounds like he's spitting nonsense. When he volunteers himself to go instead of her, the police officer angrily says that all of them will be going. They all look at Hao, and he slips off, saying that he can't do anything because he's just a rookie right now. He explains that his cousin just moved out of the village. She hasn't been to a place like that, and she'll be scared. Hao is sure that they're just going to be asked some questions, and that's it. Meanwhile, he wonders if the officer thinks this girl is Ching's girlfriend, as he heard from his father. On the way to the station, Hao asks Ching how he suddenly has a cousin, because that would make Hao her brother. Hao inquires about her name, but Ching says that she is in high school, doesn't have an ID card yet, and is just here to stay with him for a few days. Hao looks at her and introduces himself as her brother. Meanwhile, Jun complains that Hao didn't come to the party when he invited him, but now he's here after everything is already done. As they reach the station, Ching feels a little nervous and wonders if this is what people call a guilty conscience. However, Jang is preparing herself for the questions she's about to be asked. She cheers herself up, and seeing her motivation, Ching becomes a little less nervous because they would eventually have to face these problems. So now they're just becoming familiar with it. Ching and Liang sit together in a room with the police, and Ching begins telling the story of how the fight emerged. Liang knows he won't get any benefit out of it, but makes sure not to let Ching get out of the situation easily. So he starts to play the victim, saying he was just trying to make a harmless joke when he suddenly got punched in the guts. The police officer asks what kind of joke it was and says he needs to know every detail, urging Ching to go first, but Liang snatches that chance away from him and begins ranting. On the other hand, Ching is worried about Zhang being interrogated in the other room because it's still too early for her to deal with situations in a modern way. After Liang is done telling his story, Ching emphasizes that he left out one important detail. Liang started insulting Ching first. He adds that it was his rival who provoked him in the first place, to which Liang defends himself by saying it was just a joke, but the police officer doesn't fall for it, so he gets straight to the point. How are they going to solve this? Liang wants Ching to be detained and arrested for the incident, but the police officer says it was mutual combat. If one person falls for it, the other can't get away either. It's not like Ling got beaten up too badly. There's just a red mark, and that's it. All they can offer is going through a medical examination and then considering detention and compensation accordingly. Ching smirks, knowing that either they can shake hands, both get detained, or go through a medical examination. Liang really thought he could have gotten Ching arrested after getting beaten up. The police officer tells them that Ching will be fined 500 and detained for 8 days, and Liang will be fined 200 and detained for 5 days. Or they can simply choose to reconcile or go for a medical examination. Liang's plan really went down the drain. The officer notices the injuries and mentions they'll take time to heal. Since it's getting late, he offers to drop them home, but Ching hesitates, unsure if the officer should leave his post during duty hours. He points out that nothing usually happens this late. Still, the officer warns Ching to watch his words, hinting that there are strange forces moving quietly through the night, ones that shouldn't be taken lightly. Moreover, the officer still insists on giving them a ride, though Ching prefers to take a cab and asks where his cousin is, to which the officer replies that they're waiting outside. He also mentions that he had asked his cousin to wait inside, but she didn't want to. While heading out, the officer remarks that his cousin Yang seems a bit slow, but Ching quickly defends her, saying she's actually smart. As the night calms down, Ching decides to go home and reminds the officer that they can meet again later. It's getting close to 1 a.m. and Liang has already left, but Ching is still not done, and Zijun and Zhang are waiting outside in the cold. After some time, Ching comes out of the police station and wonders why they didn't wait inside. Shun explains that staying in made him too sleepy. Besides, the night has clearly been exhausting. Jun sigh, calling the whole day a mess. Despite the trouble, Ching jokes that if he gets another chance, he'd give Liang another beating. Suddenly, Ching remembers and asks about Jun's girlfriend, the one he's been dating for a month, to which Jun explains that she couldn't stay awake and went back to the car to sleep. Zijun offers them a ride home, but Ching declines, saying they'll just take a cab since it's already so late. As they get ready to part ways, Ching quietly reflects that with others always around, it's hard to talk to Zhang about the things that really matter. The night grows colder. Jun comments on how chilly it gets this time of year, and jokes that in a moment like this, Ching should be offering his jacket to Zhang. But Ching doesn't react, and Zhang, standing calmly, mentions that she isn't cold at all. Her response carries the weight of someone used to much worse. While Ching looks like a delicate modern guy, Zhang comes across as someone much stronger, almost like someone from another time. Moving forward, there's a moment of silence when Jun tries to figure out the connection between Ching and Zhang, but the answer isn't clear. It leaves more questions than it solves because she doesn't quite seem like a cousin or a girlfriend, and the lack of clarity makes their relationship even harder to place. Eventually, they reach home, and the tiredness from the night begins to settle in. King watches as Zhang walks ahead with quiet steps. So light it's hard to hear her at all. Despite the long, messy evening, Ching starts to realize he might have been the only one who actually enjoyed the chaos. Now walking home slightly drunk and in the dark, the feeling of excitement begins to fade into a strange kind of loneliness. As they walk, Ching asks Zhang to walk beside him instead of behind, joking that it feels like a sidekick is following him, to which Zhang agrees, reminding him that she never saw herself that way. Once they reach home, Ching collapses on the sofa, feeling drained after the long day. But he's curious about her police questioning. He thinks back and learns that Yang only gave simple answers, mentioning a cousin and a birthday, and stayed silent on the rest. After hearing all of this, Ching admires how well Zhang handled it, realizing her clueless act was just smart thinking. In the end, Zhang feels that the police aren't as scary as they seem. After that, Ching reflects on how the day turned out and feels that despite everything, they handled the situation well. Also, Ching didn't lose anything from the fight and even managed to bring Zhang out for a bit of fun. Indeed, Zhang also got a first-hand look at a police station. Other than getting home late, Ching considers it a good day, especially since Zhang reacted well under pressure. Later, Ching teases Zhang a bit about being too obedient, but she calmly reminds Ching that she only follows him because she believes he's a good person. Additionally, Zhang admits she's been relying on Ching because she doesn't fully understand the world yet. Also, Zhang trusts Ching because he's been kind, giving her food, shelter, and support. Moreover, Zhang believes that if she couldn't trust Ching after all that, she might as well be wandering the streets to Zhang. Ching is the only one who has truly helped since she arrived. After the serious conversations, they also joke about the fight earlier, agreeing that if Liang had actually touched Zhang's face, the outcome would have been much worse. Following that, Ching wonders if their fight seems childish from an outside view, to which Zhang, unimpressed, doesn't even consider it a real fight. Janung asked our boy why he had hit that guy. Xuan replied that the man had deserved it and that punches were meant for people like him. He explained to Zhang Ha that if someone ever annoyed her that she couldn't hold back, she can't use her full strength, just enough to make the person feel some pain without actually injuring them. Otherwise, she could end up in jail. He went on to explain that there were many kinds of people in the world. Some wished to wear bougie things but couldn't afford them. The hero told Zhang Hai that such people might give her a nasty look if they saw her wearing these things, but they would only act this way toward people they were familiar with, especially those who were out of their league. Shuing said that these people found it natural for others to be wealthier or more capable, but they couldn't stand seeing someone they actually knew doing better than them. Zhang Hu asked if that really happened. Our guy replied that he looked down on people who behaved that way and on bootlickers in general. Jen Hu asked what a bootlicker was. Our boy explained that it was a very common type of person and jokingly someone who deserved to die. He reassured her that she would understand in due time. John Hu didn't understand much of what he said. Seeing her confused expression, Shu King suggested she take a shower. Noting that it was late, Zhanga agreed and left. Our hero sighed, leaning against the sofa. Realizing that having someone to chat with at home felt surprisingly good, he wondered briefly and awkwardly if they could cuddle to sleep once she was done, but immediately realized how weird the thought was. When Yang Hu returned from the shower holding a blow dryer, Shuing stood and told her she could dry her hair herself today as he was going to shower. As he entered the washroom, he sighed, realizing he had been standing a little too close to her earlier. After a shower, Shu Qing returned to see Zhang Hu holding the blow dryer. She mentioned that many girls had short hair and asked if it was normal for people to cut their hair here. Our hero explained that hairstyle was a personal choice. Even going bald was fine if she wanted. He asked if she wanted to cut her hair. Jenga said she wanted to trim it a little. Our boy advised against cutting it, saying that long hair was beautiful. He took the blow dryer from her and declared that he would dry her hair from now on, asking her not to consider cutting it short just for convenience. Zhanga nodded, then asked if it was normal for guys to help girls blow dry their hair. Shuing smirked and reassured her that it was very normal. After some time, the hero placed the blow dryer on the table and said they were done. He began leaving, reminding Zhang Hu to go to bed early. He turned off the light and wished her good night. Zhang replied and typed good night into her phone, playing a song and following along with the lyrics. The next morning, Shu Qing walked over to Zhang Ho and greeted her with a cheerful good morning. She replied in kind. Our boy admitted he had woken up a little late and asked if she wanted to go out for breakfast. She declined, saying she was at work. Our guy smiled and said he would buy breakfast for them both. As he prepared to leave, tying his shoelaces, Shuing realized that living with Young Hu for so long had subtly influenced his life, giving it more routine. Meanwhile, Yang Ha searched online about girlfriends and began reading the Wikipedia page on the topic. Yang Hu continued reading the Wikipedia page on girlfriend. Afterwards, her curiosity led her to search whether ghosts existed in this world. Shu Hing returned home and urged Yang Hu to take her breakfast. She replied that she was busy working. Shu Hing insisted, telling her that she could take short breaks even while working. Janga said she would eat later, but our boy showed her the food he had brought, light, easy-to-digest buns and soybean milk. Janga picked up a bun and mentioned that she had been playing the game for a while. She asked if she could help other players level up. According to our boy, a mining expedition earned her 18 yuan, enough for 6 buns. Zheng Ho realized that a day of mining expeditions would provide enough for 3 days' worth of food. Our boy checked his phone and promised to find a request for her later, reassuring her that she could try it if she was able. He knew gaming was primarily meant to keep Zhang Ha occupied, preventing her from wandering outside late at night and startling people. Zhang Hu exclaimed in excitement that she really wanted to help others level. Shuing smiled, thinking that once she was more familiar with the modern world, he could give her something more practical to do. Zhang Ho remarked that the food was really tasty. Shu Hing reminded her that it wasn't her first time eating it, but Zhang He insisted it was delicious, adding that the cake from yesterday had been amazing as well. The hero chuckled and asked when her birthday was, offering to get her a huge cake to enjoy by herself. Zhang admitted she didn't know. Our hero smiled and suggested that they could celebrate the day she came to live with him as her birthday. Yuhu, excited, asked if she could eat cake on that day next year. Shu Qing, looking at her happy face, said she could even eat some cake today as a belated celebration and promised to buy one for her later. Zhang thanked him joyfully but then hesitated, worried that cake might be expensive. Shu King chuckled, assuring her it wasn't, and told her to relax and wait to enjoy it. Later, our boy asked if Zhangyi had brought any copper coins from her time since her era primarily used copper over silver. He explained that if she had some, they could potentially sell them for money. Youngha said she didn't have any copper coins. They were usually managed by the second miss. She did, however, have some broken silver pieces sewn into her shirt hems for emergencies. Youngha realized there was no one now to discreetly place money into her clothes. Our boy sighed, thinking that hiding a few copper coins wouldn't be of much use, and if there were too many, she would have used a proper money bag. Looking out the window, he reflected that no one would have guessed that a simple trip outside could lead them here. Meanwhile, Hyozi was riding his motorbike and greeted an elderly lady along the way. He reached home and parked outside, feeling a strong sense of fulfillment from protecting ordinary citizens. Inside, he noticed a puppy and asked his father whose dog it was. Chin replied that it was Wang's dog's son and instructed Hyozi to train it as a police dog. Hyozi groaned, protesting that he didn't even know how to train dogs. The two argued for some time. Eventually, Howie asked for the dog's name. Chin hadn't decided yet, but wanted a name that exuded strength and power. Hyozi sighed in annoyance and then asked if Shuing had a female cousin. Haz's father doubts that he might be interested in the female cousin of Shu King. Hyozi's mind drifts to how close his and Qing family is. Even when they were born, their marriage was fixed. But when it turned out they both were males, the marriage was called off. He explains to his dad that the girl Qing's cousin he met yesterday was pretty but kind of odd. Hearing him call a girl pretty, Hyozi's father assures him to talk to Qing's father about the girl and his son. Though Hai isn't interested in her yet, he found something suspicious about her. It seemed to him that she wasn't able to understand anything. And the way our boy acted at the KTV, it wouldn't be okay to call it weird, but seemed a little deliberate. On the other hand, outside his apartment, our boy greets Uncle Zhao playfully, asking if he saw any ghosts lately. But Uncle Zhao didn't get the sarcasm and is really satisfied with the exorcist who came earlier, and according to him and the people of the building, made that spirit leave. Hearing this, the hero laughs nervously, thinking that when this old lad retires in the future, he will definitely have tons of rumored stories for his grandchildren, and those will definitely go viral if made into a book. As the hero and Yang, who stroll down the street, he playfully teases Zhang Hai, reminding her of how scared the old man was. Jen frowns, assuring not to do that stunt again, and is upset that they think of her as his girlfriend. Seeing her upset, he assures her that he has clarified to everyone that she is not his girlfriend, but it is on them to assume whatever they want and to change her mood. He decides to take her for drinking some kumquat lemon. Even though he changed the subject, still Zhang, his mind races with thoughts. She doesn't understand why people assume they are in a relationship. They slept in different rooms, never crossing any boundaries. Though she knows they ate together and he helped her with a few things, it doesn't mean they can assume stuff. She tries to ignore all this by reminding herself that as long as her conscience is clear, everything is okay. While Ching buys them milkshakes out of curiosity, Young-hoo questions our boy about what girlfriends do so that she will avoid them. Taking a long pause, our boy explains to her all the signs of what girlfriends do, and it is similar to what they do all the time. This freaks her out. Noticing her uneasiness, our guy assures her that with her, there is an exception as the situation is different for them. It doesn't really give her that much assurance, but she tries to forget it. While they are drinking milkshakes, Chung picks up the cake from the nearby shop he ordered. As soon as she sees the cake, she realizes that the debt is increasing for her. So, she offers to let her help him in whatever way he wants. This makes the hero grin, and he decides to tease her, claiming that the problem he is facing is a lack of a girlfriend. So if she helps him with that, it would be great. Hearing this, Jong-hoo starts to think about it, which makes Ching smile. He wonders if she will agree to be his girlfriend, but he knows one thing: he will never make a move on her. Instantly, Jong-ho freaks out, declaring that she will never help him to kidnap a lady. At that moment, he's stunned by the realization of just how naive she is and how far beyond her his thoughts are drifting. Shuing admires Jong for her willingness and open-mindedness to listen to everything he has to say. However, when they witness a couple kissing in public, Yang questions whether it is even appropriate to do such a thing so openly. Our boy's a lonely buddy, hence he finds it indecent as well, but then references Lee Shaman asking, weren't the people in her era open-minded? To this, Jang replies that she had heard a little about him. While talking to Jang, our boy thinks about his father, who had dedicated his entire life to historical research. He worries that if Yang's information doesn't match the historical records, it would mean that all his father's work was of no use. Our boy wants to inquire more if she has seen anything like that before, but she wasn't bothered much by what the emperor did in his life. Shushing agrees with her answer, thinking that historical records often show powerful people like emperors and officials engaged in questionable behaviors, and she may not have been aware of it. Our boy then imagines the tales of conquering the world with a sword, feasting on meat and wine, just a part of his vivid imagination. He exclaims that he wants to know about Zhang's life, which sounds fascinating to him. Jen pauses for a moment, recalling a gory scene, and responds that our boy wouldn't love to hear it all. Shu King insists, saying he would love to hear it as a story tale. Later, our boy opens up a cake box and shows Zhang the birthday candles. He explains that he didn't know her exact age, so he asks the shop assistant for candles for an 18-year-old. Zhang is surprised and is told she can place the candles wherever she wants on the cake. Shuing also tells her that he's going to turn off the lights, which Zhang questions. Our boy explains that it's part of the birthday celebration. After switching off the lights, our guy excitedly praises Zhang, calling her the birthday star of the Night Warrior, and tells her to close her eyes and wish for her heart's deepest desire, then blow out the candles in one breath. He tells her that since it's her first birthday in this era, whatever she wishes will surely come true. Zhang closes her eyes and takes a long time wishing, which makes Shu Qing impatient. He asks if she's done so, she can blow out the candles. Yang finds the entire ceremony weird. The hero explains that this is a Western tradition, and with time, it will get normal for her. Zhang then wants to use her phone to take a picture of the birthday cake as a memory. Su Qing helps her take the pictures and tells her that once she's done, she can cut the cake. Since Zhang is new to all this, he politely helps and guides her in cutting the cake. Jen wants Juking to have the first slice of cake, but he tells her she can have the entire cake. Yang gets excited, and upon being asked by the hero whether she didn't like the cake, she takes a bite and happily tells him that it's delicious. Our boy shares that he had the same reaction when he first tasted cream as a child, but he's not fond of it anymore. Perhaps because he's had tastier food since then. Later, Shu Qing proposes a toast with Zhang using cola, thinking to himself that while it might be just another day for him, she is lucky to be here. He wants to commemorate their meeting, acknowledging that life is short and moments like these matter. Yong-hoo and Shuing sat in the living room as Yong started sharing her past. She remembered that in the 4th year of Caillou, a swarm of locusts had devastated the region, but Lord Tao succeeded in wiping them out and prevented a greater calamity. After the disaster passed, the second miss fled into the wild and later arrived in Gu. The second miss believed she was living in a golden age and regarded Lord Tao as a saintly figure. She even set up an altar at home where she prayed for his long life. She also formed the habit of eating only half as much as others, no matter if the city was thriving or struggling. Although the city's leader considered her foolish, she would simply laugh and say the remaining half of her meal was offered for her savior's long life in this golden era. Shuing felt confused and asked how her family, who practiced martial arts, could keep an altar wishing for the longevity of a government official. Since stories often portrayed martial artists and officials as enemies, Zhang explained that without Lord Tao, the second miss would never have escaped Lu safely, and many more lives might have been lost. In the second M's eyes, every additional day she lived was a gift granted because of Lord Tao. Shu Qing then wondered whether Zhang truly came from the Caillou era and questioned what she would call the Dark Ages if her time was considered a golden one. Zhang explained that her era had suffered through droughts, floods, wars, and numerous other disasters. If there were no human-caused calamities, people would already regard it as a golden age. So the second miss believed their time was especially remarkable. Curious, Shuing searched for Caillou online and concluded that the era could be viewed as both prosperous and troubled. He felt fortunate to have been born in a time of plenty and realized how lucky he was compared to living in Yen's world. He told her not to dwell on it too much and simply enjoy her cake. Janang thanked him and asked if she could eat the remaining cake from the previous day. Holding a birthday card, she quietly admired the modern world. Food could be wasted just for amusement. People could dress boldly, and couples could even act affectionately in public. Thinking about the second miss, she came to understand that compared to her own time, this era truly deserved to be called a golden age. A few days later, while Shuing was working on his computer, he noticed Zhang peering shilly from behind the door. He soon realized she had run out of sanitary pads, but was too embarrassed to ask. Without hesitation, our boy ordered a box online. He told her he would transfer money to her later and would also teach her how to order whatever she needed in the future so she wouldn't feel awkward about it. Janang blushed when Shuing spoke so openly about the matter and asked whether it was normal in this era to discuss such private topics. Our boy assured her that nowadays people could talk about these things openly since there was nothing to hide. Zhang Ha handed Shu Qing 100 yuan, but he noticed the reluctant sadness on her face as she parted with the money. Realizing she needed something to occupy her time, our boy asked if she knew how to cook. Zhang admitted that she could only prepare porridge and reheat leftovers. Our boy said he would teach her, believing that a practical skill like cooking would benefit her for the rest of her life. In his mind, learning something useful mattered far more than her martial arts skills, which had little value in modern society. Smiling to himself, the hero reassured his conscience that he wasn't exploiting her. He was simply helping Yang discover abilities that could truly help her. Compared to earning money from video games at home, cooking was a real practical skill that held value in any era. Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement when she asked if she could really learn. Our boy agreed and brought her into the kitchen to show her how to make stir-fried potatoes. Since he rarely used the kitchen himself, the first step was cleaning it up. Our boy then left to buy ingredients while Zhang stayed behind to tidy everything. She cleaned thoroughly, feeling excited about the chance to learn how to cook tasty meals. When Shuing returned from shopping, tired from carrying the groceries, Zhang pointed at the round ingredients and asked what they were. Our guy explained that they were potatoes, a crop known for its high yield. He said potatoes could be eaten as a vegetable or as a main source of carbohydrates, and they were extremely inexpensive. Laughing, he joked that if the Tang dynasty had potatoes, famines might have been avoided and life would have been much easier. They carried the groceries into the kitchen together. Shuing told Zhang to wash the dirt off the potatoes and then peel them with a potato peeler. He added that once she learned to cook, she could also handle the dishes, and he would even pay her 5 yen for each meal she prepared. Zhang quickly declined, saying it didn't feel right to receive money when she was already staying with our boy and would be eating the food herself. Shu Qing insisted she treat it like a small tip and reminded her that homemade meals were healthier than takeout. He was confident that with her discipline as a warrior, Zhang would quickly learn how to cook well. Still adapting to modern life, Zhang found the idea of regularly eating meals at home somewhat unusual. Shu Qing then showed her a photo demonstrating how to slice the peeled potatoes into thin strips. At that moment, our hero received a call from his friend Hyozi. Before answering, he told Zhang to finish cutting the potatoes and soak them in a bowl of water until he came back. When he picked up the phone, Hyozi said he was finally free and wanted to go out for skewers to celebrate. Shuing declined politely, explaining that he already had food prepared at home and suggesting they meet another time. Ha was surprised to hear that Shu Qing had actually cooked. Confused by the reaction, our boy asked why it was so shocking and added that he didn't have enough ingredients to share even if Hyozi came over. After ending the call, he made sure his friend wouldn't drop by since he preferred that Hui and Zhang didn't meet unless it was absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Zhang sat with her phone searching online to find out whether it was normal for a man and woman living together as roommates to cook meals together at home. Shuing was showing Yang Ho the different seasonings in the kitchen. He told her to carefully observe the amount he used and memorize it well. Yang, however, wasn't fully paying attention. Instead, she kept looking at our boy while thinking about something she had read online earlier, that cooking together can bring two people closer and may even lead to starting a family. Seeing that she seemed distracted, our hero asked if she had remembered the measurements, warning her not to add too much, joking that too much MSG might turn her into a fool. Slightly irritated, Jung said she remembered everything. The hero asked why she was behaving oddly. Zhang first said her conscience was clear, then quickly changed her answer and simply commented that the food smelled wonderful. Once the dish was finished, Zhang was amazed by the rich aroma. Our boy handed her a bowl of rice. During the 2 months they had lived together, this was the first time they had actually cooked a meal side by side. When Yang tasted the stir-fried potatoes, she was captivated by the flavor. Curious, she asked whether potatoes were grown in the soil. Our hero jokingly answered that, of course they came from the ground and didn't appear out of nowhere. He then showed her a steamed potato and said it was one of his favorites. In his enthusiasm, he accidentally grabbed a hot one before realizing it, then passed another to Zhang. He explained that it was understandable she had never seen potatoes before since they originally came from the West. Teasing her, he said that if she ever returned to her own era, sailed southeast and claimed some land, she could become famous enough to be recorded in history books. Janang, however, spoke more seriously. She said she was thinking about finding land in this era, settling down, planting vegetables, and cooking her own meals. Shuing thought that was unrealistic, explaining that farming alone wasn't a dependable way to survive in modern society. To him, people from her time seemed overly attached to land as a means of stability, but times had changed. Still determined, Jung said she could work hard, save money, and eventually start her own farm. She planned to cultivate crops, wait 3 or 4 years for harvests, and repay our guy for everything he had done for her. Shu Qing cut her off, saying that what she needed first was to learn how to live in the modern world, and he told her not to focus on farming for now. Jen's expression immediately dimmed, so our boy quickly reassured her, saying she could treat his home like her own, and that he would look after her. Hearing that made Yang blush. The hero quickly clarified that he only meant he would take care of her openly, just like he did with the cat, and that anything else was a matter for the future. Janang firmly replied that he didn't need to joke about such things. She felt grateful to him for letting her stay there, and said she would find another way to repay him, but certainly not by offering herself. Our boy was stunned, wondering how such outrageous thoughts had entered her mind. Jen added that she couldn't truly regard Shuing's home as her permanent residence and would only remain there temporarily. Since neither of them had anything to hide, Shuing agreed, feeling that the matter cleared their consciences. He reminded her that he had never made any personal promises and asked whether she thought he was a bad person. Jen answered that he was a good man. Smiling, our hero told her to call him Young Master, joking that he wasn't actually such a good person. Later that night, Zhang browsed through Shu Qing's social media using his account and stumbled upon some old photos of him. She asked if the person in the pictures was really Shu Qing. He initially denied it, but Zhang kept pressing until he finally admitted the photos were from his flashy younger days. Our boy flushed with embarrassment. He had hidden those pictures in a private folder, so he wouldn't be reminded of that past, but somehow Zhang had managed to find them anyway. Zhang asked Shu Qing if he had ever had long hair. Shu Qing replied that his long hair had been for his funeral love phase, something Zhang likely wouldn't understand. He explained that he and his friends had been trendsetters back then. Our boy thought to himself that if he hadn't looked like a bum in the past, his father wouldn't nag him every other day like he did now. Paying rent for a home owned by his family still made no sense to him. Our boy then helped Zhang create her own social media account where she could post and store pictures as long as nothing went wrong. He helped her set a password using her name in English and created an internet handle, Fly Dancer, reflecting her martial arts background. Shuing also joined her in online gaming communities and showed her how to use them. Exhausted, he collapsed on the couch and noticed a friend request notification for Yang. He wondered if she would become an internet addict at this rate, but he decided it was far better than her ending up as a miner or a vigilante. After just 2 months, the boy realized he had grown used to having Yang around. He also saw that she was adapting to modern life, slowly becoming a city girl. In her own time, she had been just a grain of sand, but in this era, she was becoming a brick, solid, and capable, which made our guy happy to help her. Later, Yang got up to take a shower. Our boy told her he had bought a high-absorbent towel so she could dry her hair easily. While in the bathroom, Zhang reflected on how Shuing had been right. In this era, many things existed for enjoyment, not for mere survival, as in her own time. After 2 months, she could feel how much she had changed since arriving. When Yang came out of the shower, Shuing offered to blow dry her hair before taking his own shower. He thought that helping her would prevent her from getting annoyed and cutting her hair short impulsively. Yang suggested that Shuing could consider growing his hair long, too, as long as he didn't dye it red, so she could return the favor by blow-drying his hair. Our boy was happy with his current hairstyle and told her that helping her was no trouble at all. Blow-drying was a daily task at hair salons. He even added that he would take her to get a haircut so she could look her best, making Yang smile in gratitude. Janang wondered if the roles were reversed if Shuing had come to her time, whether he would have survived without modern skills with her protecting him instead. She thought it would have been a piece of cake. She hoped Shuing would never have to experience her era, as things were already good for them in the present. The next day, Shuing took pictures of Yang dressed in winter clothes. Realizing that she was becoming a dress-up darling, he wondered whether her martial arts could help her tolerate the cold. Jang confidently replied that she would manage better than the hero. The hero teased her, saying her toes would freeze in her straw shoes, which made Yang scowl in anger. Later, Shuing left the house, telling Yang to cook for herself since he would be eating out. As he walked out, he thought about how it was already late November and he still hadn't paid his rent. He considered transferring the money to his father, but decided it would be better to visit in person. Since his father had lowered the rent, Shuing wanted to prevent any misunderstandings. He didn't want his parents arriving unannounced and assuming there was a romantic relationship between him and Yang. Shu King sends his mother a message before going to visit her. When he arrives, she immediately asks if he has come alone. Our boy casually asks who else he could have brought. His mother looks around and asks where his girlfriend is. He replies that he left Yang at home. His mother asks why he did not bring her along. Our boy tells her not to glare at him. Zhang is only his girlfriend, so there is no need to bring her every time. Besides, he jokes that his father would probably complain again about him freeloading off them. His mother then wonders how he and Yang ended up living together and suspiciously asks if he picked her up off the street. Shuing explains that Yang came to the city alone to search for work and does not know anyone in this unfamiliar place. At first, he treats her like a younger sister, but gradually their relationship changes. When asked where Zhang is from, our boy says she comes from the mountains. He tells his mother that when he first meets her, her shoes are torn, and she even refuses to accept a new pair. Her clothes are full of patches, and she is often hungry. His mother finds it difficult to believe and assumes he is exaggerating, since Yang does not seem as miserable as he describes. Shu Sing insists that Zhang is not like other carefree girls who have everything provided for them. She has supported her family since she was young. In truth, he prepares these stories beforehand to mislead his mother. The topic then turns to their future since they are living together. The hero becomes nervous and quickly explains that nothing inappropriate is happening. Yang sleeps in the storage room instead of sharing his bed. His mother still warns them to be cautious. Shuku King replies that Zhang is only staying there temporarily. His mother tells him to bring Zhang along next time and advises that if they are not compatible, they should separate early. Our hero jokes that if they do get along, maybe his father will stop charging him rent. She then asks whether he has found a job yet, and Xing admits that he is still looking. When his father returns home at 7 o'clock, the first thing he asks is whether his son has brought the rent. Our hero smirks and says he only came for dinner. His mother calls everyone to wash their hands. During the meal, Shu Qing keeps thinking about what Zhang might be doing at home, which makes his father notice that he is behaving oddly. Later, while helping his mother wash the dishes, the boy sees that she is growing ginger sprouts. When he reaches for one, she lightly slaps his hand away. After he says he wants to plant one himself, she finally lets him take a single sprout. He plans to give it to Yang, knowing she will enjoy taking care of it. As he prepares to leave, his mother tells him to go home since it is getting late. Our guy hesitates for a moment, then admits with a red face that he thinks he has fallen in love. On the way back, he keeps turning the thought over in his mind. He truly has fallen for Zhang, a girl who comes from 1,000 years in the past. Shuking enters the house and asks Zhang what she is doing. She panics a bit, but explains that she is about to play some games. Instead, our guy hands her a small plant. Yang studies it curiously, confused. Our hero explains that it is a sprouting ginger plant. He tells her she can keep it in her room or place it in the kitchen. After a moment of consideration, Yang decides to put it in the kitchen. Shuing then asks if she still wants to play games, but Yang feels tired and plans to go to bed instead. He reminds her to stay warm in the cold weather, assuring her that the weather will get better in a couple of weeks. Before Yang leaves, our boy calls her over and asks her to sit beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he asks if he can hold her hand. Jen refuses right away. Our boy says he only wants to check whether her hands are cold. She still declines, but he gently reaches out and briefly takes her hand anyway. As he holds it, he studies it carefully, which makes Yang feel a little uneasy. When she asks what he is doing, he casually says he is curious whether martial arts training makes a person's hands rough or unattractive, adding that he is thinking of learning martial arts himself. In reality, he is already considering buying her hand warmers for the cold weather. Feeling embarrassed under his scrutiny, Zhang quickly escapes to take a shower. As soon as she disappears, Shuqing rushes to the computer to check what she had been doing earlier, suspicious about her strange behavior. Looking through the browser history, he discovers a series of unusual searches that leave him puzzled about what she has been thinking. When Yang returns from the shower, our boy offers to help blow dry her hair again. She notices the strange expression in his eyes and asks why he has been acting oddly all evening. While plugging in the hairdryer, our boy suddenly begins lecturing her. He explains that search engines are not always reliable because they are created and managed by people, and people can make mistakes. He also warns her that some individuals online are scammers, so she should not believe everything she reads on the internet. Jen watches him suspiciously and asks why he suddenly feels the need to say this. Shuing awkwardly answers that it simply crossed his mind and insists it has nothing to do with anything she might have searched. Later that night, lying in bed, our boy reflects that at the rate Yang is adapting, she will soon fit seamlessly into modern society. Thinking about it makes him analyze everything about her, until he finally decides he needs to find a way to officially make Yang his girlfriend. The next morning, Yang is brushing her teeth while Shu Chu-ching stands nearby, staring at her. His constant gaze starts to irritate her. Yet the longer he watches her, the more perfect she appears to him. Unable to keep it to himself any longer, our guy casually asks if she would like to visit his parents' house sometime when she is free. Shushing remembers how his father visited the previous month and questioned why he and Yang were living together. Thinking back to that suspicion, the hero now asks Yang to pretend to be his girlfriend and accompany him to a meal with his parents, hoping it will stop them from meddling in his life. When she hears the word girlfriend, Zhang looks confused and asks whether that means they would have to sleep together. The hero quickly reassures her that she does not need to do anything like that. She only has to join him for the meal. Then jokingly, he adds that he would not mind if she wanted to share a bed. Jung rejects the idea immediately. After some thought, she agrees to act as his girlfriend. Delighted, Shuing suggests they should rehearse beforehand. Janang frowns, not understanding why practice is necessary if they are simply going out to eat. Caught off guard, our boy hastily changes the subject and offers to take her to an all-you-can-eat buffet for lunch. The promise of unlimited food instantly sparks Jung's excitement. While they are outside, the hero asks if she feels cold. Jung says her clothes are warm enough. Our boy jokes that if she returned to her own era wearing that coat, she might as well stuff some potatoes into her pockets too. Yang seriously asked whether she could earn enough money to buy a computer and bring it back with her. Our boy explains that a computer would only be useful if she first downloaded a huge amount of information onto it, and even then, it would make her seem odd in her time. Potatoes, he concludes, would be much more useful. Zhang decides that after tasting them, she will learn how to grow them herself. On the way, Shuing notices Auntie Chong struggling to carry a large bag of rice. He asks why she is handling such a heavy load and wonders where Uncle Wong is. Auntie Chong explains that Uncle Wong has been dealing with high blood pressure and asks Shuing to help carry the rice if he has time. Our boy agrees immediately and asks Zhang to help lift the sack onto his shoulder. He casually adds that he is just about to take his girlfriend Zhang out for a meal and that it is lucky she happened to meet them. Auntie Chong brightens when she hears Shuqing openly call Zhang his girlfriend, though she realizes she does not even know Zhang's name, despite seeing her around. Shuqing introduces her simply as Zhang. Zhang like ginger sprout. Auntie Chong laughs and comments that the name suits her gentle nature. After setting the rice down at her door, he remarks that Auntie Chong must have met Zhang before. However, she cannot remember such a meeting and calls for her husband to open the door. Thinking quickly, Shuqing tries to plant a memory, saying they actually met 4 or 5 years ago when Zhang had a rounder face. Auntie Chong chuckles and blames her fading memory on age, inviting them inside for a drink. Our boy politely refuses, explaining they are heading out for lunch. As they walk away, John questions why he told so many lies. Our boy explains that if she wants to live independently in this world, rather than relying completely on him, she needs to become part of people's memories. Because her real past is different from everyone else's, He intentionally tells Auntie Chang, who is known as the neighborhood gossip, knowing she will quickly spread the story that Zhang is his girlfriend. In that way, Zhang will gradually gain a place in people's awareness. From then on, Shuing introduces Zhang as his girlfriend to everyone they pass. He even tries to take her hand, but fails because she keeps her hands tucked inside her sleeves. He explains that he is only doing it so others will notice her more easily. Understanding his reasoning, Yang offers him the sleeve of her coat to hold instead. Shuing smiles and says it is unnecessary when no one is around. As they continue walking, the hero realizes that if he truly wants Zhang to become his girlfriend for real, the journey ahead will be long and it will take a great deal of effort. Shuking takes Zhang out for hot pot, hoping for a quiet evening. As they chat on the way, he suddenly freezes. Hyozi is standing ahead laughing with a group of friends. Our boy instinctively wants to turn around and avoid him, but it's too late. Yozi has already spotted them. With narrowed eyes, Hozi asks what Shu Qing is doing there, clearly suspecting he's up to something. Our boy casually replies that they're just going to eat hot pot and even invites Hyozi to join them. Hyozi declines, saying he's working, but his attention shifts to Zhang, recognizing her as the high school cousin Shuing once mentioned. Howie begins firing math questions at her, leaving Yang visibly confused. Before things spiral further, our hero cuts in and boldly announces that Yang isn't his cousin. She's his girlfriend. That only deepens Hyo's suspicion. If Zhang is his girlfriend, why did Shuing introduce her as his cousin before? Something is definitely off. Smirking, Shuing mockingly calls Hyozi Sherlock Holmes and admits there is a story behind it, but he'll explain another day because he's starving. If Hyozi insists on interrogating him now, our hero jokes that he's ready to be arrested on the spot. Hyozi finally lets them go, but not without a warning. The hero had better come clean later, or Hyozi will tell his father about his drinking and gambling habits. Shuing brushes it off and tells Zhang to ignore him. The two head into the restaurant, leaving Hyozi fuming. Inside, Zhang grows uneasy. She wonders if she shouldn't have come out at all. Our boy gently asks if she would rather stay cooped up at home all day. He explains that she can't learn about the modern world unless she experiences it herself. When Zhang nervously points out the police officers nearby, Shu Qing reassures her. As long as she doesn't reveal her true identity, no one will arrest her. And even if the police question her, she can simply say she's a wanderer. They'd probably help her find her family. Zhang hesitates, saying that's not what Shuing told her before. He smiles awkwardly and replies that times have changed. Soon the food arrives. Zhang thanks him shilly for the treat, making Shuing blush. He asks her to take off her hat and jacket so she can eat comfortably. Curious, he asks whether people in her era had hot pot. Zhang says she's never tried hot pot specifically, though they had similar communal meals. Our boy recalls a poem about such gatherings and recites it while adding more meat to her bowl. Zhang's eyes sparkle with gratitude as she tastes the food. Mesmerized by her expression and her beauty, Shuing barely touches his own meal. Zhang notices and asks why he isn't eating. He laughs and claims he's already full. Instead, he peels shrimp for her, explaining that friends should help each other. Janang thoughtfully notes this as another modern rule. Eventually, Zhang is full. Our boy suggests they walk home so she can digest the food. He carefully helps her put her hat back on, and together they step outside. As they stroll down the road, Shu Qing points out the surroundings, enjoying the quiet moment by her side. While walking down the road, Shuing asks Jianhu if she knows how to walk on water. He tells her that there was once a monk who could float across water using a single reed leaf. Jungho replies that she doesn't know how to do that and comments that modern people are strange. Shuing then points at a stone and asks if she can split it in half with her bare hands. Jung sigh, questioning how human flesh could possibly be stronger than rock. A moment later, our boy grabs her hand and leads her toward a nearby tree. Pointing at it, he asks if she can break it. Genha clenches her fist and punches the tree, even after receiving a warning that the attempt is dangerous. The tree snaps. Both of them stare at it in shock before he suddenly shouts that this counts as destruction of public property. He quickly grabs Zhang He's hand and starts running. Annoyed, Zhang He reminds him that he was the one who told her to do it. After a moment, she asks him to let go of her hand. Shu Hing releases her and walks a few steps ahead. Sighing, he tells her they are going home and that they will play some games. When they arrive home, the hero sits on the sofa to relax. Zhang Ha calls out to him and asks what romance means. His eyes widen instantly and he jumps to his feet. Walking over to her, he looks at the computer screen. Zhang Ha shows him the message she received and the hero reads it carefully. He tells Zhang Hai to start preparing dinner and says he will handle the matter. After she leaves, Shu Qing sits at the computer and adds the person who messaged her to his revenge hit list. He whistles to himself, thinking that he hasn't even made his move yet, and someone is already thinking about Yang Hai. Soon after, someone knocks on the door. The hero opens it and sees his father, Shu Wenbin. He immediately asks if it is rent day already. Shunbin walks inside and explains that he was on his way home from work and decided to check whether the heater was functioning properly. As the landlord, he says it is his responsibility to fix any issues. However, Shu and Bin freezes when he notices Zhang He standing there. She politely greets him. Adjusting his glasses, he silently wonders what is going on, as this was not how he imagined things. On his way over, he had planned to lecture our boy and whip him into shape. Looking around, Shunbin notices that the house is spotless. Everything is neatly arranged. He remembers that the last time he visited, the place looked like a pigsty. He can't understand how it changed so drastically. He greets Jang Ho properly and repeats that he only came to check the heater. Shuing sighs and assures him that it is working perfectly fine. After a brief pause, Zhu Wenbin says he should leave before his wife starts nagging him. Before exiting, he invites Young Hu to visit sometime. Once Shu Wenbin leaves, Zhang He tells Xu Qing that she is going back to cooking. Our boy watches her with a soft smile as she continues preparing dinner. Jung Ho and Shuing begin to eat, and our boy asks if she has thought about the future. Jang Ho replies that she imagines the future will be just like this. Our boy chuckles and reassures her that it's perfectly fine if things stay this way. Jung Ho tells Shuing that she won't trouble him constantly and adds that, since they are unrelated, she feels extremely blessed to receive so much help from him. She recalls that the second miss once said, "No one owes anyone anything, and those who help do so out of kindness, they shouldn't be taken advantage of." Hearing this, our bro says that they could become related since both are unmarried, and meeting each other is fate. Jang Ho shakes her head. She reminds him that he is her benefactor, and that she cannot treat him otherwise. She insists that she needs to repay everything she owes him. Shuing imagines a moment where Zhang Hu offers herself to repay him. He quickly responds that he wishes for both of them to willingly be in a relationship. He yells at her, saying this is how it should have developed. He asks if offering herself in marriage is considered a way to repay a benefactor. Jung Ho firmly denies it. She says the second miss taught her that all debts should be repaid, and offering oneself for marriage is the most shameless way of all. It only makes the person dependent on the other. Shuing imagines the second miss cutting the red thread that connects his and Yang's love. He grits his teeth, struggling to control his anger. He asks her not to treat him as her benefactor, but she insists that he is, and there is no need to pity her. Zhanga declares that she will work hard to earn her own living and not rely on anyone. Zhuing sigh, realizing that Zhang Ho's view of him as her benefactor is the biggest obstacle in his attempt to make her his girlfriend. He watches her play games on the computer. Based on the power leveling rates in the game, he knows it will take her years to earn enough to repay him. He considers whether he should force her, but then remembers that she could break his neck as easily as she broke the tree. Thinking practically, Shuing sends his cat into Zhang's lap, realizing that besides adjusting to modern life, she must learn to support herself. Otherwise, she will always feel insecure and never truly belong in this era. At the beginning of December, Shuqing sits in a restaurant with his friends. Hezi demands that our boy tell them where his girlfriend came from. Our hero explains that Zhangyi has no relatives nearby. Feeling pity for her, he brought her home to be his girlfriend. Another friend protests that this isn't normal procedure, but the hero argues that a couple can be together as long as both are willing. Hyozi presses him, asking why Shuqing had previously said Zhang Hu was his cousin. The hero, wearing a helpless expression, explains that he was helping her hide her identity. He recounts that Zhang Hu was homeless, doing odd jobs, and had nowhere to live. If he didn't help her, she might have been sent to a shelter, and he would still have to look after her afterward. Hai, feeling pity, agrees to believe him for now. Shuqing smiles and shoulder bumps Hosey, asking him to help John Ho with the ID issue they discussed earlier. Hai gets annoyed, and another friend shouts at them to stop fooling around. Our bro continues teasing Hyosi, and all three cheer with their drinks. After some time, Hosey leaves, explaining that he has work tomorrow. Shuqing and another friend see him off, thanking him for his hard work as a police officer. Our bro then sits in another car with a friend, asking if any of his family shops have job openings that don't require an identity card. His friend tells him that if it's for his girlfriend, she just needs to give them a heads up. Shuqing admits it would be difficult since her only verifiable history is being homeless, and having a legitimate background would help. His friend suggests jobs even a 16-year-old could do, noting that it would be ideal for her. Our boy asks if it's possible to make it appear as though John Hu has been working at one of his family's shops for the past 2 years. His friend nods and reassures him that he will figure out a way to make it happen. Later, Shuqing announces his arrival as he steps inside the home. Janong informs her that she's already eaten and left his food in the kitchen. He crashes down on the couch lazily while teasing his cat when Zhang smells the alcohol from his mouth, interrogating him about the smell of alcohol. When she accuses him of visiting a brothel as well, he jumps out of shock. After he sniffs his coat, he asks her how she reached such a conclusion. So she explains that it is due to the scent coming off of him. Out of confusion, he once again smells his coat, and this time, he can also smell the floral scents coming off his coat, which makes him think that they must have gotten onto him due to sitting in the car of the playboy of all time, Zun. Shuqing quickly defends himself, claiming he's a model citizen, and tells her that brothel and prostitution are against the law, so they are almost out of existence. Therefore, she doesn't need to worry about him wandering off or selling her off to someone else. When Zhang gets surprised at the number of laws and ordinances in this world, Shuqing enlightens her about their importance by giving the example of selling off body parts in the name of legal transactions if it weren't for these laws. Shuqing cautions Zhang about not being too defenseless, since even in the peaceful times, darkness still lurks around. His words throw her into deep imaginings of him selling away her body parts, and he notices it. Our bro tries to change the topic by reminding him how essential it is for her to have at least a little level of wariness, but Zhang is too lost in her scary imaginations to listen to Shuqing. The hero decides to leave her alone with her thoughts and checks the food left for him in the kitchen. He eats it happily despite not being hungry, and after washing the dishes and changing his clothes, he slumps back onto the couch. He looks over at Yang, who is working on the computer, and finds her so adorable that he wants to hug her. Shuqing asks Yang what she thinks about his father, while sadly telling her how demanding and emotionally unavailable his father has always been. When he mentions how jealous it makes him feel to see people having good relations with their dads, Yang turns to look at him. He very cleverly finally reaches the point of what he initiated the conversation for and cries about his father never hugging him when that's all he craved his whole life. Calling it an absurd request, he asks her for a hug, and it makes Yang confused about the situation. Noticing Yang's expression, he brushes it off, but it makes her feel bad, so she hugs him. He squeezes her body quickly into a tight hug, catching her off guard. At first, she tries to resist him and pull herself out of the suffocating hug, but slowly calms down and holds onto his shirt. She tries to relax by reminding herself that it is just for the sake of the young master's experience, and her conscience is clear. On the other hand, our bro is enjoying the scent of her hair while holding himself back from hugging her tighter. After she asks him if he is done with the hug, he pulls back while thanking her and gets up to take a shower, leaving her worried about him not being as relaxed as he looks. Yang's practicing martial arts with a sword in the morning, while our bro is secretly recording a video of her. She stops immediately when she notices him, and he also stops the recording before asking her about the significance of martial arts. She answers that it works out quite well for her and flaunts her strength. After scrolling through some articles on his phone, Shuqing gets to know the importance of martial arts and gets down on his knees, asking her to teach him too, since it would be sad if such an important tradition disappeared over time. When he enthusiastically announces to practice it wholeheartedly to excel his skills, he gets into a random position and asks her if his stance is correct, and she affirms even though it was nowhere near correct. As expected of him, just after 10 minutes, Shuqing was on the ground panting for breath on all fours. Jen realizes how unskillful he is and pushes him to keep going instead of sitting like that. When she tries to make him understand the role of practice in martial arts in order to become a top-rate martial artist, he extends his hand forward, gesturing to her to stop since his goals have altered now after he has seen what martial arts takes. When he expresses his wish of having a strong body, she tries to motivate him to push himself to the end so that once he is able to maintain that stance for an hour, she promises to teach him some techniques. Then Shuqing excitedly asks if he would get to practice his skills in the snow once he has mastered them, which makes Yang confused about such an absurd wish of his. As soon as the first snowfall of Yongcheng's winter hits the ground, our bro starts his journey of learning martial arts. One day when they're outside, Yang looks quite happy and excited to be out in the snow, which makes him notice how relaxed she has finally gotten as compared to the first time she arrived here. She skids through the snowy and slippery ground like a kid, so he leads her to their ride. While they're sitting on the back seat of the car, Yang notices how calm and relaxed the driver is inside the car, and all he has to do is to turn the steering wheel while staying oblivious of the cold outside. Interested in the driving job, she whispers to Shu Qing about her thought of becoming a driver. Our boy is quick to dismiss her thought, saying he can't teach all the necessary things to her alone, and he can't allow her to get into road accidents voluntarily. Listening to him, she realizes that our boy knows how to drive and asks his reason for not driving one, to which he simply mentions his poverty. They arrive outside Shu Cheng's parents' house, and while assuring her to stay calm, he reminds her of the lie about coming here from the mountains of Yachen in search of a job, which she needs to tell his parents later. Suddenly, the hero notices his Uncle Chin and calls him out while telling Yang to quickly grab his hand. After she reminds herself again about her conscience being clear about holding his hand, she holds his hand. Uncle Chin notices them, and our bro quickly introduces Zhang to him, while Zhang plays with Uncle Chin's newly found puppy. Uncle Chin asks Shuing to teach Hyozi some dating tricks as well, but he says Hyozi suits arranged dates the best. While they walk to Shu Qing parents' home, he teaches her small tips on their way. He tells her how normal holding hands is, so she doesn't need to feel awkward about it, even if there's nobody. She seemed a bit perplexed over his claim, so he shifted the topic to satisfying his mother's questions. In his tips on how not to give unclear answers, he first tells her to figure out what his mother wants to hear so she can say so to make her answer sound genuine. Secondly, if she is asked about her routine, she should lie about being busy with her own things rather than mention her addiction to games. However, she gets a bit confused about what exactly it means, and he sums it up by telling her to stay in the role of his girlfriend. They enter the house, and after Shu Qing introduces the two to each other, his mother tells them to take a seat while they wait for food to be ready. Her mother secretly finds Yang beautiful, whereas the hero takes her inside and helps her take off her jacket and hat. His father comes out of his room and looks at the two of them curiously through his spectacles. So, Shuing introduces Yang to him, reminding him how he has already met him before. His father didn't look pleased to see them together and annoyedly asked the hero why he was looking so happy. After putting forward Yang as his reason for happiness, he internally laughs at his father not being able to recognize a person from ancient times, despite him being a historical researcher. Ju King tells Zhang to relax and peels an orange for her. As soon as he hands her the orange, he suddenly realizes how he has forgotten to bring something home, since it is the first time he is here with his girlfriend. However, his father rudely tells him that they already have everything, so he does not need to bring over anything. His mother calls them for food, so he guides Yang to the washroom and goes ahead to help out his mother. When the table is set, Yang comes out of the washroom hesitantly, so his mother warmly welcomes her to the table, telling her to drop her shyness. She happily runs to the table and gets herself seated while Shuing's mother serves her food. When Yang looks at the food and rice on the table, she is surprised by the variety since she has been thinking it was going to be a simple lunch. Zhang shares the tasty food his mother has cooked while his mother adores how good they look together. His father's eye on the other side twitches with annoyance at the sight of seeing them happy together. After a while, Shuing's mother's adoration and his father's annoyance both turn into extreme shock as they watch Zhang munches down a second bowl of rice, which both of them combined haven't eaten. After the lunch, when our bro is helping out with the dishes, his father demands he visit him in his study later. Shuing's mother offers some water to her, but she gets quite uncomfortable at his mother's sincere efforts to make her feel at home. She tells her not to get so formal with them and asks her to sit with her. Once the both of them have sat, his mother, while talking about their relationship, asks her where she is from. Remembering the answers our guy had taught her earlier, she quickly claims to have come from the mountains. Xing goes to talk to his father in the study where he asks our boy about his future plans, since he and Yang are cohabiting. Xing casually assures him that it's nothing more than simply sharing a space, but his father gets angry. Angrily, his father says that he knows all about what young people think these days and asks him about his future plans once again. Shu Qing thinks to himself how he and Zhang is not actually dating and asks his father not to worry about them and just forgive the rent for him. However, his father does not buy his excuses to change the topic and forces our guy to answer him. Our hero gets annoyed by his father continuously pressing him for answers, so he claims to have more expertise in this domain. This fuels the old man's anger, and he kicks Shuing out of the study. Shuing looks at his mother and Zhang. He is sitting together in the living room, and he knows better than to leave Zhang. He alone has to answer his mother's questions. He takes his parents' permission, and they both leave for their home after saying goodbye. As soon as they step outside, the protagonist's father immediately starts asking his wife about the girl. But thanks to our guy's prior lesson given to Zhang, it turns out that is all useless information the woman could get out of Zhang. As Shu Qing and Zhang walk out of the block, His father glares at them angrily from the window because they somehow manage to dodge all the questions while fully enjoying the lunch. While walking out of the block, our guy carries the bag of oranges his mother gave to them. He asks her if she wants to eat something. She refuses, reasoning that she has less hunger these days. He then tells her how normal it is to have less appetite since she isn't so active these days, but she should still take care of her diet and not overeat since it can hinder her movement abilities. Janong scaredly agrees, to which he tells her that it is fine since she loses enough calories while practicing martial arts. When he promises to buy a weighing scale for her to keep balance, she seems confused about it. He pranks her by telling her a scale is what a person is tied to and then lift it up to measure their weight. When she looks scared by the description, he chuckles and tells her that it's just a joke. Later at home, Young worries about getting a job to pay her debts quickly, so she asks our guy about it. Since he could not think of a suitable job for her, he tells her to keep playing games until she finally finds something that interests her, since the most important thing in life is to enjoy it. After some thought, she confesses to not having anything that interests her, and then asks about the reason for their cat, Winter Melon Life. After he expresses his oblivion about it, he tells how jealous he is of Winter Melon for not living under the shackles of society. When she asks the meaning of the metaphor, he teases her by saying she just would not get it and gets up to take a shower. She insists on him annoyedly, wishing to smack his face before he stops in his tracks, telling something about two types of people he hates. One he describes to be those who don't complete their sentence. And when she asks him about the second type, he walks into the washroom without answering, making her even angrier. Shuking educates Zhang about the two kinds of dealers in games, one being the wealthy ones who can have as many resources as they want, while the other being the ones who take advantage of the communication gap, which is when one knows about something that others don't. So he buys the resources in exchange for the information. To make her understand better, he gives an example of how people in her era used to monopolize by stocking resources in exchange for information, and later selling it at high prices, making the poor have to sell anything they have. To tease her, he asks her to be his slave bride while acting like a monopolizer. So she angrily refuses him. He assures her that he's just kidding and realizes how oblivious she's about everything right now. Considering this, he tells her to search about humanities and tells her this is what she needs to learn. They read through the online articles about the things included in humanities and guarantee to look for novels and movies on this topic to watch with her. She curiously asks if learning about it will finally clear the information gap between them. So he confirms and tells her to get ready for sleep. Jen is still lost in her thoughts about the information gap and asks if he wanted to take advantage of it to make her his girlfriend. The question catches our guy off guard, and despite it being the truth, he calls it an accusation since she has no evidence regarding it. He urges Zhang to take a shower and then sneaks onto his computer chair as he doubts that she is up to something. After looking through her search history, he finds out many weird, doubtful questions she had searched about him and his intentions. He wonders if it is not normal for two opposite-gendered people to develop feelings even after living together. Shuking realizes how she has been acting normal all this time while having her deep concerns. Jen comes out of the shower, and after looking at her, he looks away with a smug smile. On being asked about it, he acts clueless and nonchalantly offers to dry her hair. She accepts his help and wonders why he still wants to end the knowledge gap between them when he should be wishing that she had never known about his secret feelings. She goes to bed while wondering if Shuing's intentions are purely for her sake. Shuing wakes up in the morning from his phone ringing. Upon receiving the call, his ears are blasted by his friend Hio's voice yelling through the phone. He asks our guy angrily about what he has told his father, Uncle Chin. So the hero says he praised the choice of name of his pet dog. Huzi gets angrier at the hero playing dumb and directly asks him about matchmaking. Shuing laughs when he remembers about it and teases him before hanging up. Shuing gets out of his room, and upon being asked, he says that he's up early to strengthen his body, considering that she makes him get into a martial arts stance and stay in it. He asks if there isn't any quick way to gain strength, like castration or dual cultivation. She concernedly asks him if he wants to get castration, but he refuses and instead claims to want dual cultivation. She looks away embarrassingly while denying the existence of such a technique, but the blush in her cheeks gives her off, and our guy starts teasing her for that. After continuous practice, Shuing levels up somewhat in maintaining his stance, but he still could not see any difference in his body visually. According to his fantasies, having a warrior S from the Tang dynasty should have automatically gotten him loaded with ultimate techniques so they could fight off evil on their way to living in the wilderness. The thought of his parents finally bringing him back to reality from his wish to live in the wilderness. Later, when Shuqing is working on his laptop, Yang is lying down beside him on the couch while reading a book. He cautions her about the risk of becoming nearsighted due to reading a book like that and explains to her what it means since she doesn't seem to understand the word. He gets up and brings her non-prescription rectangular frame glasses and gives them to her. He reminds her that it is the same as the ones that his father was wearing when they visited his parents' house. She carefully puts them on and asks him for assurance if she has put them on correctly. He turns on the front camera in his mobile phone and shows her how she looks. Our boy finds it perfect on her, but Zhang has a hard time getting used to its existence on her nose. He looks at her focused expression closely and starts blushing because he wants to hug her once again. Reminded of the same tactic, he brings up his father again. He asks her if Second Miss ever hugged her, so she affirms and tells him about how Second Miss would actually squeeze her tightly into a hug, especially on cold days, and used to make her feel at ease a lot. Before Shuing can say anything, his mobile phone starts ringing. He looks at the contact name and announces that it is Jun who is calling him. He attends the call, and after confirming if our guy's at home, Jun tells him that he has the documents related to the employment issue that he needs to get signed by the hero. So he wants to come to Shuing's place to get them signed. After listening to how the rich dude Shun has already looked into his problem and even has the documents to be filled out, our boy invites him. Not so long after, the front door of our guy's house is knocked. Before he could answer the door, Yang volunteers and runs to the door. She peeps through the peephole before opening the door, and this makes Shuing confused. The reason Zhang makes sure to look through the peephole is because she finds it quite useful in case there is some kind of threat on the other side, so she can be prepared with her sword to defend herself. Jenning looks closely at the person, and when she recognizes him, she finally swings the door open. Shi Yun, who is shivering cold when he looks at Yang, quickly turns to leave, thinking he has knocked on the wrong door. Our boy drags him inside, assuring him that it is surely his house, and asks Zun the reason for him being so forgetful when he has already met his girlfriend Yang before. After the clouds of confusion have cleared, Jun slumps down on the couch beside our bro. He looks over at Zhang. He is playing a game on the computer and teases our boy and whispers, saying he just realized where Shuing has disappeared to these days if it was not for his mistress. Changing the topic, our boy gets it confirmed if the forged work experience documents are good to go and asks Zhenang to sign them. Zhang looks closely at the documents that were handed over to her by Shuing to sign. On inquiring about them, he tells her that these documents will prove her 2 years of work experience here. In case she does not know how to read and write, our boy writes her name on his phone and shows it to her, telling her to copy it in the places her signature is required. When Jun sees him teaching her how to do her own signatures, he asks our guy in shock if she actually is not aware of how to read and write on her own. Seeing Jun's reaction, he realizes the need for an explanation. So while Yang signs the documents, our guy lies to Jun about picking her up from the streets she has been wandering around for over 10 years. When Shuqing continues to give absurd details about Zhang's appearance when he found her, Jun refuses to believe him, whereas Zhang does her best to hold herself back from beating some sense into Shuing. Shuing offers Zijun to stay over for a meal and asks Yang to cook some more food. Ziyun seems surprised about the idea of having homemade food when he had been expecting them to go out. But our guy says he wants to benefit from a girlfriend who can cook well. While they wait for food, Jun walks over to the computer system and asks Shuqing to help him out with setting up the new PC he is about to get. After Shuqing agrees to send him help, Zijun notices the computer's default language is set to traditional Chinese. When he asks Shuing about it, he makes up an excuse about liking it better these days, and it makes Jun suspicious of his recent behaviors. Nonetheless, Jun compliments our guy for having so much knowledge. Shuing mentions to him how this is the difference between a poor person's hunger for knowledge to earn and a rich person's hunger for ease. Thus, he spends on the poor. Jun gets up from the chair in shock and asks Shuqing if he is up to some wrong medications, since it is not like him to talk like this. The protagonist also realizes that he didn't need to tell Zun in such detail as if he were young. Zhuqing makes up an excuse of going through so much since the last 6 months, so Zun asks if it is because of being jobless or if it is due to dating the girl. In response to this, the hero simply asks Wanzi if he has watched the K-drama My Love from the Star. Zijun misinterprets it and laughs at him, asking if he also has a weird professor. But Shuing refuses and says to him that based on Ziyun's IQ level, it would be useless to explain things to him. Our boy then excuses himself to check up on Yang. Seeing her focused on the work, he couldn't help but compliment her, thinking how she looks like wife material. She angrily shoos him out of the kitchen by scaring him away with a sharp knife. After he is gone, she wonders why he came to the kitchen. Zijun seems to like the food quite a lot, and when Shuing tells him to enjoy and eat as much as he wants, Yang gets the sudden feeling of a housewife who cooks meals for the guests while her husband entertains the guests. Before leaving, Zun reminds Shuing about his promise to help out in setting up Jun's PC, and our guy assures him that he will do so after he's done with his matter. When our guy sees Yang still busy at work, he tells her to rest and talks to her while doing dishes. He tells her that she needs to stop being a person from the ancient era and needs to revise her personality according to the current era. He improvises her life trajectory to be an orphan from the Yang Mountains, who later did random jobs with Yung Chang from the age of 16. Afterwards, she meets a nice kid named Shuking, and they become friends and then lovers. Shuking helped her find her parents, but when they failed, he invited her to move in at his place. After his made-up background story is over, our guy tells her that it's the only realistic story they can have. To make people understand their reason for living together, they need to tell them that they are deeply in love. When he asks her if she has understood it, she confirms in a flustered manner. Shuking then tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and informs her that they will go to the officials to resolve the matter of her identity once she has completely gotten used to the modern day in life. Jung is still stuck on the moment when he tucked her hair and angrily asks him if he was trying to flirt with him, while her heartbeat quickens, making her confused. Shuqing, however, completely denies her claim and says he was just fixing her hair, since it's normal to do so as they're dating each other. She reminds him that it's just fake dating, and he shouldn't take advantage of being her benefactor. To calm her down, he sits her down on the couch and sits beside her, regretting why he touched her. After giving it some thought, he decides to tell the truth and confesses that, just like the phrase familiarity breeds fondness, he has also started to have feelings for her after cohabiting for months. When he asks if there is something wrong with liking someone, she asks him in disbelief if that is actually the truth. So he confirms he has a crush on her. She asks him to not like her, so he asks her what's wrong with that since they both are single. He uses the word licking in the context of wanting to pursue her, and that scares her even more. Janang scoots farther from him, threatening to hit him if he licks her. She feels uncomfortable and gets up, announcing she's leaving, but stops in her tracks by getting reminded of the gratitude she owes him. Shuing tells her that there are no debts between them since she's taught him martial arts in return for him helping her out to adjust in the modern world. Therefore, she can leave whenever she wants. However, he asks her to teach more martial arts while he helps her find a new home. Looking at him still willing to help, she asks him the reason. So he simply states again that he likes her despite the debt she owes. He then says that she might have mutual feelings, but is overlooking them since he seems ordinary to her because they are cohabiting. When he complains about her excluding him from her consideration, she refuses and tells him that she's leaving because he wants to lick her. He tries making her understand its actual meaning, but she refuses to talk to him due to feeling off about the situation. In her room, Yang does a self-assessment of her feelings about Shuqing and leaving his home. On the other side, our guy is in the living room, wondering if she is going to leave since she hasn't come out of her room for so long. Just as he is about to tear up about losing her, she walks out of her room, and after stealing a glance at him, she walks straight into the kitchen. Happy to see her, our guy jumps out of his seat and follows her into the kitchen, asking about her decision. While washing the oranges, she acknowledges that what he said was right, and since the debt and the feeling he has for her are two different things, he can continue to like her without crossing the boundaries. He immediately promises not to do anything like that again. She thinks about it and mentions how it would not be so good if she ignored all the things he has done for her in the duration of half a year, which she has spent with him and just selfishly left. Thus, she shyly avoids eye contact with him while telling him to talk about their future together. After she has cleared all the debts, Shuqing is quick to hold on to her words and repeats them for confirmation, so she confirms it. Later, when she's preparing a meal, he leans at the doorframe and keeps looking at her. On being questioned about his presence there, he says that he's confused if she now knows the difference between gratitude and since it would be like deceiving him if she only feels gratitude for him and is thinking it is like. Jen quickly refuses to have any feelings for him, and our bro realizes that she is just in denial. Therefore, when she still seems to be stuck on how to differentiate the feelings, he proposes to do a test to check whether she likes him or not. After making her promise not to retaliate on the basis of the test, he pulls her into a tight hug. When he slowly lets go of her, Both of their faces are flushed, and he tells her that if her heartbeat has quickened now, it means she likes him. She shyly turns her back on him, telling him not to bother her while acting unfazed by the hug. As he leaves, he realizes that she actually likes him too, since she did not pull back from the hug and let him hold her as long as he wanted. On the other hand, Zhang is blushing intensely, and she cups her face in confusion, as she now knows the difference between some mere gratitude and the feeling of like which is tinting her face red right now. When the dinner is ready, she announces it. She makes sure not to have eye contact with Shuing and sets up the table quietly. The hero thinks that this matter is not as important as making her learn about the modern world's culture and ethics. And the important thing is teaching her how to smile. He remembers how the only time she smiles is when she's curious about a new thing, like when she saw the snow and can't understand the various types of entertainment. He decides to take a step towards teaching her how to smile and plays a comedy movie to watch with her. While watching the movie, he notices that she is still not laughing or smiling, even in the funny scenes, and realizes how hard it is to make an ancient person merge into the modern world. Jen is busy playing video games, but our guy feels sleepy, so he heads to bed first after telling her. She watched him leave and then sighed, wondering how to face him with her feelings so evident on her face. After a little while, when it is around 10:30, she gets up from the PC and sneaks into Shuing's room, who is in deep sleep. She stays there for some time, looking at him while hovering over his face like a ghost, and then decides to leave. When they both come out of their rooms in the morning, Shuing notices how tired she looks and asks if she didn't sleep well. She had obviously not slept a minute the whole night, but lied to him, saying she slept late. After having breakfast, Shuing takes her out to experience pretty things. They put on their coats and take a walk outside, when Yang looks down at her intertwined hands and asks if this is also one of the pretty things he mentioned to make her experience. With a sly smile, he affirms, reasoning that the quickening of the heartbeat is indeed a beautiful experience. He rubs her finger on her palm to tease her and asks if she can feel anything new or different. Flustered by their proximity, she looks at him for a second before quickly pulling her hand back from his grip. He laughs and takes back her hand, saying he was only giving an example to her. In disguise of making her experience the world, Shuing was making sure he was also giving her introductory classes on dating. They take a bus from 520th Street. When she asks him about their destination, he tries cracking a joke for her to laugh by referencing a meme, but due to her lack of knowledge about this domain, she stares at him blankly in confusion. He chuckles after looking at her reaction and assures her not to worry and just to put her trust in him. As they go around on their experience, they get down from the bus and he quickly holds her hand again. The way Shuing was holding her hand and guiding her around made her feel safe and comfortable, despite getting treated this way for the first time. The two of them then walk to an electronics shop, and Yang's eyes widen with surprise and start shining as she looks around at the large number of computers there. After Shuqing tells her that it is a place to buy or sell computers, he leads her to a man named Gao Bo, who is currently working on some part of the computer. Shuing calls out his name and gets Zhang and himself seated on the chairs in front of Gao. On being asked, our guy explains to Gao that he wants a computer within the range of 20,000 yen with a flashy case. While Shuing writes down all of his requirements for the computer he wants to get assembled, Yang keeps looking around with a mix of awkwardness and curiosity. When our guy is done writing down everything, he hands it to Gao, emphasizing wanting to get the computer put together as early as possible. After our hero instructs him to deliver the computer to the person whose number he has written on the paper, he gets up to leave. Gao asks him why he's leaving so soon. So our guy replies that he is taking his girlfriend around. Shuing instructs Zhang to remember where they are right now and tells her that the place is called Zhangcheng Square. He patiently explains the directions they took to get here, pointing out a few landmarks along the way, just in case she needs to navigate back on her own. The hero also instructs her about the place where she used to work about 2 years ago, mentioning how she was selling alcohol at a small booth set up nearby during festival seasons, creating a fake story about her. It feels strange to him now seeing her like this, compared to the past he barely knows. He eventually asks if she would be able to make her way by herself now. Yang assures him with a firm nod that she knows the routes they took and won't get lost. As they are about to leave, Jen notices a small shop nearby and curiously asks if they can go inside. Juqing quickly stops her and lightly taps her forehead, telling her not to get curious about every little place since wandering around like that can easily waste time. Jung pouts in response but decides not to argue. After walking a bit farther, our bro glances at her and asks whether she's hungry. When she admits that she is, He immediately brings her to a barbecue buffet he had been considering earlier. Once they sit down, Zhang casually remarks that she actually prefers hot pot buffets since the food can be left simmering without needing constant attention, like grilled meat. Shuing laughs and agrees that her reasoning makes sense, finding her practical thinking amusing. He tells her to relax and just focus on eating until she's satisfied. Shuing carefully grills the meat, making sure every piece is cooked just right. While doing so, he tells her that sharing warm food together feels a lot like holding hands, something simple yet meaningful. He adds that a good meal isn't just about filling the stomach, but also about feeling satisfied mentally. Jen listens seriously but then mischievously asks him to bring her some cake for dessert. Shuqing agrees and soon returns with 2 small cakes, one for her and one for himself. Jang takes a bite and quietly wonders to herself, so this is what mental satisfaction feels like. She doesn't say the thought out loud, but a faint smile appears on her face. After some time, our bro tells her about a small game the restaurant is hosting. If they manage to finish all the food on their plates, they can win a prize. He asks if she wants to try, thinking that no girl, even one who lived thousands of years ago, could resist a plush toy. Shuing expects her to be excited. Yang looks over the available prizes and ends up choosing a soft bear simply because its color reminds her of the winter melons she used to eat. When they leave the restaurant, Yang asks what the point of the bear is. Our guy chuckles and says she can hug it when she sleeps, and when she does, she should think about him. Yang immediately threatens to rip the bear in half if he keeps saying such embarrassing things, which quickly shuts him up. With most of their date plan finished, food and some window shopping, only the movie remains. The boy tells her that the theater is a bit far, so they should walk there to help digest the food and save some money. Zhang agrees without any hesitation, which surprises him. He jokingly says that most girls would act shy, stomp their feet, and refuse to walk, wanting to be treated like princesses instead. When Zhang looks genuinely puzzled, Shuing exaggerates the behavior, pouting, stomping, and whining in a high-pitched voice to demonstrate. Janong stares at him blankly, completely unable to understand why anyone would act that way. Seeing her confused expression, Shuing laughs so hard that his stomach begins to hurt. Then he mischievously asks if she would like to try acting coy as well. In response, Zhang lifts the bear again and threatens to tear it apart if he keeps insisting. Our guy immediately raises his hands in surrender and backs off, thinking that maybe her straightforward nature was better after all. When they arrive at the movie theater, Young asks why they can't simply watch movies at home. Shuqing explains that it feels different because they are on a date, and watching a film in a theater creates a completely different atmosphere compared to sitting at home. He points out that whenever they watch movies at home, she treats them too seriously, almost as if she is studying or completing a mission. According to him, movies are meant to be relaxing, not something to analyze like a task. He tells her that inside the theater, they will sit quietly in the dark and simply enjoy the film. Our boy reminds her not to make noise, and if she wants to do something else, she should quietly leave the theater first so she does not disturb anyone. After explaining all that, he suddenly asks in a serious tone whether he can hold her hand while they watch. Jen stares at him in confusion, wondering why he would want to do that. In her mind, her hands are rough and unattractive. She recalls the story of Dong Tusi, who loves his wife even though she is not beautiful and even has 4 children with her. Thinking about it, Yang concludes that our guy must be like Dong Tusi. She firmly warns him not to ask that question again, which startles our guy a little. He wonders how someone so young can be so fierce. Jen then suggests that he should quickly improve his martial arts so that they can properly spar with each other one day. Before she can refuse again, our guy quickly grabs her hand and pulls her toward the theater entrance. Once inside, he introduces her to popcorn and buys a large bucket for them to share. As the movie begins, Yang stares seriously at the large screen. When our guy tries to hold her hand again, she immediately pulls it away. He remembers how they have held hands before and cannot help noticing that she now seems determined to avoid it. Meanwhile, Yang is thinking about how rough her hands are and how unpleasant they must feel to touch. She glances at Shu Qing and suddenly imagines him asking her to have children with him. Embarrassed by her own strange imagination, she quickly shakes her head. Shuing notices the odd expression on her face and wonders what she could possibly be thinking about to make such a face. After the movie ends, they slowly walk out of the theater. Janang suddenly asks why he likes holding her hand so much. The hero does not know how to answer and awkwardly looks away. Janang then stretches out her hand and tells him to hold it properly this time. Shu King senses that she must have gone through some kind of internal struggle before saying that. He carefully takes her hand, feeling quietly thankful inside. Smiling, he calls her his little warrior S and asks if she likes the movie. Yang no Diaz and says it is good. As they walk, our guy tells her that watching movies can actually help improve her thinking. He explains that films can broaden her horizons and help her build what he calls the three modern views: her worldview, her values, and her outlook on life. He says it will be a slow process, but he will guide her step by step. Then, half joking, he admits that he might trick her a little along the way and asks her not to hit him when she eventually realizes it. Jen looks at him thoughtfully, considering his words. Unsure how to respond, she decides to remain silent for now. Shu King wonders if Jang has noticed that she has become a bit empty-headed lately. When she questions him, he explains what he means. When they first met, she was like a wild kitten with its fur standing on end, ready to draw her sword and show her fangs at the slightest provocation. In the months that followed, she began drawing her sword less often, though she still kept her guard up. On the surface, she appeared calm, but she remained cautious and would quietly verify things behind the scenes. However, recently, ever since the day he told her he liked her, she has become much more gullible, believing almost everything he says. Shuing jokes that if he really wanted to, he could easily trick her into kissing him without much effort. Jen immediately tightens her grip on his hand, wondering what exactly went wrong and why she has started acting like that. Our boy calmly explains that it is normal for girls in love to behave foolishly sometimes, especially when it is their first time experiencing those feelings. Yang shouts that she is not in love at all. She is simply enjoying the beauty of the world while simultaneously crushing his hand in her grip. She finally releases him, and our guy admits that he will not rush her to figure out her feelings. He even suggests that perhaps the reason she is acting this way is not because she likes him, but because she has grown dependent on him, much like she once depended on her second miss. Jen quietly admits that he might be right. Zhu Qing then tells her she should learn how to distinguish between gratitude and genuine feelings towards someone. Otherwise, if she keeps being so naive, he worries that he might not be able to resist taking advantage of that innocence to trick her. Janang grows flustered when he leans closer and casually admits that he is falling more and more in love with her. She thinks about how he is practically giving her advanced warning before trying to trick her. Shushing confesses again that it is simply because he likes her. Jang smiles faintly at his sincere words, and the two of them board the bus together. She asks about his hand, wondering if it still hurts. Our guy jokes that she should try using less strength next time. Hearing that, Jang quietly notes that he is already talking about it next time. When they arrive home, Shuing opens the door and is greeted by Winter Melon. He kneels down and asks if the cat is asking for food. After playing with it for a moment, he gives it something to eat while thinking about how Yang still seems completely clueless about anything related to romance. In fact, she seems to understand it about as well as he did when he was in 5th grade. Remembering the awkward times when he rejected girls in the past, he cannot help feeling slightly traumatized by those memories. He soon starts forming a plan. If Yang is going to understand romance better, he will probably need help from old romance stories. He stays up all night editing things and eventually begins thinking about dinner. Shuking knocks on Yang's door. When she opens it, she asks why he is there. The hero wonders if she has been sleeping the whole time, and she admits that she did sleep for a bit. Our boy checks her temperature and notices that she looks slightly feverish, but the thermometer shows that her temperature is normal. Yang insists that she is fine and says that she will make dinner now. The hero suddenly realizes that Zhang is a girl and that she will be sick for a few days every month. He quickly pours her a cup of water, urges her to rest, and cooks 2 packs of noodles himself. He even adds garlic, thinking happily that she is the best since she eats both garlic and onions. Our hero soon receives a call from his friend, who excitedly tells him that Shuqing's friend is amazing and that the computer is finally done. He just tried using it and says it is even better than his previous one. Smooth and incredibly fast. Meanwhile, Yang sits quietly searching on a website about the difference between the feelings of liking someone and dependency, her brows furrowed in deep confusion. After a couple of snowfalls, the coldest part of winter arrives. Shuing's dad asks his wife to carefully probe our guy and find out whether he has already run out of money. He remarks that it is still not too late for their son to find a proper job. Meanwhile, the mother is distracted by another concern entirely. She keeps thinking about the girl and how she still hasn't managed to get close to her. Later, our guy and Yang arrive at the house carrying many things with them, their hands full of groceries and gifts. His mother warmly welcomes them inside. Shuing curiously asks his mom what she is making and proudly tells her that Yang cooks amazing food and could even help her in the kitchen. However, his mother politely declines the offer. Watching his son boast like that irritates our guy's father, who feels that he is being arrogant. The hero and Yang sit down on the sofa to watch TV. Shooting's father quietly observes them for a while, before suddenly asking Yang what she does for a living. Our boy had already warned Jiang that they would not be able to avoid such questions, and told her that if his parents asked anything, she should simply repeat what he had taught her. Jiang follows his instructions perfectly. She calmly explains that through the use of integrated circuits and microprocessors, she connects to online services through a modem and performs high-speed information exchanges with other users on the online service platform. Although Shuing's father does not actually understand anything she says, he pretends that he does and compliments her anyway. Thinking that it sounds professional enough, the hero quickly agrees and adds that the work is extremely difficult and mentally exhausting. Still curious, his father continues probing and asks what she mainly does during her work. Jane calmly replies that she uses a set of number and letter keycaps to coordinate the X and Y positions of the on-screen cursor in order to initiate a sequence of interactions with other users. This explanation impresses our guy's father even more. He thinks Yang seems extremely capable and concludes that our guy must have used up all his luck in life to find such a competent girlfriend. However, he still cannot resist lecturing his son. He tells Shuing that he should join a proper company, hinting that making videos is not a reliable career. According to him, Shuing's videos might be enough to feed one person for now, but they will never be enough to sustain him for the rest of his life. Shuing immediately asks why his work has to sustain him for his entire life. His father then asks what he actually plans to do in the future. Our guy confidently declares that he will grow his work into a large and powerful business. He says he will open an office, establish a company, and eventually get it listed on the stock market. By that time, he proudly claims he will be the CEO of a listed company, and his father will be the father of a CEO. Their family will become wealthy in this generation and earn the respect of everyone around them. His father becomes furious upon hearing this and angrily curses at him, asking if he thinks his father is a fool. He even threatens to beat him, but suddenly stops halfway through his sentence when he notices Yang sitting nearby. He quickly restrains himself, thinking that family matters should stay within the family and should not be displayed in front of outsiders. Shuing calmly argues that everyone has their own fate and asks why his father cannot understand that. He then remembers that his mother once took him to have his fortune told. An old man read his fate and wrote several things down on a piece of parchment. Our boy retrieves the parchment and reads it aloud. It says that he is destined to resist becoming an official, that he enjoys having fun, that he is fair-minded yet aggressive, full of energy, and compassionate toward those weaker than himself. It also says that he possesses the temperament of a tiger. After reading it, our guy firmly tells his father that this is simply his fate and that no matter what happens, he cannot work in a company. Shuqing's father questions why he even bothered taking a picture of the fortune slip. Our guy explains that he wants to keep it so he can later have his girlfriend's fortune told as well, since she believes in such things. Hearing this, his father bursts into laughter, saying that fortune-telling is something only fools believe in. Yet Shuing still takes it seriously. The hero shoots back that the fortune-teller only wrote favorable things about him because he nearly turned into a hooligan when he was younger. His father grows irritated and insists that it was only because he, as the boy's father, kept him under strict control that our guy did not go astray. He immediately argues back, saying that every teenager goes through a rebellious phase, and it was not solely because of his father's discipline. The argument escalates until the father and son stand face to face, glaring at each other intensely. Before things can get worse, Shuing's mother sharply orders them to stop fighting. She quietly pulls her husband aside and reminds him not to cause a scene in front of Yang. With an annoyed huff, the father stands up and storms out of the room. Turning back to Jiang, the mother reassures her that the two of them are simply bickering and that she should not take it seriously. She invites Zhang to sit down and get ready for dinner before leaving Shuing and Zhang alone. The moment his mother disappears, our guy turns to Zhang with a grin and suddenly pushes a peeled orange into her mouth. He praises her performance earlier, saying she handled his father's questions like a professional. Zhang Shili agrees while he continues feeding her orange slices one after another out of boredom. After a moment, Shuing grabs her hand and studies it carefully. He wonders how hands that appear so ordinary at first glance could possess such frightening strength. He cannot help but question whether that power truly comes from her own body or from something else. Zhang becomes embarrassed again when she notices his fascination with her hands and silently wonders why he finds staring at her palms so interesting. Suddenly, Jong grabs his hand in return and declares that she will examine his hands as well. She observes that his hands are noticeably larger than hers and that his fingernails are short, clean, and neatly trimmed. Zuching casually asks if she knows how to read palms. At once, Yang lets go of his hand and denies it, saying she does not know anything about palmistry and that he should not even ask such a thing. Later after dinner, our bro approaches his mother and asks whether he can bring Yang over during the New Year celebrations. His mother wonders if Jong will not be going back to her own home. The hero honestly explains that Jong has no family and would otherwise spend the New Year alone. His mother pauses briefly, making sure that he is being serious. After a short silence, she tells him that he can bring Yang over without any problem. She then teasingly asks whether he has enough money to take care of a girlfriend. The boy proudly puffs out his chest and declares that he definitely has enough. Feeling satisfied, he begins carrying the dishes to the table. When dinner is finished, Shuqing and Zhang say goodbye to his parents and prepare to leave. However, just as they are about to step out, a potato suddenly drops out of Zhang's pocket. His parents immediately notice it and ask why she is carrying a potato in her pocket. Thinking quickly, Shuqing makes up an excuse. He explains that Yang does not have an affinity with earth elements, so she needs to carry a potato as a kind of talisman. They chose a potato instead of dirt because it is more portable. Without hesitation, he picks the potato up and slips it back into Zhang's pocket, carefully hiding the real reason that the potato was actually being used to track her. Shuing's mother laughs at the explanation and jokes that she will cook more potato dishes for Yang next time, since she must really enjoy potatoes. Hearing this, Zhang politely bows and thanks her for her kindness. His mother warmly reassures her, saying that she was just as shy when she first met Shuing's grandmother, so there is no need for Zhang to feel embarrassed. As Shuqing and Zhang finally leave, his mother watches them walk away. In her heart, she feels that the two of them look very compatible together. She quietly hopes that they will not face disagreements in the future and that they can continue living happily side by side. As they start walking, Yang asks the meaning of like, to which Shuing explains that if she wants someone to be all hers, she will want to get closer to that person. Like when she wants to buy a delicious cake, she has to spend money. But Zhang shows her concern that if she can't afford it, then our boy tells her that in that case, she will have to work hard to earn money and give it her all in order to get her likely things. He further adds that wanting something to make it hers without making an effort doesn't count as liking. He continues that he doesn't want to deceive her because he likes her and offers to leave. If she doesn't feel the same way, he'll respect her choice. It will be considered licking you by giving his all without wanting to make her his. Suddenly, he hesitates and clears that he doesn't mean something odd by saying the word licking. This doesn't seem simple, as he says to Yang. She feels tricked by this sentence. She wonders if he doesn't want her to be his, then why he would touch her hands. Xing smirks and adds that being willingly tricked by someone is sometimes considered as liking, at which Yang shouts, clearing that she doesn't have feelings for him. Our guy smiles intentionally and says he is talking generally. He doesn't mention anything about her liking him, at which Zhang blushes and wonders if she likes when he blows dry her hair, helps grill meat for her, cook noodles for her, or she likes her hand to be held. A minute later, she asks about love, which makes our guy wonders if she is enlightened all of a sudden, as she is asking questions like these recently. Then he answers that when the hearts of two people become one, and they spend time to understand each other, it's called love. Zhang asks about his feelings, to which Shuing offers her a kiss to be able to understand his feelings. Zhang trembles, saying she doesn't believe him as her face gets all red. Later, they left to get home. Upon reaching home, Shuing decides to finish his video edits before heading to bed. Janang sits beside him and asks if he ever thought about what if someday she goes back clueless. Our boy replies that she will be able to make a name in history and become successful as long as she is able to protect her achievements. Jane clears that she is talking about him, to which our guy replies, referring to liking someone as an irrational thing, and her going back doesn't change his feelings. He smirks and asks if there is something between him and her able to go back. Zhang blushes. He suggests enjoying the moment rather than thinking of some conditions. She is in front of him, at least for now. Zhang wonders if she is being tricked or coerced. Our hero mentions they are in a state of ambiguity as long as she doesn't hit him and hands her a bear, suggesting to hit it if she wants. Jen says that she doesn't believe him and her previous self would have definitely hit him. Shuing offers that she can hit or pinch him if she doesn't like his advances. He won't do it, but Young refuses, at which our hero declares that it could be feelings of liking or else she would be sick of him. This is the part of his plan, and he accepts that he tries to get close to her because he likes her and wants to show off his good parts in order to gain her recognition, which proves that he will treat her well. Jen nervously calls him shameless and dung-tusi. Just then, she hits him in the stomach and leaves with a red face. The following day, Yang offers to teach Shuing a martial art after he mentions wanting to improve his physical strength. However, she trains him with such intensity that our boy begins to suspect she might be taking the chance to get revenge for the other day. Feeling uneasy, he tries to decline the training, but Zhang insists that once he learns the technique, he might finally be able to land a hit on her, instead of constantly being on the receiving end. Zuqing laughs and says he would never hit her, though deep inside he knows that even after learning the martial art, he would probably still be the one getting beaten. To demonstrate, Zhang performs one of her techniques called the Tang Fist, which is built around 3 key points in 6 parts of the body, focusing mainly on palm-based strikes. As she launches a punch toward him, Shuqing immediately drops to his knees and begs her to postpone the training until tomorrow, claiming that his chest still hurts. Zhang agrees and heads off to prepare breakfast. While working, Yang starts thinking that if Shuing ever surpasses her martial arts skills, it would mean he truly has talent in this field. If that ever happens, he might stop fearing her completely, since he could simply overpower her and make her do whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Shuqing is still lost in his own thoughts when Yang suddenly appears beside him, startling him and reminding him not to slack off and to keep working hard. Later, before leaving the house, Shuing tells Yanang not to open the door for strangers and to call him if anything happens. Since he expects to return later than usual, he quickly grabs her hand and gives it a squeeze before rushing out the door. The sudden gesture leaves Yang blushing, though she also feels slightly annoyed. After some time, Shuqing arrives at the house of his friend Jun to remind him about their upcoming class reunion. Jun had completely forgotten about it and asked our guy to come inside while he changed his clothes. The hero hesitates, half expecting to walk into some inappropriate scene, but Zun quickly explains that he recently broke up with his girlfriend. He even asked Shuqing if he did not see the posts about it. Once Jun finishes getting ready, the two of them head out to meet their former classmates. During the trip, Zun complains about how his girlfriend suddenly dumped him without any clear reason, describing the whole relationship as a complete mess. Our boy then casually asks about his car, since he came specifically hoping to get a ride. Jun awkwardly admits that he cannot afford it anymore, after getting into a fight with his father and losing financial support. Slightly annoyed, our guy suggests that they simply take the train instead. While riding the train, Jun suddenly notices a girl carrying a yellow handbag that looks strangely familiar. Moments later, the girl angrily calls out to him, confirming that she is actually one of his ex-girlfriends. Nervous, Jun tries to ease the tension by speaking sweetly to her. When he notices several paintbrushes in her bag, he recalls that she used to enjoy painting. Instead of being impressed, she responds with heavy sarcasm. Trying to avoid further awkwardness, Ziyun quickly suggests they not dwell on the past and asks how she has been lately. She calmly replies that she has been doing well, eating properly and staying healthy. She then looks at him and comments that he, on the other hand, does not seem to be in very good condition these days. Zen awkwardly agrees with her observation. Watching this exchange makes our guy feel strangely lonely. Even though the two claim to have broken up, the emotions in their eyes still linger, making them look more like a couple than strangers. Seeing this makes Shuqing suddenly think about Zhang waiting at home. Without thinking too much, he pulls out his phone and sends her a message confessing his feelings. Zhang gets a notification of a message as he opens the chat. It's Chu Qing's text, at which she gets annoyed over his nonsense stuff, but blushes as well. She also finds his profile picture irritating as him. Completely ignoring the main text, she asked him if he also wants her to wash his clothes, to which our guy agrees. As she checks his room to find his clothes, she sees her slippers that she wore when she first arrived. She wonders if Shuqing not only likes her hands, but also her slippers. Back there, our boy is blushing and lost in his thoughts. Jian asks him to catch the classmates first, and he'll join in the afternoon as he has something urgent to look at. Later, when Shuqing joins the mates, they ask for Jun as they were supposed to come together. Our boy mentions that he ran into his ex-girlfriend, so he'll probably be late, at which one of his classmates sarcastically comments that peasants like them won't be able to understand rich man's world. Then he asks Shuqing about his busy schedule as they haven't hung out in a while. The hero explains how he has been so busy recently and doesn't get the time to relax as it's the end of the year. On this, one of the mates mentions how he worked overtime and had to crawl his way to hang with them, at which the other one mocks him by asking him to show the performance of how he crawls. After a while, Shuqing grabs a drink and stands alone at the corner as he gets bored and misses little Yang. At the time of the dinner, a classmate notices a change in Shu Qing's self and asks about it, to which he says that he has been so tired recently, so it might be the reason. He offers our guy to join them at karaoke so he can cheer up, but he politely refuses, mentioning that he is drunk and he has to get sober up a little. As the mate leaves, our guy wonders why he liked these gatherings in the past. He wonders if he is influenced by Zhang and changes his old life into new. As the gathering gets over, suddenly the hero receives a call from Jun. As he picks up the call, Jun cries out loud and begs to save him. Half an hour later, Shu Qing reaches Jun. As he knocks on the door, Zun shows up in a towel, only crying. Shuing questions if he has been blackmailed by his ex-girlfriend. Jun explains how he gets tricked by his girlfriend when he follows her here, and she insists him to take a shower. As he got out after a shower, she was left with all his clothes. Our boy mocks him, asking if that's all, which makes Jun annoyed. He calls her ex-girlfriend evil and shameless. After that, Jun suggests heading to the karaoke together, but Shuing calmly refuses to go as from the past half a year. He didn't come out much, but Jun calls, declares him drunk, and suggests he go so he can get well. Our bro again refuses to go and asks to just have meals with the close ones occasionally. He don't feel like partying anymore and want to stay grounded. Our bro keeps lying on the hotel bed and tells Zun to go and enjoy the karaoke without him, since he wants to relax in peace. Ex-Yun informs him that he can stay in the hotel room while he recovers from the alcohol till afternoon and leaves. After Jun leaves, Shu Qing thinks about this non-partying life he has started for the person he is living together with. He thinks about how he has been planning ways to convince Yang to marry him. But he should also know that marriage is not something that simple. Our guy arrives home with his legs wobbly from being drunk and slumps his body over Yang. She manages to take him inside while he does drunk talks. By the time she realizes how drunk he is, he tilts her chin up and starts flirting with her. So she pushes him off onto the couch. She pinches her nose and asks him how drunk he is, but he refuses and says he had very little alcohol. The hero puts a bag of pork ribs, which he bought for her, and tells her it'll be tasty after stewing them. She happily picks it up, deciding to stew them the next day. When she notices him still sitting on the couch, she asks him why he isn't going to sleep in his room. So he says he will go after a while. Later, when Yang is using the computer, she comes across something named the Golden Lotus, a mature movie on the computer, and asks him about it. He lunges towards the computer from the couch and immediately deletes it. When she asks the reason for his actions, he makes up a lie, saying it's related to reincarnation, which would be so much for her to watch right now, since her knowledge is still low. Shuing can't believe how Yang learned to check the download history, and asked him why he deleted it if he could just forbid her from watching it. He replies that he has just hidden it for now, and sigh at how narrowly he dodged the bullet. After a while, Yang finds him asleep on the couch and puts a blanket over him. She looks at him closely until suddenly she is hit by the flashbacks of him getting close to her in order to flirt. She immediately pulls herself back from him and runs away to prepare dinner as a distraction from her flustered self. Quite later, Shu Qing finally wakes up from his deep sleep on the couch with a heavy head. Zhang is watching some movie on the computer while having her dinner and tells him that she has prepared porridge for him instead since she suspected he would have a hangover. He smiles to himself at the fact that she deeply cares about him in secret, like putting a blanket over him and preparing porridge for him. Shu Qing gets up from the couch and notices that Yang is watching one of the movies he had selected for her and tells him the context about it somewhat resembling her era. When he mentions things changing over time, she wonders if second Mrs. words have also become outdated over the course of time. When Yang has left the computer to take a shower before bed, Shuing sneaks up onto the chair to check out her search history once again, since he feels a bit off about her once again. However, to his surprise, when he clicks on the search engine, he finds out that her search history has been cleared. John comes out of the washroom after taking a shower with a towel over her head. Our boy can't help but have his eyes follow her as she walks from the bathroom door to the dining table across the room behind him. Intoxicated by her beauty, he tilts his head backward to look at her and says he'd be involved in a crime if he wasn't afraid of getting killed by her. Jen asks him what he'd have done to her if she was defenseless when they first met, so he answers that he'd have handed her over to the security, thinking she was a cosplaying Chunabu. She asks him if he would not have committed a crime, and it makes him shocked at the fact that she thought of him like that. While Zhang dries her hair with the help of a hair dryer, Shu Qing breaks the silence by questioning her about her feelings for him. Now she turns off the hair dryer, and after a pause, she claims not to know it. Getting a slightly different answer than he had expected, he turns around to look at her and asks if this lifestyle suits her better than the previous one. When she claims to like this lifestyle better, he tells her how he finds the world quite exciting and she will get it too when she has turned into a modern person like him. He tells her how he feels so ordinary after comparing himself to others, and this makes an awkward silence between them. When she doesn't say anything, he asks her if she doesn't have anything to say. He then tells her how basic and ordinary the life they are living together is. So if he manages to somehow pursue her and get married to her by his charms, he would be selfishly destroying the future opportunities awaiting her in the future. She looks at him and asks him why he feels so bad about being ordinary, because if it wasn't for his help, she would not even be ordinary. So when she asks him the reason for saying all this, he confesses that the thought of them being together or married frightens him and makes him confused because it feels like he should be more thoughtful of his actions instead of mindlessly following his wishes. He internally wonders if he should be slow about his advances or pursue her with all of his tricks. Thinking about it, he gets an idea to get closer to her. He tells her dramatically how his chest hurts at the place where she bumped her head, suspecting if it is some internal injury, too innocent to understand his tricks. When he asks her to rub his chest to soothe the pain, she asks him if it actually hurts that bad. He affirms over-exaggerating about her strength, so she walks over to him and rubs his chest after sitting beside him. Shuing feels so happy and talks about the saying that all encounters in life are a long overdue reunion. So if she were actually defenseless at the time when they met, the outcomes would be extremely different from how they are now. She suddenly asks if that means he'd stop tricking him, and that word annoys him. So he tells her to remove that word from her mind. Zuking thinks how the whole day he was only thinking of ways to marry her and convincing his parents in case of any unfortunate scenarios. But all she could worry about was him tricking her. He decides to keep her close for now, but when he tries to pull her towards himself, she won't budge due to having a firm sitting position as a martial artist. Shu Chung can't help but feel embarrassed, so he excuses himself instead and goes for a shower. Janong's cheeks flushed as she debated whether she should have let him pull her closer. On the flip side, in the shower, our boy thinks to himself that maybe he is now just a little far from it, or else she would not have given him such a hint. Stepping out of the shower, he spots Yong using the PC even when it's already past 10 o'clock. But she assures him that she will be sleeping after looking into something, as he figures that since the mood had already changed, he might as well do something productive. Skyscrapers weren't built out of thin air. They rose from tons of layers of hard work. So, settling onto the sofa with his laptop, he decides to take the chance to write a review of Farewell My Concubine and even polish his film critique skills. Seeing him work, Jang gets intrigued, approaches him, and interrogates him about his work. Shuing is so distracted with her being so close that he still manages to explain to her that it makes him earn money. Yet when she shows interest in doing it too, he completely denies it since she hasn't studied modern education. He even mocks her with his serious expressions, explaining that observing something and expressing it are two different things, just like how she likes him, but cannot bring herself to say it out loud, which annoys her, and she neglects the fact that she might actually like him. Changing the topic, he questions her reviews on Farewell My Concubine. She is unsure, suggesting that times have changed. Amused, he declares sarcastically that it's now time for her to get a lesson from Teacher Shu. He explains that some believe films have expanded the human lifespan by deepening their perspectives on life. He points out that whether in opera or real life, the protagonist is suffering from love and appreciating that requires seeing beyond the surface. Since she couldn't fully grasp the character, she isn't really connecting with the film or its actual meaning. And that's why she needs to read and watch more to understand the deepness behind the movie or the character. She is listening to him carefully, but obviously Shuing can't really hold on to a serious conversation and wants to express his feelings towards her. So, in his teasing, playful tone, he asks if she enjoys looking into books. But when she is unsure of her answer with a grin, he challenges her to guess who enjoys looking at her. This confuses her. Before she could comprehend without hesitating, Shuing demands a hug. And when she says nothing, he hugs her immediately, whispering into her ear that he will always be greedy for her and promising to become a gentleman for her in order to support a family. And then he goes to bed, leaving her cheeks flushed with shyness. The next morning, Shuing is looking into his savings. the ones he has been doing since his university days. 40,000 watts, as he has been thinking about settling down after Jong has entered his life. After liquidating a large portion of his stock investments and avoiding the bear market with minimal losses, he reflects on his earnings. He estimates that his uploaded videos can make around 4,000 to 6,000 yuan, but the income is unstable. His film reviews aren't getting him money either, as he's still building an audience. Realizing the need for progress, he decides to speed up his work and attract more attention, aiming for more views, likes, and engagement. He can relate to the old man's advice, not wanting to live a mediocre life. And if things go this way, he should search for a job. His thoughts are interrupted when Yang informs him about food being ready. But at the same time, she looks at all the cards and is now interested to know what these are. So Shu-Ching explains about the cards being there to store money. So he links his account with hers. After some time, both Zhang and Shuing are ready to go out for a walk, but Melon starts being clingy, so they end up taking him out with them too. Our hero could see the decorations being up. It's almost New Year, and since it's Jung's first time, our guy decides to make it a special and memorable one for her. However, just then, Melon angrily seats himself on the ground, thinking that our guy's about to abandon it since he picked it up from a nearby trash can. He assures him while patting him that he won't do it, and they didn't go by that lane. After that, while holding hands and talking about random stuff, they wander around, but just then, they see children playing around. Jen can't help but think how peaceful all this is, though Ching recognizes one of the kids, Auntie Chong's granddaughter, Zhen Han. As soon as Shi Han sees our boy, she quickly runs towards him and hugs him. The hero even makes her greet Zhang and Melon. Then Zhang gives Melon to Shi Han, while she and her friends play with it. Shu-Ching and Zhang sit at the corner, and he explains to her how his neighborhood is pretty nice and kind. He acknowledges the fact that An Cheng's a gossip queen, but at the same time, whenever he was locked out of his house in his childhood, she looked out for him to take him back to his home. He further elaborates he moved to this old apartment after getting admission to college, but he moved to a new house back then. Nostalgia is hitting him hard. This area is filled with his childhood memories. However, Zhang knows Shu-Ching made her greet that little girl because of some reason. So our guy confronts her rather than beating around the bush that he wants her to get to know more people. Otherwise, she'll be a loner. During the conversation, Yan suddenly runs up to them and asks if Yang is Shu-Ching's girlfriend, surprising him with how much she knows. Amused, our guy playfully turns the question back on her. Yet she becomes embarrassed and shilly explains that a girlfriend just means a female friend. This makes Ching grin, though he assures her that she can come by more to play with Melon if she wants, and even with Zhang He. As the kid leaves, our guy changes the topic, revealing that he is a hand freak, meaning he likes hands a lot. But this confuses Jing because he has been obsessed with them from the start. But deep down, our guy knows he has limited permission, and if not, he would have shown her what kind of a pervert he really is. Later on at home, Jung trains our guy in martial arts, explaining that Tang Fist focuses on empty-handed combat, speed, and targeting vital points to end a fight in one strike. Shu King is frustrated, not wanting her to demonstrate it since he hasn't learned it, but sigh, realizing he couldn't escape martial arts after all. While they are training, they hear a knock at the door. Upon opening the gate, he spots Yan Han with her homework. She wants to play with Melon. She greets Jian and immediately goes to Melon, who is sleeping. After waking it up, she is playing with it. Although the hero sees that she hasn't started her homework yet, he gives her the option to do it with Melon. Meanwhile, the little girl is doing her homework and Chang is editing on his laptop. His gaze shifts to Zhang, who is staring at Yan Han. So he suggests she take a look at Yan Han's language work due to the fact that she should be able to recognize the words inside it and might even solve some questions. Yet she has already completed most of her questions, but some left are explained by Shu Chang to her. Looking at him, explaining to Yan Han, Zhang gets a reminder of the accountant in the village who taught her how to read. But obviously our bro is way more knowledgeable than that old man. However, it is already late, so Ching offers Yan Han to have dinner before leaving. After having dinner, Ching tells Zhang to send her home, which is just upstairs. Though the little girl insists on going alone, Ching makes Zhang go with her. At the apartment door, as soon as An Chong opens the door, Zhang freezes. But when she sees Chong being nice and friendly to her granddaughter, advising her to thank Zhang, she feels a little ease. An Chong even advises her granddaughter to complete her homework with our bro more often in order to hang out with her. After getting back to her apartment, our guy has showered and suggests she take a shower and sleep quickly as they will go out tomorrow to buy New Year's items. In that case, she is quickly leaving for a shower but stops when Ching asks her if she wants food as he is making some. So even after having dinner, they end up having supper too. Even after eating, Zhang still feels a bit hungry, but Shu Qing teases her about turning fat like melon if she keeps eating at night. He jokes about checking her stomach to see if she's full. And though she pretends she isn't, her belly indicates otherwise. Qing playfully insists on checking himself and going to sleep. He reminds her not to sneak into his room to do freaky stuff to him, since a full belly leads to impulsive desires, making her cheeks heat up because of embarrassment. The next day, both Zhang and Qing go out to buy New Year's items. That is when the hero greets Uncle Zhao, who is smoking. Before they leave, our guy advises Zhao to stay away from smoking. But that old man is already close to dying, and only cigarettes are keeping him alive. While hanging out, the hero glances at girls who are in skirts and glances at Yang, who is in thick leggings, so he gives her the option to try them out. But Zhang prefers these because they are warm, not understanding how these girls don't feel cold. However, taking her hand, he informs her to hurry up. They have a lot to do today. Since it's New Year's, firstly, he wants her to change her hair a bit. At the salon, he meets the barber, informing him about getting their hair done. Upon seating herself, she is nervous, not knowing what to do or say. So she shows her urgency to our boy to let her have a haircut like his mom's, but he quickly denies, guiding the barber according to himself. After her haircut, it is all thinned out, and her fringes are neat too. Qing can't help but grin while looking at her, because she looks prettier now. Now they are heading out to a mall to buy her some new clothes and shoes since he wants her to wear a new outfit from top to bottom on New Year's Day. As they head out, they run into a dog which looks pretty angry. So our guy suggests staying away from it and going around it by crossing the road. But Yang isn't afraid of it. It is like a small fry in front of her. So she steps forward and scares the dog away with her killing intent. However, Yang doesn't find it killing intent because according to her, the dog sensed that it can't win from her. Simultaneously, he warns her to not ever think about killing or fighting off people or animals no matter what. And he is letting it go this time, but it won't happen again. And he confirms from her if she is reminiscing about the blood-filled days from before. But Zhang finds all of this peaceful, and she would never want to fight with others if everything in her life and surroundings is stable. Then they head out to the mall, pressing forward after shopping. They got back home exhausted, but at the same time, Yang's face lit up to see all the stuff they had bought. The hero can see it on her face how happy she is, but advises her to stop looking for that time and help him get some glue to put couplets around. As not putting up these couplets during the New Year doesn't make people think that it is actually New Year's, since it is a tradition that families paste these, and if not, then it doesn't feel like a festival. After pasting those, Qing demands the feedback, but Jen finds them shorter than the others she has seen, which makes our guy shocked because he wasn't expecting her to compare the couplets. Although, as soon as she admits she prefers the longer one, a smirk forms on his face, and he confidently claims that makes him the best. After finishing with the couplets, our guy's face lights up at the sight of Auntie Chang outside their home. Delighted, he asks her to take a photo of him and Yang in front of the door, which is framed by the festive red paper. Happily, he quickly grabs Zhang's hand and poses for the picture. Meanwhile, Yang stands stiff, and her expressions are unsure as the camera clicks. After clicking and glancing at the picture, Auntie Chung comes closer and wonders aloud if they're ushering in the new year here. When our guy agrees in response, she chuckles at the thought, ushering in the new year while already living together under one roof. They will definitely be getting married very soon. Chuckling, she heads out with Yan Han, leaving those two alone. Inside the apartment, Qing puts the fish on the stove for cooking, and then both of them take a sigh of relief, especially our hero because he is very tired. He glances at their photo for a moment from before, then turns to see Yang. He is sitting beside him, quietly eating some nuts. Noticing this, he leans in and demands to have some too while blushing. Confused, she reaches to give him one. He suddenly opens his mouth, expecting her to feed him. But instead of feeding him properly, she tosses the nut straight into his mouth, shocking him. However, he shows her the picture too. John quickly notices his wicked smile in the picture, but then the hero makes her notice the seriousness on her face too, though he decides to put on some filters on the picture to make it look vintage. Not having any idea about filters, Jen looks at our guy with confused expressions. At the same time, our guy texted his family group about bringing Yang to their house and letting his mom teach how to make dumplings. Afterwards, at his parents' place, while making dumplings out of curiosity, Qing's mom interrogates her about what they generally eat at home. So Yang innocently reveals that they have porridge or noodles in the morning, while she makes some quick food for lunch and dinner. She even mentions that they have supper at times too. This shocks the hero's mother, as her son never woke up till afternoon, but now even wakes up for breakfast as well, even having 3 to 4 meals a day. But then she glances over at the beautiful girl her son has, making her realize that maybe living with a girl changes a boy. In the other room, Ching and his dad are munching on some snacks, and that is when they hear a knock. Upon opening the door, our guy spots Hyozi, who has bought some goodies for his friend's dad since at his home they couldn't finish those. Hyozi is shocked to see his friend, yet our guy acts clingy with his friend. In the meantime, his dad is frustrated to see his son's friend getting benefits from working while his son doesn't even work. So ignoring them, he walks away to sit on his sofa. The hero brings up the girl Hyozi met through matchmaking, curious about how things are with her. But it probably didn't go well since Howie brushes it off quickly, telling him to change the subject for now and assuring him to explain everything later. Their conversation is interrupted when Ching's mom thanks him for bringing all the stuff and offers him to stay for dinner as she made dumplings. Hyozi begins to deny, but as soon as he notices Jong making dumplings, he grabs our guy, annoyed by the fact that he is way too capable since Hyozi's girl wasn't even genuine, and they force things out. But at the same time, his friend's girlfriend is making food at his parents' place, though he then begins to leave, which makes our guy shocked because he expected his friend to investigate more. But what is there to even investigate when a girl is making dumplings in his home? However, before leaving, he instructs our guy to spend some time with his dad. Hyozi won't be home at New Year's because of his assigned duty somewhere else. Later on at night, at first, Jong is a little hesitant to eat. It is her first time trying out dumplings, but when Ching's mom assures her to eat up, she starts eating instantly. She finds the girl pretty pitiful, but at the same time genuine too. She is quite happy that she ate so much food. But at the same time, the dad's reaction is quite the opposite. He frowns, thinking if his son actually brought his girl to their house so that she could have that much food for free. After arriving back at their apartment, our guy is happy that Yang has finally learned how to make dumplings, though Jong needs a little more practice to be perfect at making it evenly. Sitting on the sofa being relaxed, he explains to her that in the north eating dumplings on New Year's is a must, just like sticking couplets on the walls. He explains it's like how people eat mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival and rice dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival. If they don't have dumplings for the New Year, it just feels weird. It's not only the time they live in, but also where they live that shapes how they see or differ things. Though Jong finds it fishy, thinking there is more to it. Knowing he gives off lectures and speeches just to trick her into hugging or holding his hand, so him not asking her to do it is kind of shocking and suspicious for her. Ignoring that feeling, she goes to use her computer. Yet our guy can feel her being weird, assuming that she might have been in shock to see him being that much knowledgeable. Seeing her busy on her computer, he goes for a shower. Janang is checking different websites, and that is when she encounters a video of 2 people kissing. She turns crimson red, shivering with embarrassment. Upon getting out of the shower, our guy noticed her acting super weird, but still told her to shower. Jen stutters, informing him about showering later. The hero could see the tint of red on her cheeks but doesn't understand what is wrong. He looks into her computer and finds her looking at the new, confused if that made her blush or something. Not digging deeper into it, he works for some time and then heads to his room to sleep. As he slams his door shut, Jen can't help but feel this void inside her. He didn't even touch her hands before going to sleep. Instantly, the door of his room opens again, and he wants to know if she won't shower at this time too, since it is too late. After he gets to know that she will wash her hair, he waits for her so that he can blow dry it like always. As soon as she gets out of the shower, he blow dries her hair. Noticing her being quieter than usual, he interrogates the reason behind it, assuming that she might have been upset about him not blow drying her hair earlier, assuring her to just say it without hesitating, because if she won't let him, then obviously he will not get the hint. She can't help but think of beating that teddy bear because she is so pissed at him. Yet it is obviously not the reason. So she stays quiet, thinking that he will eventually trick her into something. So there is no need to make all that happen right now or to confront the reason. The next morning, Young is making fish while looking at its recipe on her phone. When our guy walks to her, she expresses how modern she feels about herself and is quite impressed about hiding her true self. Even his family yesterday didn't get the hint about her difference. This statement makes Ching a little suspicious because hiding her true self, what is that supposed to mean? He wonders if she is still planning to run away. Although his thoughts are interrupted when he sees her being all red, while blushing and revealing that she likes being with his family and loves when the four of them are together. Ching has literally removed all the old stuff and replaced it with the new things they both bought earlier. And he is pretty impressed by himself. He glances over at Zhang, who is on her computer, thinking that it is like she has been reincarnated or is a newborn since it is her first New Year's ever. However, he then suddenly remembered one of her statements from last night about feeling modern. Curious about her search history, because he would have figured out what she meant, but now she is smart enough to remove it. He approaches her, and that is when she innocently points out the person on her screen, wanting to know what that is. Like a child, the hero explains to her that he is streaming to earn money. It is like him playing a game and people watching him play it. Finding it interesting, she reveals wanting to do it too. But when Ching denies because of her identity still being sensitive, she confronts her about her research, explaining that her research tells her that she can purchase a fake identity from remote places. However, our guy isn't in the agreement for anything illegal and suggests she obtain an actual identity card. Though she has no idea if there is really a way to get a proper one, our guy assures her that a solution will naturally occur once she knows how to properly live in this world. He then goes over to the sofa. While playing with Melon, he realizes that Zhang has actually improved. Before, she always listened, being confused, but now she is actually discussing her problems, which shows her character development. Later on that evening, Yang has decided to make some dumplings. Seeing her busy, he decides to look into her search history, assuming that maybe she has forgotten to delete it, but instead she has put a fake alarm to alert him that she already knows that he peeks at her search history. This makes him utterly astonished, and with shocking expressions, he goes into the kitchen again to help her. He suggests she season the ingredients, and he will mix them all. Seeing him help her, Jen just wishes that this type of life continues without any pause. On New Year's Eve, as instructed by Hyozi, our guy meets Uncle Chin. He is looking forward to seeing our guy and his girlfriend arrive at the annual dinner. That being said, he even gives him an idea of a separate mini hot pot gathering too. So Chin quickly agrees, but at the same time advises them to leave quickly because his parents are waiting for them. As they leave, our guy notices Zhang's eyes shine while seeing Uncle Chin's pet, realizing she likes dogs. But according to her, raising a dog as big as Uncle Chin's requires a lot of food and attention, and she is quite satisfied that they have Melon with them. The hero agrees, but at the same time, he realizes that she called Melon hers too, which makes him giggle in happiness. Back at his parents' place, Ching's focus shifts to the fruits that Hyozi bought earlier. So he immediately opens the box, and it turns out that there are passion fruits in it. In that case, he quickly cuts the fruit and offers all three of them. When they eat those, their expressions change, making him realize that they are pretty bad, so he decides not to have them all. But when he offers them more, they look at him angrily, and now he has to finish those off on his own, as they can go to waste. Regret washes over his face, and he curses himself for opening that box in the first place. At his parents' place, both Ching and Zhang have New Year's Eve dinner with his parents. His father makes prayers for a new and better year, since a lot changed this year, and even our guy grew up a lot. He is referring to his son having a girlfriend now, while our guy and Yang stare at each other quietly. After the prayers, their glasses clink to celebrate New Year's Eve. While having dinner, Ching's mom is telling Zhang about his childhood embarrassing stories, which makes him so embarrassed. But at the same time, Yang listens to those stories quietly while grinning and notices our guy being all shy because of his foolishness. After dinner, while Zhang and Ching's mom are cleaning up the dishes, Ching's dad suspiciously calls him to his room and hands him a blue envelope. He advises his son to keep it safe and open it after going back home. It isn't money because money is given in red envelopes during New Year's for luck. After some time, they leave. On the way back home, our guy decides to visit Uncle Chin. In that case, he assures Zhang to be more casual and speak her heart out in front of him, since he would forget everything after some drinks. She doesn't respond, which makes our guy wonder why she is being so slow at grasping stuff out of nowhere. Yang, on the other hand, is flustered, her cheeks heating up with a deep blush, though his attention shifts to the box his father gave him earlier, and it turns out to be a condom. This makes Ching embarrassed and shy at the same time, because they haven't done anything except for holding hands, when Zhang, out of curiosity, wanted to know what those are. So our guy lies that these are balloons of no use. Later on, after arriving at Uncle Chin's place, they all greet, and just then, our guy suggests Uncle find a partner for himself, as Hyozi is always busy with his duties. This makes his uncle laugh. But at the same time, Uncle Chin notices Jian being quiet. So he jokes about her and our guy getting married, as they are even celebrating New Year's together, and questions her about her whereabouts. And with Ching's telepathy, She shilly tells him that she is from Join. They all then keep talking about different stuff, and that is when Hyose's dating life topic is brought up. Jung is quietly looking at the television where wishes of the new year are being announced. She can't help but feel something is not right. On their way back home, our guy teases Jung about the gap between her and modern people. Confused, she asks him to explain, but instead he grabs her hand and intertwines his fingers with hers, telling her to figure it out herself. She doesn't really give anything a thought. Instead, she blushes, acknowledging the fact that she loves a life like this, always wanting to rely on him. After getting back home, our guy is casually watching the television. He is happy about catching the tail end of the New Year's special show and even reminds Xian to wear her new clothes tomorrow. It's going to be the first day of the new year. At the same time, Jen is sitting there uneasy. Her mind is racing with tons of thoughts. She is not understanding what to do with this guy beside her, though she quickly stands up and goes to the kitchen. The hero is all confused, not understanding what is up with her lately and why she goes to the kitchen. But suddenly, Yang comes out of the kitchen with cooking wine. She has drunk all of it. Chong grabs her wrist, making her understand not to drink. But rather than focusing on her lecture, she is more concerned if they still have a clear conscience. Annoyed, he clarifies that it is very clear. However, in the blink of an eye, he's on the sofa and she's on top of him. She pins him down without any hesitation while the countdown for the new year begins on the television. As everyone on TV wishes Happy New Year, she kisses him. This feeling of being pressed down by her is frustrating for our guy. He realizes how helpless he is that he can't even play along with her. After kissing him, she repeats her question of whether they now have a clear conscience. And obviously now he denies it since he was pinned down. Though he always thought that guys would be taking advantage of drunk girls, for him it was the opposite. Jeneng then leaves him and then goes inside her room, bringing her slippers to him in order to express to him that he is important to her. She even offers to teach him how to punch. Confused, he suggests she rest as learning how to punch can wait. Jang pauses for a moment, but then leaves. Therefore, Ching takes a sigh of relief, but is still too confused, not understanding how to clear the mess inside his head. Instantly, Zhang peeks out of her room again. Our guy is again freaked out, suggesting she leave because if something more happens between them while she is drunk, she will beat him to death. But instead, she reveals with a touch of a hint on her cheeks that he hasn't touched her hands today. And when he does, she quickly goes to her bed. She is stunned, too shocked to see this side of her, doubting that she would try to leave tomorrow because of shame, so he locks all the doors and windows. The next morning, the first day of the new year, Yang seems to be in a really good mood while wearing her new clothes. On the flip side, Ching secretly watches her from his room, finding her being normal more weird. Gathering all his courage, he approaches her and questions her if she remembers what happened last night. The question makes her blush, but she still manages to tell him that they no longer have a clear conscience. Ignoring that, he spots her dressed in her new dress and realizes that he went to bed like that and didn't even shower since yesterday. In that case, he decides to shower first and continue this conversation in a bit. 20 minutes later, they both are sitting on the sofa, and Ching questions her on a few things like how she held him down, suddenly got drunk, and kissed him. He wants to know the reason behind all these questions. Hesitantly, she admits that she wants to rely on him. This makes him more confused, and he remembers about her bringing her shoes to him. So he asks the reason behind it too. It turns out that she has a misunderstanding about him having a thing for shoes, assuring him that it isn't an illness. This makes him realize that she has been reading weird stuff on the internet and doubts him, but he clarifies that it was because those shoes were the ones she wore when she came to his home for the first time. So, he thought to keep them as a memory or an antique and sell them later on. However, she instructs him not to sell it, and he agrees and reassures her one last time about not having anything for shoes. He then jumps up to the next topic while rubbing his bruised hand from earlier, because of being pinned down. She said about relying on him, so he questions her about whether relying on him means pushing him against the sofa and kissing him. Yang narrows her face. Her face turns crimson red, and she declares that they don't have a clear conscience after a kiss, and in that case, she is his girlfriend now. Hearing that, Ching also blushes and now can't help but demand a hug from his girlfriend. As he extends his arm, she slides near him, and they finally hug, the actual hug that Ching always wanted. While hugging her, he acknowledges the fact that his thinking about relationships is quite different from hers. Zhang doesn't really put a deep thought into it, because what they have right is what she wants forever. And Ching agrees to her, but at the same time, cupping her face, He confronts that he wants a modern. Zhang has his wife, not someone confused who will be having children just for a stable life. He even hopes that she learns how to smile. And when she hears that, she tries to smile forcefully, which is totally weird. He acknowledges the fact that she has a pretty smile, but she doesn't have to force it. She just has to smile more often. The smile she has when she sees snow, when she eats cake or hot pot, the genuine smile that she actually has. He agrees that she is doing much better compared to the time she first arrived, but even right now she is able to smile, but it is just her raising the corners of her mouth according to the current mood. This makes Young realize that is the reason her Uncle Chin didn't talk to her that much last night. Without lying, he admits that it is right and it is obviously fine because she definitely needs time to understand and grasp things. After all, she is from over 1,000 years ago. Her mental state still needs time to grow, and in that case, he promises to wait for her no matter what happens. He then demands a kiss from her, and without hesitating, she kisses her cheeks. That being done, he makes her understand not to push him forcefully down like earlier. She just has to say what she wants, and she will eventually get it. And if that is a kiss, then it is a lot better. Hearing that, she apologizes for her behavior yesterday. After that happy moment, Shang said, "See, isn't that better? Don't push me away like yesterday anymore. Just say straight out that you like me. I won't refuse your kisses. On the contrary, I really like them." Hearing this, Zhang shyly replied, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that yesterday. I'll give you all the shoes." Faced with her naive answer, Xiang helplessly said, "I don't need shoes. I want your lips." The first day of the new year ended. In Zhang's hand was a beautifully decorated red envelope. Uncle Tan said to her, "This is a beautiful pair of mandarin duck red envelopes, isn't it?" Xiang, sitting beside her, also chimed in, "Uncle prepared it for you." This was the first time Zhang had seen this type of red envelope, so she was very excited, carefully examining every detail on it, saying, "Thank you, Uncle." She gently squeezed the envelope, feeling it was very thick. Uncle and Aunt also gave me one this thick. At this rate, I'll have a lot of money to spend after the new year. After wishing Uncle's family a happy new year, the two of them went downstairs to leave. As soon as they reached the stairs, a young man leading a bicycle approached. It turned out to be Hao Zi. Xiang warmly greeted him and asked Hao Zi, "Finished your shift?" He replied, "Just finished." Xiang's eyes sparkled like stars. He proudly showed 2 mandarin duck red envelopes to Hao Zi. "Look, mandarin duck envelopes. How did you get these? When are you bringing your girlfriend home to meet your parents?" Hao Zi blushed with annoyance, thinking to himself, "Damn it. If this guy finds out my girlfriend is just in name only, he'll definitely tell my dad. I can't let him find out." Thinking this, Hao Zi decided to go home. "I'm not arguing with you anymore. I'm going home to sleep." Xiang still smiled brightly and said, "Happy New Year." On the snow-covered road, Zhang asked, "Can you help him solve this issue?" Xiang replied, "He's a police officer with limited authority. It's difficult. Regardless of his position, if more people know about his situation, it will be safer. That's always beneficial for our goals." Zhang looked at him meaningfully. She gazed at the distant sky and said, "That's good," Xiang asked, puzzled. "What's good?" "For the past 6 months, we've been working towards a common goal, and that makes you very happy," Zhang replied, then suddenly hummed a few romantic lines for Xiang to hear. He was touched, his cheeks flushing, as he asked, "Really? That's all I know for now." To reciprocate Zhang's sweetness, Xiang looked around. The next moment, he kissed Zhang's cheek and excitedly said, "Wonderful." However, Zhang lowered her head, her body trembling, and shouted, "You rascal!" The scene changes to Hao Zi's house. A steaming hot bun is picked up with chopsticks, and he eats it deliciously. He exclaims, "So good. Homemade buns are still the best." Sitting beside him is the uncle who gave Zhang the red envelope, who is also Hao Zi's father. He's playing with the dog Tyrant. "You must try harder. Even though you're grown up, I haven't neutered you yet. I'm waiting for the day you find your soulmate." Needless to say, this wasn't directed at the dog, but was implying something to Hao Zi. The old man continued, "I've placed all my hopes on you, hoping to have an heir to continue the Qin family line soon." Hao Zi didn't realize and instead said, "Dad, Tyrant is a girl." Hao Zi's father replied, dissatisfied, "I'm not talking to you, just eat. After you finish eating, go to Uncle Hua's house to wish them a happy new year." Following the instructions, Hao Zi went to his uncle's house to wish them a happy new year. "Happy New Year. Happy New Year, nephew. Let's chat for a bit. As a police officer, you have to work even on holidays. It must be tough for you." Zhang's mother took out a thick red envelope and said, "This is a red envelope for your girlfriend, but it seems she's too busy to come. I'll make an exception and give it to you this time. Hao Zi immediately became flustered because there was no girlfriend at all. It was just a name he made up. Hearing this, Hao Zi waved his hands in refusal. I can't accept it. I'm grown up now. She stuffed the red envelope into his pocket and said, do you have someone in your heart yet? If you're still single, I wouldn't give you a red envelope. Time is running out, she advised. Bring your girlfriend here to visit next time. Hao Zi sighed and replied, of course, I'll definitely bring her next time. Being asked about his love life, Hao Zi became dazed. He recalled the past months being urged every day to find a partner. Thinking about the day he would bring a girlfriend home, he wouldn't be nagged anymore. Once they see her, they won't keep pestering about marriage. Life is so difficult. The Hua couple witnessing this scene were also a bit confused. Before Hao Zi pushed the door to leave, Xiang's father asked, do you know what Xiang is doing these days? He's a TikToker, uncle. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? Hearing this, the uncle handed him the phone. After searching for a while, Hao Zi showed him an account with a Doraemon avatar saying, this is Xiang's account, uncle. The couple curiously opened it to see. Seeing his son's long, incomprehensible name, the uncle scolded, what the hell is this? Hao Zi explained to Xiang's father, he can't use his real name, Xiang. This name suits him well. Then he operated the phone a few times and introduced, this is his personal page. Below are the videos he posted. If you want to watch any video, just tap on it. Realizing she could get information from here, Xiang's mother invited Hao Zi in. Come in and sit down, nephew. The boy only said he's making money. We basically don't know what he's doing. This is an opportunity to find out what he's up to. The videos played one after another, all showing kissing scenes. After watching, all three were stunned, perhaps shocked. Xiang's father threw the phone on the table, scolding, is this kid just doing these nonsensical things all day? Hao Zi knew he had caused big trouble, thinking to himself that everything was ruined. Meanwhile, Xiang was unaware of what had happened, still going with Jiang to wish others a Happy New Year. Auntie, Happy New Year. Jiang also stepped forward and bowed. Happy New Year, Auntie. The aunt smiled happily. You look so radiant. Happy New Year. Suddenly, Xiang sneezed, a very loud sneeze. Someone must be talking behind his back. After exchanging New Year greetings, the three went inside to chat. Xiang spoke first. Auntie, when will Yen Yen come back? Jiang really likes her. The aunt replied, she'll be back after the New Year. Little Yen has to stay at my house for another half-month until school starts. If Jiang likes children, you two should have one soon. Xiang laughed loudly. You're right, Auntie. Get ready to receive our wedding invitation. In contrast, Jiang glared at him affectionately, looking like she might hit him. They started arguing again. However, the aunt spoke up. By the way, how did you two meet? Did you meet online? This question interrupted their argument and broke the atmosphere. They both looked at the aunt awkwardly, then at each other. Then each started explaining the reason. No, Auntie, we met in Zhangcheng. I pursued her for 3 years before succeeding. 3 whole years. The aunt replied, 5 years would be worth it, let alone 3. That's wonderful. At this moment, the uncle brought out a plate of fruit to serve the guests. Xiang quickly said, Uncle Wang, you don't need to be so formal with us. We'll be leaving soon. The uncle replied, talking to this old lady must be boring. Make yourselves at home. Have some fruit. Well then, if you insist. After a morning of New Year visits, they finally returned home. As soon as they got home, Xiang asked Jiang, do you know what online dating is? Jiang tiptoed to get a bag from the top of the fridge, replying, of course, as soon as I open my phone, it shows up on the website. I basically don't need to search for it. The waiting pet cat also got to enjoy a full bowl of food. Xiang worried, not knowing if her web browsing was a blessing or a curse. He thought she was still innocent, but she's already been corrupted. The next second, he walked toward the sofa. Xiang chose to lie on the armchair because the morning of New Year visits had exhausted him. He said, actually, I prefer long socks to slippers, especially the thin, long black ones. Simple design. Then his eyes looked a bit puzzled. Jiang sat beside him, also looking at him, then turned away, responding disdainfully. Xiang started teasing her. Your attitude shows you know exactly what type I'm talking about. She innocently replied, it's the type I saw on the street the other day. This answer stunned Xiang. A simple stir-fry meal was served. He picked up some food and said, I swear to heaven, I'll never have any thoughts about other girls. I'm not good at flirting. I just occasionally admire long-legged girls. It's instinct. Jiang seemed to pay no attention to Xiang's rambling. She picked up her chopsticks and rice bowl, saying, it's okay. Sometimes I like to look too, although it's a bit shameless, but it's really beautiful. For some reason, the girl's face suddenly turned red. Jiang immediately asked, beautiful how? "Do you want to try?" It turns out he had been harboring a plan for black stockings. Zhang refused. "No, I want to keep it." That night, Zhang quietly sat in front of the computer. He was searching for a keyword called Lily. He wondered, maybe she wants to try. Looking at the little girl, Zhang thought to himself, so smooth and silky, who wouldn't want it? Then he said, "Then I'll buy 2 sets so you can wear them comfortably." Zhang replied, "But I don't want to wear them." "It's okay if you don't want to." He said that outwardly, but inside he was already prepared. Buy them first, even if she doesn't like them now, she might want them later. Said and done, he had already paid. The goods were being prepared. Preparing in advance was his forte. After placing the order, he stood up and said, "I'm going to take a shower. Later we'll open the red envelopes together to see how much money we got today." Then, Zhang asked again, "Do you want to shower together? We can save water." The little girl blushed, panicking and shouting, "I don't want to." Grabbing a pillow, she threw it straight at Zhang. The moment to open the red envelopes had arrived. They sat down excitedly to open them. 2 thick red envelopes were taken out. Seeing the thick wad of cash in her hand, Zhang was very moved. She handed all the money to Xiang, saying, "This money is yours, I can't accept it." Xiang looked at her with loving eyes. "You're my girlfriend. If you don't take it, who will?" Then he gave the money back to Zhang. Then Xiang hugged Zhang's shoulders, saying, "We're dating now. What's mine is yours, what's yours is mine. Just consider this as a contingency fund, like the spare blanket Aunt 2 gave us, stored under the bed. Take it out when needed." The little girl lowered her head, shyly saying, "I still owe you a lot of money." Seeing this, Xiang consoled her. "Come on, don't mix the 2 things together. Let's not talk about that anymore. Should I teach you how to kiss?" Hearing those sweet words, the little girl's mind started spinning again. On the sofa, Xiang was guiding Zhang. "Close your eyes." He deliberately put his hand on her shoulder, full of teasing. Like in the movies, they kissed. Unexpectedly, Xiang got to experience such a romantic scene between a man and a woman. They gazed at each other intently, gradually immersing themselves in this feeling. However, reality wasn't like a dream. Suddenly, Zhang seemed to realize something. She opened her eyes wide, glaring at Xiang. The stare from top to bottom made the atmosphere tense. "What are you trying to do?" This embarrassing question made Xiang only laugh awkwardly. "If I say it's instinct, would you believe me?" "Well, let's start over." Of course, Zhang wouldn't agree. She turned away saying, "Forget it." She even asked a suspicious question. "Do you want me to get pregnant?" The male lead was once again stunned by Zhang's question. Xiang took a moment to calm down and explain, "No, I just wanted to hug you. How could you get pregnant? Come on, just one kiss." Nevertheless, Zhang flatly refused. "I don't want to. I want to go to sleep." Along with the goodnight wish came the sound of a door slamming shut. Faced with this confusing situation, Xiang could only scratch his head in bewilderment. Does this girl know how to kiss? But he quickly dismissed that thought, focusing instead, "Well, while I'm not sleepy yet, I'll do something else. First, let's check the video reactions." What Xiang was about to watch turned out to be a steamy scene from a movie. When scrolling down to the comments section, an indecent comment appeared before the male lead's eyes. "Why watch this nonsense? It's so undignified. Delete it." This comment seemed familiar to Xiang. He muttered, "Oh, why does this sound so familiar? Never mind, I don't care." The male lead directly blocked that person. The scene shifts to Xiang's parents' room. The father seemed to be intently watching something on his phone. Seeing her husband staring at the screen, the wife asked, "What are you still watching on your phone?" He calmly replied, "Nothing. About to go to sleep." It turned out he was monitoring the comments under his post, wanting to see if anyone had replied. But surprisingly, he couldn't access that post anymore. Faced with this situation, Zhang's father started to get irritated, shouting, "You can only find videos through the uploader's channel. What kind of damn app is this? Can't watch anything at all." The 6th day of the Lunar New Year was approaching. Early in the morning, 2 young boys were making noise at the door. "Tha, your dad's friend Wang Zi is here to visit." The friend beside him shyly reminded, "Keep it down, don't disturb the neighbors." The male lead quickly opened the door for his 2 friends. As soon as they entered, he said, "Sit anywhere you like. Food is being prepared. I'm adjusting the background music, so I can't use the computer. If you want to use one, there's only the laptop." Wang Zi suddenly acted arrogant, putting the male lead in a headlock, saying, "Hey, you go play games." At the same time, Zhang brought out a plate of food. She seemed not to understand why these guys were hugging each other. As soon as he saw the girl, Wang Zi pretended to be gallant. I mean, how have you been lately? Long time no see?" The male lead was exasperated by Wang Zi's talkative nature and had to remind him, "Be quiet. Let me go to the kitchen to lend a hand. In the kitchen, the male lead started to show his romantic side next to Zhang. Even just handing over a potato required an intense gaze between them. Wang Zi and his friends stood outside looking in, feeling a bit bewildered. He helplessly turned to chat with the cat. Right, kitty. Wang Zi turned to ask the other friend. It's strange. How did this useless guy suddenly change so quickly? Seeing his friend's slow response, Wang Zi arrogantly reminded, Hey, I'm asking you. This statement startled the dazed friend, who didn't dare to move. Then the young man leaned close to Wang Zi's ear and whispered, Maybe Tan has been replaced by someone. Cloning technology is much more advanced now than before. After hearing these absurd words, Wang Zi suddenly nodded in agreement. You have a point. He disappeared for months, barely went out. Maybe he was switched during that time. The real one was destroyed. Only the fake one remains. The dreamy friend added more knowledge for Wang Zi. Clones usually have signs you can distinguish between real and fake. Pay attention to see if there are any marks on his neck and hands. Just then, the male lead appeared, curiously asking, What are you two whispering about? Come eat. Seeing Wang Zi hugging the cat tightly, Xiang kicked him in the butt. Let go of my cat. Move away. During the party, Xiang excitedly said, For the new year, Zhang showed off her cooking skills, making some family dishes. So today, drink less, eat more. Wang Zi enthusiastically responded, Adults should drink alcohol, come on. Suddenly, the male lead felt a bit uncomfortable. Just now, while helping in the kitchen, my hand got burned quite badly. Indeed, there were 2 red marks on the male lead's hand from cooking burns. This scene caught the eyes of the 2 friends. They immediately judged. Oh my, there are marks on his hand. Hearing this, the male lead felt strange. He didn't understand what his 2 friends were implying. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became tense. Everyone looked at each other suspiciously. In contrast to Wang Zi's suspicion, the male lead thought to himself, Damn, I almost forgot about the bruise from the female warrior pressing on me. How do I explain this to everyone now? So Xiang quickly pulled his sleeve to cover the bruise on his arm. This action made Wang Zi even more suspicious. He shouted, Stand still! Raise both hands. The police blood in Wang Zi suddenly surged strongly. They rushed to carefully examine Xiang's hands. Wang Zi changed his tone, pretending to understand everything, and talked non-stop. Xiang could only helplessly say, What else? We were just fooling around a bit too much. Hearing this, Wang Zi couldn't control his emotions and shouted, Too much. My God, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. The friend beside him still didn't understand what was happening and blurted out, Huh? Seeing his friend's confusion, Wang Zi leaned close to his ear and whispered, Those marks are. The naive friend had just heard it and shouted, What? You just said he's a pervert. As soon as these words were uttered, Xiang felt extremely embarrassed and quickly explained, Don't talk nonsense. The awkward situation made the 3 men look at each other in silence for a moment. The 2 friends couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising Xiang. You're a master, bro. The male lead's face showed clear distress as he tried his best to explain. It's not what you think. After the embarrassing untangling, everyone returned to the dining table. Wang Zi still didn't stop his teasing tone, raising his glass and saying, Sister-in-law, I toast to you. In his mind, he was still thinking, She looks so gentle on the outside, but turns out to be so violent. Before Zhang could react, Xiang had already taken on the role of a model pillar. No, she can't drink a single drop of alcohol. In fact, the image of a drunk Zhang appeared in the male lead's mind, urging him to prevent this from happening. How could he let her drink alcohol? Wang Zi and his friend started chatting, sharing about their lives. Your dream of becoming a police officer has come true. Doing good deeds every day, it's wonderful. Wang Zi was still complaining. I'm so jealous, every day feels meaningless to me. Tan's life is the best. He has a cat, a girlfriend, and plenty of free time. Wang Zi's words obviously didn't sit well with the male lead. He was still talking to Zhang. Just eat and listen. It doesn't matter if you understand or not. In fact, Xiang felt that everyone has their own worries. What concerned the male lead most was Zhang's identity. He put down his glass, thinking to himself. However, seeing Zhang eating happily, her radiant smile, perhaps it made Tan feel somewhat at ease. He was still the romantic man. You have rice on your face. The efforts to hide Zhang's identity, the male lead felt, were very worthwhile. Wang Zi felt very uncomfortable inside. He spoke up. Hey, stop showing affection in front of us. Sister-in-law, say something. Zhang raised her hand in confusion. I'm eating, Xiang responded to the other 2, because looking at you 2 is disgusting. Zhang innocently commented on the people around. I don't think so. You all must have been friends for a long time, right? Hearing the sister-in-law say this, Wang Zi nodded. That's right. Xiang and I have known each other since our 4th year of university, and these two have known each other since they were in diapers. Truly a tragic fate. Mentioning university days, Zhang suddenly remembered. Is it the photo where you dyed your hair back then? Talking about this, Wang Zi laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, that photo. The other friend thought that was taken before entering university. He thought he was so cool then. Now thinking about it is embarrassing. Wang Zi showed curiosity, resting his chin in thought. He was very enthusiastic. Let me find it. I have many photos of Than's golden days. Wang Zi took out a stack of photos, continuously introducing. This one was taken during our graduation trip. Than was beaten up by monkeys on Mount Amy. Ha 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 ha. It was terrible. The next day, Than took a stick to get revenge, but ended up getting beaten even worse. That's when I learned Man had some weird hobbies. Tan Hao also chimed in. I also have photos of this idiot's golden days. The male lead stood beside observing everything, thinking to himself, it's okay to let his girlfriend know about some of his foolish moments. Wang Zi said to the male lead, I want to form a team to participate in a game tournament. This friend of yours who designs images for me is pretty good. Give me his contact. I want to order a few more sets. The male lead curiously asked, You mean Li Gaobo? He has a store on the 4th floor of the Zhongcheng Electronics Shopping Center. You can find him there. Wang Zi said, Okay, I'll remember that. Before Wang Zi could say anything else, Tan Hao pulled him away by the shirt. Let's go. See you later. Xiang curiously asked, Don't you two want to stay and play a bit longer? No thanks. We're afraid of witnessing you two fighting. This statement made the male lead stand frozen in place, feeling as if his whole being had shattered. The male lead slowly closed the door to see off the guests, thinking to himself, in their eyes, I'm a pervert who likes to be mistreated. In Zhang's eyes, I'm a sick person obsessed with dirty shoes. My reputation is completely ruined. After everything that happened, the male lead lay sprawled on the sofa with a thoughtful expression. The new year is almost over. I need to think seriously about work. He suddenly picked up his phone as if wanting to search for something. I once said I don't need likes, don't need interactions, don't make cheap videos. But those are actually the secrets to success. I have some fame, earn enough to live, but to reach a new height is really difficult. The clock shows 8 a.m. The male lead and Zhang are in the living room. The scene looks very peaceful. Xiang looks at Zhang with affectionate eyes. Zhang asks, Do you want something to drink? The male lead starts playing the romantic lover again. I don't want to drink. I just want to hug you. I like you. He keeps saying cheesy things. Zhang shyly, Xiang still hugs her tightly. I like the scent on your body. Zhang asks in surprise, Do I have a scent? The male lead answers somewhat crudely. Of course, men are naturally lustful. They can detect the seductive scent from beautiful women. Knowing he misspoke, he uses another sweet line to save the situation. But I'm different. I'm only lustful for you. Let me kiss you. Their lips gradually move closer to each other. The romantic scene continues to unfold. The sofa seemed to be fueling the passionate love of the couple. Zhang's eyes gradually became shy. Her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Zhang screamed. The male lead quickly comforted her. Can you stop paying attention to that? Before he could finish his sentence, the male lead was pushed hard. Zhang unexpectedly took the initiative to pin the male lead down on the sofa, thinking to herself, it seems this might be better. I can prevent him from using tricks, trying to get me pregnant. Just experiencing the feeling of love. The passionate kiss began. The male lead pretended to resist weakly. Let me go. In his mind, he was still struggling with his thoughts. For the sake of our future bedroom life, I can't let her form this habit. Just as the two were engrossed, there was a knock on the door. Zhang heard it and said, Let me go open the door. A little girl appeared, looking very excited. Sister Jiang, you're smiling. What's so fun? Jiang blushed, a bit surprised. I'm smiling. The little girl had just entered the house and asked, Where's Bidao? Then she lovingly scolded Bidao and picked it up. Stop oversleeping all day. Wake up and study with me. The girl's cheerful expression surprised both the male lead and Zhang, especially the male lead, who completely didn't understand what was happening. Zhang awkwardly changed the subject. Looks like you've changed, haven't you? Xiang smiled and replied, Yes, I've learned how to love someone. She always uses her strength to suppress me. That's a skewed development. The little girl sat at the table with paper and pens neatly arranged. Bidao, you'll see me on TV someday. On the other side, the male lead said to Zhang, That's great. You should seriously think about going to school. If you don't know anything, people will laugh at you. Zhang, our names both have 14 strokes. This is destiny. Jiang's eyes suddenly changed. She looked a bit surprised. The little girl who just came in also curiously asked, "So how many strokes does my name have?" The male lead quickly explained, "Your name has more strokes than mine and hers combined. If you had to write your name 100 times, it would be like a teacher's punishment for you. Your name is really hard to write. You probably don't want to write it over and over like being punished, right?" Hearing the male lead's sincere explanation, Zhang's eyes lit up with amusement. The little girl in the yellow shirt continued to ask innocently, "How can I become a superstar?" Zhang then listed, "You need to know how to sing, know how to dance, know how to act, and everyone has to like you." Ngon Yen, "Do you know how to sing?" Ngon Yen replied pitifully, "No." "What about dancing? Can you shake your butt?" The male lead immediately teased, "Your sister Jiang can do that too." Jiang shyly refused, "I don't know how." The scene changes to a poetic sunset. The male lead focuses on work, while Jiang cleans up. This is the ideal family scene that everyone dreams of. At this moment, Jiang looks out the window, her eyes suddenly widening as if she saw something strange. From the bathroom comes the sound of continuous scrubbing. Jiang curiously asks, "What are you doing?" She innocently replies, "I'm washing shoes." The male lead crosses his arms and asks, "Then why did you take my shoes?" Jiang asserts, "They're mine." Jiang suddenly speaks up, "You gave them to me, so they're mine." The image of Jiang giving shoes to the male lead flashes in her mind. Unable to deny it, she has to admit her mistake. "I'll return them to you after I wash them." The male lead gives a cute smile to soothe her. Jiang points to his phone and says, "The things I ordered for you will be delivered soon. I'll buy you a few pairs of high heels. Do you prefer white or black?" "I like red soles." Jiang refuses. "I don't like any color." The male lead also gives up. "Then I'll decide myself. I'll buy all the colors." Jiang's eyes darken. Various thoughts begin to surface. He's not satisfied with one pair of shoes. He wants to buy more. The scene changes to February and spring. While Jiang is sitting alone fishing, Xiang approaches. Suddenly, Xiang shouts, "Ah!" He stands in a stance and continues to shout loudly, "Hey!" Hearing Xiang making noise beside her, Jiang irritably said, "Shh, be quiet. You'll scare the fish away." Zhang laughed with delight. "Almost done." Then he returned to his martial arts stance, continuing to shout, "Heya!" At the same time, he thought to himself, "I can't understand it. A female warrior like her coming here to fish. Well, then I should practice martial arts outdoors too. She once said it could save money. Why not?" Xiang continued to be lost in his thoughts. "I feel like I could take down a bear with just one punch, but that's still not enough to tame a wild Jiang." He was so lost in thought, he didn't notice what was surprising Jiang. The next moment, Jiang exclaimed excitedly, "I caught another one!" A big fish had taken the bait. She held up the fish and said to Xiang, "We can make fish soup for lunch today." Xiang dropped his arms. The purpose of learning martial arts is to train the body and help others. Xiang's face bore a handprint. He raised both hands, making a number 10 gesture. Continuing, "Not to suppress others. No matter what, we must not lose our self-worth. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang looked dejectedly at the fish bucket and replied, "I understand." Then she looked at the man in front of her with sharp eyes. She touched the fish with her finger while thinking to herself, "I don't use it to suppress anyone. I only use it to protect myself. If it were before, if he dared to touch me, I would tear him in half." Jiang shuddered, worried. Where is this killing intent coming from? After Jiang finished fishing, the two walked home. He suddenly stopped because he saw something. Thinking to himself, "It's noon already. I'm so thirsty." Jiang walked beside him, happily thinking about the fish soup. Xiang asked her, "Do you want something to drink?" Then pointed in that direction. She followed his gaze. A vending machine came into view of both of them. Seeing her look unfamiliar, Xiang introduced, "This is called a vending machine. There's a person hidden inside. They will give out drinks, letting them fall down there." After hearing this, Jiang showed a disbelieving expression. She quickly asked, "So you mean there's also a person hidden in ATMs? They crawl out to give money." Xiang was surprised. "How do you know that too?" She looked annoyed. Her ears suddenly turned red due to the thoughts in her head. If Xiang keeps deceiving me like this, perhaps it's best I do nothing, just stay at home and have children for him. Xiang quickly chose the drink he wanted and used his phone to scan the payment code. Jiang looked at the vending machine and said, "If we own this, wouldn't all the money put in be ours? Actually, we wouldn't lose any money at all, right?" Jiang hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. You have to buy drinks to put in first. Then you can put the remaining money in your wallet." After hearing this, Jiang replied, "Oh, I see. Then we don't need this anymore. While they were talking, the drink can had fallen from its original position. However, it got stuck, unable to fall down further. This surprised both Xiang and Zhang. They both stood staring at the drink can in disbelief. He exclaimed, "How did it get stuck like this?" As he spoke, he forcefully hit the machine, wanting the drink to fall down. Seeing that hitting wasn't working, Xiang then shook the entire vending machine vigorously. After a while, he said helplessly, "I can't make it fall down." Then Xiang continued, "All right, I'll buy another one to push the other one down." Zhang worried, "What if it gets stuck again?" Xiang said while scanning the code, "It can't be that unlucky." The phone screen showed the payment amount. He pressed confirm and a beep sounded. He continued, "What happened earlier was just a coincidence. The drink can left its original position again." The second coincidence occurred. The two stood staring at the stuck drink can in disbelief again. Xiang hurriedly selected the same drink again on the vending machine screen. This time he looked very annoyed, angrily saying, "I can't believe this." Another clunk sounded. The third coincidence occurred. Looking at the three cans stuck firmly, Xiang was so angry he felt like he was on fire. Zhang calmly said, "We've already lost 7.5 yuan." Xiang frowned. "Watch me destroy this stupid machine." Zhang immediately looked around, turning left and right to see if anyone was there. Confirming no one was around, she delivered a powerful kick to the vending machine, frightening Xiang to the point where his soul nearly left his body. The three cans fell down simultaneously. Xiang shouted, "Run quickly!" The two quickly ran away. They only stopped when they reached an empty alley, and only then did Xiang breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhang said, "Don't worry, I checked beforehand. There was no one around." Xiang angrily said loudly, "Have you already learned to check your surroundings before doing bad things?" Hearing this, Zhang looked unhappy, but still replied, "I've known for a long time, stop treating me like an idiot." Then the two continued walking home. Zhang walked while holding a can, asking him, "I'm wondering, what will it be like 100 years from now?" Hearing the question, Xiang quickly replied, "Perhaps we'll become star conquerors. If you came a few thousand years later, there might not be as many people on Earth anymore. Robots would be everywhere. You'd have to fight them and finally collapse from exhaustion." After saying this, he suddenly gave an enigmatic smile. Then Zhang continued, "When you're settled and have an ID, we can go by plane or ship. You'll see the ocean and giant fish." Zhang immediately replied, "Giant fish. Then we can eat for a long time." Hearing her say that, he laughed and said, "Why is food always on your mind? You've gained 2.5 kilos this winter, and you're still thinking about eating." She angrily said loudly, "I'm not fat." A while later, they arrived home. Zhang had finished cooking the fish soup. She smelled the aroma and said with satisfaction, "It smells so good." Xiang, holding Bidao, stood beside her and said, "It smells amazing. I'm so hungry." Zhang then asked him, "Should we take 2 fish to uncle and aunt?" Xiang smiled and replied, "Why give them a few small fish? It's better to feed Bidao." Bidao seemed to understand what he said, showing a very happy expression and meowing once. After eating their fill, Beach Dao was sound asleep, while Xiang sat beside her, using the computer to handle work. Zhang approached him, held a piece of paper in front of him, and asked, "I've converted all the materials I've saved over the past few months into gold. So how do we sell them now?" Xiang looked at the paper she held up, saw a string of zeros on it, and exclaimed in surprise, "That's a lot." He continued, "Wait a moment. Let me find a place to sell." Then he quickly went to the desktop computer to check the current gold price. After checking, he thought to himself, "This is truly a miracle. A person from the Tang dynasty, who in just a few months learned to use computers in modern society, has earned her first money. She's truly a hardworking female warrior." Zhang happily flipped through the pages of her notebook, saying, "I heard that gold prices are much higher now than before. I've calculated if I sell everything, I can pay off all my debt to you." She thought to herself, "If you borrow, you must repay, especially to those who have helped you. Kindness must be repaid. I won't let second-hand advice go to waste." Xiang, while using her computer, said, "Not only can you pay off your debt to me, but you'll also have quite a bit left over. You can buy new clothes, new shoes for yourself." "Oh, forget about buying shoes, because I've already bought them for you." Xiang looked at her with a smile and said, "All right, I've found a buyer. Let me teach you how to make the transaction." Zhang immediately replied, "Yes, please." Looking at her busy appearance, he felt very happy, gazing at the girl with affectionate eyes. After that, they both continued with their work. A moment later, she put down her pen and turned to ask him, "Can I kiss you?" Hearing the question, Xiang felt extremely confused and could only reply, Zhang quickly moved to sit next to him. Xiang looked at her, thinking to himself, does the female warrior want to use this method to repay me? Or are we celebrating? Or has she finally reached a state of free thinking? Whatever. A kiss is just a kiss. Pushing aside his thoughts, he gently touched Zhang's cheek, slowly bringing his face closer to her delicate features. Then the two shared an incredibly romantic kiss under the sunset. He held her hand tightly, noticing she didn't resist, and thought to himself, oh, this time she didn't knock me down. He stared at her intently, because he felt something was a bit strange. Seeing her touching his chest, he quickly asked, what are you doing? She innocently replied, I'm just imitating what you do. Xiang felt helpless at Zhang's action, thinking to himself, this silly girl, what's the point of touching a man's chest? She blushed, thinking to herself, I don't feel anything at all, so why does he like doing this? Then she spoke up, I just wanted to thank you. He felt puzzled and asked, why do you suddenly want to thank me? She shyly replied, when we first met, I thought you wanted to poison me, so I pointed my sword at you, but you still agreed to let me stay and taught me how to survive in this modern society. Xiang chuckled and said, that's because you're beautiful. She thought to herself, what kind of person is he? Can't he be less shallow and more serious? Xiang continued, if the person hiding in the corner was your master, with his long beard, I would have immediately called the police to arrest him. So having an attractive appearance is a kind of luck. After hearing this, Zhang replied, you're right. If you had thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, and looked cunning, I would have slain you right when you were drinking that soda. She smiled happily, looking at him with affectionate eyes and said, we're both very lucky, but I still want to thank you. He also looked happily at the girl he loved sitting in front of him. Xiang gently touched her nose and said, smile more. Your smile is beautiful. A moment later, Zhang leaned back on the sofa, looking at something. Bidao obediently lay on her lap. Xiang sat beside her, continuing to work on the computer. Zhang said to him, after I sell all these things, I'll pay you back for the TV. I'll save the rest for when I need it, he replied. Just keep it all. Save as much as you can. Then he thought to himself, this female warrior seems too serious. Let me tease her a bit. He reached out to touch the foot resting on his lap, then gently pulled at the sock she was wearing. Realizing her sock was being removed, she angrily shouted, why are you taking off my sock? He immediately replied, I just wanted to take a look. After saying that, he grabbed her foot. Surprised by the touch on her foot, she involuntarily shuddered. Xiang was still admiring her feet, saying, your feet and hands are very different, not as calloused. He looked at the sole of her foot, thinking to himself, her skin is so soft. He shook his head, thinking, I must stop. Otherwise, I'll turn into a pervert. I need to find something to distract myself. That's it. Then he quickly removed the sock from her other foot. Xiang took the pair of socks away, leaving Zhang very confused. She ran after him, asking, why are you taking my socks away? He turned to look at her and replied, I'm going to wash your socks, since there's nothing else to do right now. Hearing this, she stammered, I can wash them myself. As he washed the socks, he said, I've told you, I'll take care of you. Doing these things for you means a lot to me. Besides, soap is harsh on your hands. It's fine for a man like me, but you should protect your hands well. She still shyly said, maybe we shouldn't. Seeing this, he said, I'm your boyfriend, so let me do these things for you, okay? Hearing this, her face turned as red as an erupting volcano, seemingly the most embarrassing moment of her life. Xiang's parents came to visit him. In front of Xiang's father, he appeared as serious as his father was gentle and affectionate. Xiang was still secretly eating a cucumber when he opened the door for his parents and immediately asked, Mom, Dad, why are you here so early today? I truly am a precious son, aren't I? Xiang finished eating the cucumber. By now he had entered the house but didn't forget to call out, Mom, Dad, please sit and relax for a while. Zhang is cooking. Seeing his mother carrying many things, Xiang thought they were for him and quickly said, Mom, you don't need to buy things for me. I know you love me. Xiang's mother quickly extinguished her son's excitement. Who said it's for you? I brought these for Zhang. Zhang hurriedly called inside. Zhang, my parents are here to visit us. Zhang, who was cooking, peeked out to see. Zhang turned to Zhang and boasted, Mom even brought gifts for you? Really? Zhang was a bit flustered, bowing her head to ask, her hands still slowly wiping on her apron. Zhang held up the gift box his mother had prepared and showed it off. Look, Mom got you this. It's hand cream. Zhang's mother saw Zhang come out and greeted her with a kind smile. Hello, dear. How have you been lately? Xiang's father stood behind, only glancing briefly, not as warmly as his wife. Zhang was very happy and quickly thanked her. Thank you, Auntie. Xiang's mother replied to her future daughter-in-law. Oh, no need to be so formal. A table full of fragrant dishes was laid out, not only delicious, but also very appealing to the eye. After tasting a bite, Xiang's mother couldn't help but praise. Oh my, this skill. This dish is even better than what I cook. Xiang smiled proudly, boasting about his girlfriend. Yes, Zhang's cooking skills are top-notch. Zhang, standing nearby, blushed at the compliment. Feeling a bit shy, Zhang was still holding her chopsticks, her cheeks flushed, looking embarrassed but very cute. It seemed this female warrior had put down her sword, replacing it with a rice paddle for cooking, and she had learned very well. After everyone finished eating, Xiang and Zhang quickly cleaned up. Xiang neatly stacked the dishes and wiped the table. When finished, our protagonist carried the dirty dishes to the sink and handed them to Zhang. She was putting her apron back on. As soon as she saw Xiang come in, Zhang quickly said, "Just leave them there. I'll wash them. You go and chat with your parents." But Xiang didn't reply, only responding with actions. He squeezed dish soap onto a sponge and said, "No, let me wash them. Dish soap is harsh on your hands." Xiang focused on washing the dishes, but didn't forget to chat with his girlfriend. "My mom noticed the calluses on your hands earlier. That's why she bought the hand cream, so you can take good care of your hands." Xiang continued, "So use it freely. Don't be stingy." Hearing this, Zhang raised her hands, carefully examining them. Zhang asked curiously, "Do hands really need special care? Isn't it only swords that need to be cherished?" Xiang explained, "In modern society, taking care of swords isn't that important anymore. What really needs care is yourself. You should put away your sword and not carry it around so often. If you want to practice swordsmanship, I can buy you another one." Hearing Xiang say this, Zhang didn't know what to say. She clenched her hands tightly and bowed her head in thought. Zhang's face flushed again. She looked down at her hands, thinking to herself, "To make my hands soft? Then he'll play with them." Xiang's parents were sitting in the living room drinking tea. His mother glanced toward the dining room, as if checking something. While Xiang's father was reading the newspaper, his mother leaned over and whispered in her husband's ear. "At first I thought they were living a normal life. But look, their house is really quite nice. Everything is neatly arranged and tidy. The entrance is very bright, and the shoe rack is very organized. The living room is beautifully decorated, without a speck of dirt." Xiang's mother hugged and stroked Bidao in her lap. Bidao seemed to enjoy it very much. While petting Bidao, Xiang's mother expressed her thoughts. "I think they're living very comfortably. Maybe you should give this house to Xiang soon." Xiang's father frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Let's wait until the girl finds a stable job first." At this moment, Xiang and Zhang came out from the kitchen. Xiang's father immediately stood up, pointing to the room and said, "Come to the room, son. I have something to discuss with you." Xiang quickly went in, but not before reassuring Zhang. "Zhang, stay and chat with mom, okay?" Zhang nodded and replied, "Yes, I will." As soon as they sat down, Xiang's mother quickly asked, "What does Xiang usually do at home, dear?" Zhang eagerly replied, gesturing with her hands as she spoke, "He makes videos, editing and combining different film clips together." The protagonist's mother asked again, "Oh, is he the young man who uploads videos that Brother Hao mentioned? What kind of content does he make, dear?" Zhang suddenly remembered Xiang's previous instructions. Zhang had said they should keep their martial arts training a secret, otherwise his parents would think they were very weak. After thinking for a moment, Zhang decisively told Xiang's mother, "He uses computers to monitor casinos." As soon as she heard the word casino, Xiang's mother was shocked, falling back in her seat and stammering, "Casino." Even Bidao reacted like Xiang's mother, showing extreme fear with his fur standing on end. Seeing such strong reactions from his mother and Bidao, Zhang quickly corrected herself. "Oh no, I meant to say stock market. Yes, it's the stock market." At this, Xiang's mother finally sighed in relief, responding, "You almost gave me a heart attack." Though calling it a casino isn't entirely wrong, Xiang's mother took Zhang's hand, gently advising her to keep an eye on him and not let him spend recklessly. Zhang was a bit confused and asked, "Why is that? Isn't he making money from it?" Xiang's mother explained, "This market is very unstable. You could lose a lot in just a day or two. You need to watch him carefully." Zhang seemed to understand, squeezing her hand and replying, "I'll try my best to monitor him." Xiang's mother chuckled behind her hand. "Monitor him however you like." Zhang also realized something was off, thinking to herself, "Why does that sound so strange?" Meanwhile, in the room, Xiang followed his father inside. Looking at the neatly tidied room, with the bedding folded perfectly, Xiang's father observed silently, saying nothing. After a while, he finally asked, "You two don't share a room?" Zhang scratched his head, squinting his eyes, and confidently replied, "I've told you before, we don't sleep in the same room. She sleeps in the room across the hallway." Zhang's father thought to himself, "A man and a woman living together under the same roof. yet sleeping in separate rooms. Xiang's father's eyes widened slightly. He wondered, could it be that nothing has happened between them? Who would believe that? Still not believing his son's words, Xiang's father turned and asked, "Did you two have a fight?" The protagonist helplessly exclaimed, "I've already said no. Nothing has ever happened between us." Xiang's father shifted his feet slightly, sniffing. While cleaning his glasses, he said to Xiang, "Your mother just told me that if you two get married, we'll give you this house." Upon hearing this, Xiang was overjoyed. He turned into a little puppy, exclaiming, "That's great. Let's get married right away then. When can we do it? I've already rejected that idea." Xiang's father's words were like a bucket of cold water on Xiang. He seemed a bit disappointed, moving closer to the window, looking outside. Seeing this, Xiang's father said, "Can't you be more like Hao? Stop staying at home all day, doing useless things. Or you could open a shop like Back. If you do that, I'll support you financially." Xiang seemed used to this situation, but he didn't agree. He picked up a slipper near the window and said, "Dad, things have changed. It's true that you have more life experience than me." He held up the slipper, examining it, and continued, "But have you ever thought that each generation has different ideas? The definition of happiness is also not the same. Happiness isn't necessarily having food to eat, clothes to wear, a warm home, or a stable job." Xiang's father silently observed his son from behind, listening attentively to what he was saying. Xiang glanced at his father and continued, "I know that uploading videos isn't a stable job, but I'm still young. If not now, when will I be able to do what I want? Do I have to wait until I retire, become an old man, struggling with a cane to keep up with the younger generation?" Xiang's father felt his son had a point, but he still hoped for his son to have a stable life. What parent wouldn't think that way? In the end, Xiang's father could only silently ponder after hearing his son's words. The room door was still ajar. Xiang was standing, stretching, with his hands behind his head. His father was adjusting his glasses, his eyebrows still furrowed. Xiang's father returned to the living room and said, "Let's go home." Xiang and Xiang saw Xiang's parents off at the door. Xiang's mother politely said there was no need to see them off further, telling them to go about their business. Xiang replied, "Yes, please take care on your way home." The door slammed shut. Xiang and Xiang stood still, looking at the door, neither saying anything. Xiang broke the silence. "My parents are urging us to get married." Hearing this, Xiang blushed, stammering embarrassedly, "Marry." Xiang didn't repeat himself. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to add, "But the issue of your identity hasn't been resolved yet, so we can't register for marriage at the moment." After Xiang left, Xiang let out a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "That scared me. I haven't saved enough money yet. How could we get married?" Xiang pointed at the house, saying, "Not to mention we don't have our own place yet. This house belongs to my father." Xiang pondered deeply. He thought, "All along, I've always believed that a free and easy life was enough. But now that I've found someone I truly love, I want a stable life." Xiang suddenly remembered something he wanted to do. There was one thing that really bothered him. Xiang, hearing this, asked with a hint of worry, "What is it?" Xiang raised his hand slightly, frowning as he said, "It's whether I should kiss your cheek first or your hand first." Hearing this, Xiang felt helpless. She thought it was something serious. Her face darkened, feeling a bit annoyed, thinking to herself, "He's playing tricks again." The scene shifts to a meal. The shepherd's salad is served on the table. The dish is predominantly green, looking fresh and appetizing. Xiang turns to ask his girlfriend, "Do you often eat this?" Xiang replies while eating, "Occasionally." Watching Xiang eat, Xiang gently asks, "Do you miss home?" Xiang puts down her chopsticks and bowl, answering, "No, it's just..." She trails off. A hint of sadness flashes in her eyes. Xiang picks up a piece of food and puts it in his mouth, saying, "In about 2 years, when you have your ID card, I'll take you back to visit Koto." Xiang says, "I've looked it up online. Koto is very different now." She continues, "It's completely different from my memories. Before, Koto only had a few houses. Now it's much busier. Everything looks more modern than before." Xiang's eyes still carry a hint of sadness as she says, "So there's no need to go back there." Her hand tightens on the table as she tells herself, "I should cherish the present life and forget the past." Seeing his loved one like this, Xiang can only remain silent. After a while, Xiang continues eating and says, "All right then, it's up to you." After dinner, Xiang goes to wash the dishes. It seems this guy is quite capable, not wanting his future wife to work too hard. Xiang suddenly grabs the phone and runs over, saying, "Someone's calling you. It's Haozi." Xiang presses the answer button and hands the phone to Xiang. She holds the phone close to Xiang's ear. Xiang quickly says, "Hello, Haozi. Do you need something?" On the other end, Haozi speaks, "About your girlfriend not having an ID card. We can't let her continue staying without proper documentation. I've looked over some regulations. This issue is quite complex. If you want to resolve this, find time to visit the civil registration office to see if there's a way to solve it. Xiang calmly asks, is it easy to resolve this? Zhang just silently holds the phone for her boyfriend to talk. On the other end, Hao Zi replies, I'm not sure, they'll have to review her case. The checks are very strict now, and moreover, she has no relatives. Xiang has finished washing the dishes, and he's drying his hands with a towel. Then he takes the phone himself to listen. Xiang says while wiping the dishes, how about we meet up and talk about this? Whenever you're free, let's have a meal together. I'll contact you later. Hao Zi replies, yeah, I'm not in a hurry. Xiang responds. Hao Zi seems doubtful and asks, are you really not in a hurry? This is about your girlfriend's situation. Zhang's eyes darken slightly. He's silent for a moment, then says, who knows, we might not be together much longer. If we break up, then this issue won't be worth resolving. Hearing this, Hao Zi feels a bit uncomfortable and replies, it's your business. I'm hanging up. With that, Hao Zi ends the call abruptly. Xiang stares at the phone, lost in thought. Zhang stands beside him, silently observing. At this moment, Zhang repeated Xiang's earlier words, her face darkening. Who knows if we'll be together much longer? Xiang quickly patted Zhang's head, gently saying, I was just deceiving him. Besides, it's too early to ask you to register for those documents now. Zhang still didn't quite believe him, crossing her arms, her face showing dissatisfaction as she was still angry. I suspect you've had this planned all along. Zhang suddenly fell silent, her expression becoming thoughtful. She said, I want to be on TV. Hearing this, Xiang turned abruptly and asked, huh? What kind of TV appearance? Zhang pointed at the computer desk and said, like how you can see me on the computer. Zhang continued to express her thoughts. Other people can also see me playing games. I can earn money from that. Although this will reveal that I don't have an ID card, it can help me get one later. Hearing his girlfriend say this, Xiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Zhang thought, it can be evidence of my existence. Zhang replied, it makes sense, but you gain one thing and lose another. And live streaming, as you say, isn't easy. Who knows if anyone will watch? Hearing this, Zhang immediately turned to look at Xiang, interrupting. I've researched it thoroughly and I've been thinking about this for a long time. I want to do it. Xiang helplessly replied, let me think about it. Xiang started writing something down. The content on the paper was roughly, provide more evidence for Zhang's existence. If we start implementing the plan, then within 2 years, earning money from online videos can leave Zhang's mark in this era. If she gains some fame, she'll have a solid position in society, even creating influence. By then, Zhang will no longer be an ordinary person. For example, becoming a 30-year-old female game streamer without an ID card, sheltered by a kind person, and starting a career from playing games. By then, resolving Zhang's identity issue will be much easier. Zhang sat beside him, watching intently as Xiang wrote. Suddenly she frowned and asked, you don't seem to want this very much, do you? Xiang hesitated before answering. Then he admitted, yes, I'm not ready yet. Seeing Zhang sitting silently in the chair, Xiang asked, can you tell me your thoughts on this? Zhang slowly replied, I think if I play games and live stream every day, it could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, Xiang suggested, why don't you try running a business instead? Zhang immediately replied, opening a store requires a lot of capital and deposit. I saw that online. Xiang confidently replied, you don't need to worry about money. Zhang still didn't seem to believe it fully, her eyes clearly showing that. They fell into silence again, sitting without saying anything. After a while, Zhang spoke first. If you're not ready, then I'll just find something else to do. Zhang sat silently, fidgeting with her hands. Xiang asked her, aren't you going to ask me why? Zhang understandingly replied, you don't agree because you're afraid this might hurt me again. Zhang fell silent once more. Suddenly, Zhang grabbed Xiang's wrist, quickly pulling him down onto the sofa. Surprised by Zhang's action, Xiang asked, what do you want to do? At this moment, Zhang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she still honestly said, I want to kiss you, and then go play games. While Zhang was playing games, Zhang sat on the sofa, saying, if you hadn't thrown me down earlier, I would have really liked it. Hearing her boyfriend say this, Zhang suddenly felt uneasy. As Zhang was feeling embarrassed about her earlier action, Xiang continued, I would have groped your body. Xiang thought to himself, this is natural instinct. The male lead Xiang leaned back in his chair, sighing, Highs, your martial arts skills are too high. I can't beat you. But Xiang still wasn't satisfied. He angrily pointed at Zhang and said, but once I'm stronger than you, I'll teach you what manners are. Despite saying this, in Xiang's mind appeared an image of Zhang coyly calling him Master. Zhang, who was playing games, heard this and covered her chest with both hands, silently cursing. Pervert. Zhang plopped down on the chair, resting his chin in thought. Since Zhang arrived, I've helped her with many things. In fact, almost everything has been for her benefit. I have to admit, I've kept some things from her. Live streaming is the first thing she wants to do on her own. Looking at the girl playing games at the computer desk, Zhang said, "The world of streaming is chaotic. Those with creativity will create content to attract viewers. Those without content will rely on their appearance to get attention. Jealous people will use unfair methods to suppress others. And Zhang is so beautiful." Xiang's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, Xiang imagined Zhang becoming famous, rich, and beautiful. Then she would say to Xiang, "Why do I find you so useless now?" Just thinking about this made Xiang very uncomfortable. Although he thought this way, Xiang said something different to Zhang. That could be part of the reason. When you love someone, you always feel insecure. Zhang continued, "What I worry about most is that I can't take good care of you. I'm afraid you'll lose your way. I'm afraid I still see you as the ancient heroine while you're gradually becoming a modern person." Zhang suddenly asked, "Can you clearly understand what our relationship is?" Hearing this, Zhang turned to stare at Xiang, answering without hesitation, "We are lovers." The female lead spoke while playing games, and Xiang continued, "We will get married, live happily together, hug and kiss. I'll even like your shoes. Although we're a pair, we're still two separate individuals. We both feel a bit awkward." Zhang turned to observe Xiang carefully. At the same time, Xiang continued, "Everyone has their own thoughts and goals. When we're together, we're bound to have conflicts due to differing opinions." Xiang gave an example. "For instance, you want to be a streamer, but I don't want you to. If you listen to me and give up, the problem is solved. Things might be resolved, but you can't always listen to me. If you continue to do what you want, the conflict between us will grow. One or two disagreements might be fine, but in the long run, it will leave many unpleasant issues." Zhang said, "You're living a human life. You can fully experience all kinds of emotions. There will be a day when your opinions are constantly rejected by me. You won't be able to hold back anymore and will start to rebel." Xiang imagined Zhang arguing back, like, "Why should I listen to you?" Xiang's expression suddenly became dejected. He hesitantly said, "Then you'll leave. That's what I fear the most." After hearing this, Zhang's expression changed constantly, from bewilderment to silence. Zhang's face changed from surprise to confusion. Zhang turned her head with a slightly smug look and asked Xiang, "Are you explaining this to me?" Xiang, still hugging Bidao, quickly replied, "Yes, we should respect each other and treat each other equally." Xiang hugged Bidao, thinking to himself, "I'm not raising her like a pet, and she's definitely not a pet. Xiang is like a 5-story building, and Zhang is the first floor." Zhang put on a cute face and asked coyly, "So does that mean when I wrestle you down, I'm not respecting you?" Xiang felt like she hit a nerve, he exclaimed. "That's right. Doing that is very disrespectful." Zhang gently said, "We'll be like that in the future." Xiang fell silent, listening intently. Xiang became quiet, immersed in Zhang's gentle beauty. Xiang asked softly, "Don't you have any opinion on this?" Zhang innocently asked back, "What opinion?" Xiang sighed and said, "I said I would respect you. That's the foundation of our relationship. So when you wrestle me down and nothing happens, it's just a joke. Although I don't like it much, it's a form of affection." Thinking about the scene of them holding hands tightly, Zhang suddenly shouted, "Oh, don't bother me when I'm playing games." Xiang said resentfully, "I'm sharing my thoughts and worries with you, and you're only concerned about playing games. You should think and worry more about our future." Then Xiang leaned close to Zhang's ear and said, "Instead of wasting time playing games, why don't we go to my room to continue our discussion? Someone's starting to play tricks, trying to seduce an innocent girl." Zhang was also very alert. She immediately asked back, "Why do we need to go to your room?" Xiang shamelessly replied, "We're lovers. It's very normal to share a room." Zhang loudly protested, "I don't want to get pregnant." Xiang asked back, "Who said you'll get pregnant?" Zhang embarrassedly shouted, expressing her thoughts. "You want to trick me into your room to get me pregnant? I can't wrestle you down all night. If we sleep together, I'll definitely have a baby." Xiang showed a puzzled expression, asking his girlfriend, "Do you know where babies come from?" Zhang answered simply, "Two people sleep together." It seems this innocent girl thought that just sleeping together could easily result in having a child. Xiang still tried to explain, "Just sleeping together can't make you pregnant. I haven't even done anything yet." But Zhang didn't let Xiang finish his sentence. She hesitantly interrupted, in a rather loud voice, "You think I'm that easy to fool?" The spring scenery of March, soft sunlight shining through the high-rise window. Zhang sat on the sofa, holding her phone with both hands, staring intently at the screen. On the screen was a gold trading chart. The more she played the gold trading game, the more she lost. Zhang was brought back to reality, as if shattering her imagination. Zhang's mood became depressed. It seemed that focusing on investing in this game was not a long-term solution. Zhang was still immersed in sadness, sitting dejectedly on the chair. Meanwhile, Zhang was intently writing something at his desk. He kept twirling the pen in his hand, seemingly a habit. Zhang was carefully analyzing the issue and taking notes on paper about Zhang's future career, analyzing her direction and style, online business, making TikTok videos, trying out gaming. Zhang turned his head and seriously confirmed with Zhang, "Is this what you want to do?" Hearing Zhang's question, a series of dishes like steamed buns and fried chicken appeared in Zhang's mind. Her eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation. Still holding her phone tightly, she said firmly, "Cooking." Hearing this answer, Zhang immediately jotted it down on paper, blurting out, "Becoming a chef." He clearly wrote the two words chef on the paper. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Zhang frowned and reconsidered. He quickly crossed out the two words chef on the paper, saying to Zhang, "Choose another profession. Without an ID card, even if you have excellent skills, it's difficult to become a chef." Zhang started imagining herself as a chef on a mobile food truck. "How about we try selling street food from a mobile cart? I just need a cart and a pot." Zhang immediately refuted Zhang's idea, pointing out the disadvantages of this job. "It's not as simple as you think. You'll encounter a lot of trouble. While you're selling to customers, you might run into the police. When the police come, you'll have to run. You'll have to push the cart and flee from the police." Hearing the reason about the chef job, Zhang immediately asked back, "As long as I can make money, being a chef is fine, right?" Faced with this question, Zhang felt uncomfortable and had to explain, "But that's not a stable income, and it's not enough for you to support yourself." Zhang was surprised and said, "Not enough for me to support myself." Zhang also paused, suspecting that Zhang was talking about this issue. He thought about what he had said, stable, supporting oneself. He associated it with the image of Hua Wenban, blaming himself. "That's terrible. Why do I feel like I'm a bit like Hua Wenban?" Xiang. Zhang's voice rang out. Seeing him deep in thought, Zhang snapped out of it, forcing a smile and replied, It's nothing. I'm just a bit hungry. Go make dinner." She obediently stood up and answered, "Yes, sir." Xiang leaned back in his chair, hands on his head, pen in his mouth, frowning as he thought about Zhang's job. What job will she do? Is this really important? Zhang was in the kitchen tasting the food. Xiang's train of thought continued. It seems that's not an issue for her. As long as she can make money, she's willing to do anything, even use her own hands to carry construction materials. Hot, appetizing dishes were beautifully arranged on the table. Zhang called from the living room, "Let's eat. Dinner is ready." Zhang picked up the rice bowl and said to Zhang, "You've lived here long enough. You can be considered half modern now. If you want to do something, you can tell me, and I'll give you advice. But the final decision is still yours." Xiang's words made Yang glance at him in surprise. She didn't know what to say, lowering her head and mumbling, "I've never thought about this issue." Seeing her discomfort, Xiang comforted her. "Don't rush. You can take time to think carefully about what you really want to do." Zhang was still lost in thought. The blurry clock showed 5:35. Zhang concentrated intensely as she swung her sword, her movements decisive and strong. Then she closed her eyes and slowly brought the sword back in front of her. Zhang sat beside him, watching attentively. The sword was carefully wrapped. Xiang exclaimed, "Okay, it's done," carefully placing the sword in a corner. Xiang walked out of the room, saying to Zhang, "I'll keep it in my room. If you miss it, you can take it out anytime." Zhang gently pushed the closet door back to its original position. She walked past Xiang, responding with an She sat down in a corner, holding a nail clipper to trim her toenails. She trimmed each toe neatly and cleanly. Xiang saw her actions, rubbed his hands, and stepped forward to suggest, "You're very different from before now. Would you like me to cut your toenails for you?" Hearing Zhang's words, Zhang fearfully avoided. "No need. I don't want to." A hand grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. A voice rang out, "I'm home." Xiang walked into the house carrying shopping bags. Zhang saw him and curiously asked, "What's that?" Zhang moved closer to him. They both stared at the package. Xiang spoke, "Finally, the thing I ordered for you has arrived." He excitedly opened the item he had prepared for her to see, wanting to check the goods. The appearance of that item made Yang blush and scream, "Ah. Zhang immediately rushed forward to hug the sensitive item and cover it. Xiang was also startled and stepped back because of that item. She hugged the item, her face flushed red, loudly warning him, Don't look. Suddenly, Zhang noticed something beside it. She picked up a piece of paper and read, "A 5-star review will be rewarded with 20 yuan." Zhang's eyes lit up as she looked at the paper in her hand, exclaiming happily, "Wonderful! I have to work hard for half a day to earn 20 yuan." Xiang looked at the paper in Zhang's hand, his face showing displeasure. The content of the paper made Xiang's face turn gloomy. He raised his middle finger as if to curse. They want a 5-star review for just 20 yuan. This is the first time he's encountered such a situation. Zhang didn't understand what Xiang was saying. Xiang's eyes inadvertently turned red, and he embarrassedly explained in detail to her, "Taking review photos means you have to wear that outfit and take pictures for people to see." Zhang was shocked as she held the paper. Wear this and take photos. Zhang finally understood the meaning of the paper, stunned for a few seconds. Then she angrily threw the paper away, shouting, "I don't want it anymore." Xiang quickly grabbed the paper Zhang had just thrown. He held the paper in his hand, his face showing both glee and mischief as he said, "You don't need it, but I do. All right, give it to me." Jiang was confused by his actions and words, tilting her head and asking, "Okay." The cat that was playing also fell silent in surprise due to its owner's actions. The phone made a ding sound. The bank account had increased by 30 yen. Zhang looked at the increased amount in the account, overjoyed and in disbelief. "We really received money, 30 yen. She turned to Xiang, puzzled, and asked, "How did you do that?" Xiang smiled smugly, proud of his cleverness. "Ha ha, of course I sent them a few super hot photos of the buyer. They even gave me an extra 10 yen to beg me to delete the photos." After hearing the story, Zhang covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha ha." She hugged the cat on her lap, smiling like an angel, and said, "That's really fun." Xiang snapped his fingers, his face confident and full of victory and pride. "This is how life should be, making others wary of you." Both were happy to receive this money. Xiang reminded Zhang to buy food. "Buy some pork, we'll have more food tonight." Zhang cheerfully and obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Zhang smiled nonstop, hugging the cat tightly in her arms and stroking it, saying, "Eat more, eat more." Xiang sighed helplessly, looking at her innocent appearance. He lamented, "What a fool." He spoke up and asked, "Sometimes I feel like I'm taking care of a daughter. Do you feel that way?" Hearing the question, Zhang instinctively looked at the cat that was nuzzling her face playfully. Then she immediately lowered her head. Xiang sat down next to Zhang, picked up his phone, and started reading comments. "Let's see what comments the video I just posted has." Xiang carefully read each comment. Suddenly he saw a comment. Remembering his angry father, he felt uncomfortable inside, thinking to himself, "Why does this person keep repeating the same comment? The way of speaking sounds like an old man. No, it should be said that it's exactly like him." Xiang then blocked this account, pretending not to know anything. "Forget it. Let's pretend we don't know, just block it. Anyway, no matter what I do, I won't let him really threaten me." The next day, Hua Wenban crossed his arms, his face angry, silently sighing, "Humph." Seeing that his father was still angry, Xiang approached, awkwardly asking, "Dad, are you still mad at me?" Hua Wenban decided to keep his dignity, refusing to admit, "What am I angry at you about?" Xiang had guessed that his father would come to question his actions. "How dare you block all my accounts?" Xiang continued to ask for the reason. "Isn't it because I just blocked your account?" Hua Wenban was finally provoked by his son's question, blurting out, "I even used your mother's old phone number and Hao Z's to register accounts." Knowing the reason, Zhang picked up an apple from the basket and said to his father, "If you have any opinions, just text me directly. Don't comment under my videos anymore." Hearing his son say that, Hua Wenban angrily glared and questioned, "Humph, do you even read my messages?" Xiang ignored Hua Wenban's anger, waving his hand, his tone as if wanting to provoke. "Actually, I don't even bother to read your comments." Xiang leaned one hand on the armchair, eating an apple while seriously saying, "Short videos are very popular now. You should take advantage of your free time to watch more. Who knows, one day, you might understand what I'm doing." Hua Wenban frowned, glancing at his son who was talking nonstop. "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Just don't send me voice messages. I'll explain everything else to you in detail. This is not about right or wrong. It's just different understandings. Don't make yourself outdated." Hua Wenban was so angry he was speechless at his son's words. He stood up to leave, saying, "Let me get my phone." Watching his father angrily walk towards the room, slamming the door in front of him, Xiang was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Then he put aside the conversation with his father and turned to Zhang, pointing at the apple and asking kindly, "Do you want to eat an apple? Let me peel it for you." Zhang took the apple and replied softly, "I can do it myself." Zhang put the apple to his mouth, watching Zhang carefully peel the apple in her hand. Then he raised his phone to capture this beautiful moment. The phone made a clicking sound. Zhang glanced over unintentionally. She continued to carefully peel the apple, her cheeks slightly flushed, saying shyly, "You've already taken many photos of me." Zhang looked at the photo he just took and explained, "It's just a casual photo." Zhang brought the freshly peeled apple slice to Xiang's mouth, as if to interrupt him. The two looked at each other. Xiang chewed the apple slice in his mouth while explaining his actions. "I want to use these photos to document your process of becoming a modern person." Xiang gripped his phone tightly, his voice slightly worried. "After all, I'm still afraid that one day you'll suddenly return to your own era. I have to admit that I'm really a bit worried." Hearing this, Zhang just silently looked at Xiang, her eyes full of emotions. At this moment, in her eyes, there was only his image. Zhang was touched by Xiang's words, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Her hand moved slightly towards Xiang's hand. Xiang was flustered by her action, his cheeks also turning red. The atmosphere thus became ambiguous. Both of them moved closer due to their feelings. Just as they were getting closer, the sound of Hua Wenban opening the door broke this atmosphere. With a creak, both of them were startled by the situation and awkwardly turned away. Hua Wenban didn't notice the two. He approached, took the phone and said to Xiang, "I still don't understand what these videos are for." He frowned in annoyance and said, "It's all nonsense like you." Xiang pointed at the phone screen and explained, "That's Otamods. People who are interested in it will find joy from these videos." After hearing this, Hua Wenban replied, "Otamods doesn't sound like anything decent." Zhang took a pear to her mouth, glancing at the conversation between Xiang and his father. Xiang continued to explain to his father, "You shouldn't judge them just by their name. First, you need to understand the foundation of Otamods. It's actually inspired by Japanese." Zhang bit into the pear, listening to Xiang speak, suddenly realizing something. "So it's Xiang. You seem to know everything. Although it's difficult, you still try to explain everything. Now you seem even more useful than an online search tool." Zhang thought happily to herself, like a child. Suddenly, Hua's mother stood at the door. Seeing the scene in the living room, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh my goodness! What a strange scene." The father and son were still engrossed in conversation. She thought to herself, "I wonder what they were talking about in the room earlier." The clock struck 1:10 p.m. A voice rang out, "Let's go visit Uncle Tan." The brown dog wagged its tail happily, as if welcoming guests, barking a few times to draw attention. Xiang reached out to take the cup of water from his uncle's hand, saying thank you. "You didn't have to do that, uncle." Zhang stood beside him, happily petting the small dog. As soon as he sat down, Uncle Tan complained about his son. "I don't know when Hao Si will bring his girlfriend home to meet the family like you did." Uncle Tan frowned and continued, "Every time I mention this, he always says he's arranging it. I don't know if the boy's lying to me or not." Xiang sat beside him and said with a smile, "What do you mean lying, uncle?" "Like finding someone to pretend to be his girlfriend to introduce to the family." The uncle voiced his thoughts. While working, Xin Hao suddenly shuddered, feeling like there was a bad omen. Uncle Tan spoke with a tone of distrust in his son. Uncle Tan wasn't sure. Everyone should know. That kid might learn from his son, appearing honest on the outside, but sometimes having improper thoughts. In the office, Xin Hao raised his hand to rub his head, frowning and saying, "Why do I have such a bad feeling?" Being mentioned by Uncle Tan, Xiang immediately raised his finger to deny, his face showing righteousness. "What do you mean by learning from your son, uncle? I'm an adult now. Look at Zhang here, uncle. Such a good girl is my girlfriend, which proves that I'm a decent person." Hearing Xiang speak, Zhang showed a disgusted expression. Speechless, Uncle Tan looked at Zhang, pointing at Xiang, and asked with a smile, "So what do you like about this kid? He was quite rebellious when he was young. Don't let him fool you." Zhang was caught off guard by Uncle Tan's sudden question, causing her to cover her mouth with her hand, thinking about how to answer. Then she immediately turned around, gripped Xiang's hand tightly, and confidently said, "But I like his rebelliousness." Hearing the girl's answer, Uncle Tan laughed happily. "Ha ha ha." Xiang was touched by Zhang's words, gently looking at the girl beside him, silently praising. She was still flustered when answering this question, but in just over a month, she has learned how to deal with teasing. Uncle Tan continued, "You're not like your father at all. I have no opinion about the person you're taking care of," Zhang replied, denying that it wasn't true. "I do have some similarities with my father. Both he and I like antiques." Zhang looked at Xiang speaking, her face full of doubt. Hearing this, Uncle Tan asked with interest, "Antiques? He likes to study antiques. What about you? What do you like about antiques?" "Is it because they're valuable?" Xiang replied, denying, "No, Suddenly, Zhang unexpectedly looked at their hands. I also like to study them. Xiang was talking to Uncle Tan while naturally holding Zhang's hand that was resting on the chair. Zhang blushed shyly at Xiang's action and words, thinking to herself, could the antique he's talking about be referring to me? Then she gripped Xiang's fingers tightly, causing him to cry out in pain with an ah. Uncle Tan asked Xiang in confusion, what's wrong with you? Although still in pain, Xiang tried to answer, I'm fine, Uncle. The footsteps of the two were in sync on the road. The sunset was falling, the sky full of romance. Zhang said with a slightly sad tone, I'm not an antique. Xiang laughed at her words and asked, then what are you? Zhang blushed shyly, stammering, I'm a work of art. The two held hands walking under the sunset. Hearing this, Xiang laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the small girl beside him who was very angry, their 10 fingers intertwined tightly. Xiang thought to himself, no matter what she is, in the end, she's still Zhang. Xiang smiled, pointing at his cheek, his tone slightly teasing. You performed very well today. As a reward, you can kiss me here. Zhang couldn't believe her ears, looking around shyly. She panicked and said loudly, right here. Her eyes turned red with embarrassment and worry. We're on the street. How can we do that here? Out of embarrassment, she ran away quickly, saying, I won't do it. Looking at her back, Xiang said in bewilderment, oh, she ran away. On the walkway, Xiang and Zhang were engrossed in admiring the surrounding scenery. He pointed down and said, that's the train station. When you have all your documents, I'll take you to buy tickets, and then we'll explore together. Zhang smiled happily and nodded, saying, yes. Then they both moved to another place. Noticing a trash can, Xiang casually threw away an empty drink can. After that, they came to a small bookstore. This is a bookstore. Let's go in and take a look. Entering the store, the staff asked warmly, what kind of books would you like to buy? Xiang looked around and replied, we're just browsing. Each person went to a different bookshelf, carefully examining each book. Xiang kindly cared for the girl who was still bewildered. See if there's any book you like. If there is, we'll buy it to read. Suddenly, Zhang's eyes fell on something on the bookshelf. She picked up a book from the shelf. Seeing this, Xiang read the title of the book. He approached Zhang and said to her, this book will be difficult for you to understand. It's hard to grasp just by reading it once. She still cherished the book, saying, I like the word time. Xiang thought to himself, buy it right away. If she likes it, just buy it. Even if she doesn't understand it, it can be placed on the bookshelf as decoration. Going to the checkout counter, he called out, boss, please ring this up. Suddenly, his face darkened. He put down a stack of books on the ground, panting. The difference in knowledge was indeed significant. It was too heavy. This stack weighed about 27 kilograms. Zhang, like a savior, rushed over and volunteered. Let me. Xiang was touched and almost cried. You truly are my heroine. The two held hands as they walked. Zhang asked curiously, where are we going next? Xiang replied, let's go home. It's inconvenient to walk around with such a stack of books. He accidentally noticed a familiar figure walking ahead and called out loudly, How to, heard the call and turned around. Xiang pulled Yang closer to greet his friend. How to scratched his head and said, Thantu, why are you two here? The main character replied, we're taking a walk. His eyes glanced at the unfamiliar girl beside him. This young lady is a very beautiful girl with short hair on the outside and long hair on the inside. How to introduced her shyly. This is Liu Jingfeng, a friend. Before he could finish, the girl interjected, I'm his girlfriend. The police officer blushed bright red, embarrassedly rubbing his nose. We're not official yet. Xiang happily introduced, I'm How To's friend. My name is Xiang. This is my girlfriend. Zhang also quickly greeted, hello. The main character immediately suggested, we're about to go watch a movie. Would you two like to join us? How To waved his hand. No, I don't want to be a third wheel. The brief conversation between the two couples ended. Xiang waved goodbye. Well, see you next time. We'll go ahead. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Zhang tilted her head and asked her boyfriend, oh, are we going to watch a movie? Didn't you say we were going home? Xiang walked with his hands in his pockets, pondering for a moment. I just said that casually earlier. Didn't you find those two a bit strange? He touched his chin, recalling the scene just now, his face looking as if he was thinking about something. They say they're just friends, but judging by how proactive that girl was, it's very likely she's pursuing How To. But there's still something odd about it. Zhang innocently looked up at Xiang. Those two, I didn't see anything unusual. Xiang shook his head. That's because you don't understand How To's personality. Zhang opened her eyes wide and looked at her boyfriend, saying, I've had a question I've wanted to ask for a long time. Why do you always add to after names? He's called Hao Tu. The rich guy's called Wang Tu. You're called Tan Tu. Can I be called Hua Tu? Xiang gently explained. That's a nickname we gave each other in college. Like Lao Tzu, Zhuang Tzu, Confucius, they all have Tzu. We felt adding Tu after names would sound cool. You're a girl, you don't need to add it. Zhang suddenly understood. Oh, so that's it. Then I don't want to be called Hoa Tu. She happily held Xiang's hand as they walked under the sunset. Hoa Tu doesn't sound good. Kuang Tu is even worse. Just call me Zhang. Arriving home, she placed the stack of books on the table. Xiang hugged his orange cat while turning his head to look at his girlfriend. Zhang expressed her dissatisfaction. Actually, I wanted to watch a movie too. The main character broke out in a sweat. You mean watch at home? If I knew you wanted to watch, I would have taken you to the cinema. Watching in the cinema feels more authentic. Imagining the scene in the dark, an unsafe movie theater. Can't talk, very impolite. The second option is watching movies at home. You can freely adjust the lighting, discuss comfortably, and have cats and drinks. Zhang firmly said, no, I still prefer watching at home. You once said that couples should shop, eat, and watch movies together, but we can eat and watch movies at home together. Xiang hugged the cat tightly in fear, calmly saying, all right, your fist looks scary. I'll listen to you. Let's close the curtains. Zhang advised, in life we need memorable and cherished moments. We can't live superficially. Look, if we just do everything at home, when we look back on the past or when our children ask about their parents' love story, do you want to tell them that mom and dad just stayed at home and didn't go anywhere? After hearing this, Zhang immediately got angry, glaring at him with a red face, saying, what children? This little guy has already revealed his intentions. Xiang hurriedly explained, that's not the main point I wanted to make. Xiang and Zhang sat down on the couch. He turned on the computer and said, let's watch this movie. A crunching sound was heard. It turned out that the sound wasn't from the movie, but from Zhang's mouth. She was still leisurely chewing her snacks. The blurry face on the screen gradually became clear. His girlfriend continued to crack sunflower seeds. Xiang secretly glanced at Zhang, feeling embarrassed. The silence between them made him blush to his ears. At this moment, his mind was completely captivated by those soft, fair hands. Xiang tried to calm himself down. He was overthinking again. Zhang finished the sunflower seeds and moved on to eating yogurt. When she stuck out her tongue to lick the lid like a little cat, Xiang's heart seemed to beat erratically. At this moment, in his eyes, she looked like an angel. Feeling someone intently watching her every move, Zhang glanced at her boyfriend. Do you want some? Xiang immediately turned away. His face flushed. No, I don't want any. He pretended not to care, but still couldn't stop secretly looking at Zhang, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. She thought to herself, he must really want some, but is pretending not to. So Zhang puffed her cheeks and said sulkily, if you want some, just take it. Why do you keep staring at me? She reached out and took another yogurt cup to give to Xiang. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Hao Tu calling. Xiang stepped outside to answer. What's up, Hao Tu? On the other end, Hao Tu helplessly replied, I'm in a bit of trouble. About the girl I met during the blind date. It's a long story. Don't tell anyone, especially Uncle Hua. If too many people know, sooner or later my dad will find out. Xiang laughed and replied, don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Hao Tu continued, I was introduced through family. That meeting was so embarrassing I could have died. She looked at the menu and said, I heard the food here is very good. Do you come here often? Liu Jingfang said she wanted fried rice. Then I called out, boss, 2 portions of fried rice. From outside came the reply, coming right up. When the food was brought, we sat in silence. The atmosphere was very awkward. Liu Jingfang took the initiative to speak. You're a police officer, right? I politely replied, yes, I just finished my internship. We started chatting. Being a police officer must be tough. I ate while talking. It is a bit, but not entirely. Just working continuously for a few hours can be tiring. Then I changed the subject. Does the food suit your taste? Jingfang didn't answer, carefully wiping her mouth. I can't eat anymore. Seeing her not respond, my throat felt choked up, so I decided to finish the remaining rice in one go, then put the bowl down hard on the table, pretending to pull out a tissue to wipe my mouth, hurriedly ending the meal. I hastily probed, you were also forced to go on a blind date, weren't you? Jingfang caught the key word and asked back, also, I felt very uneasy inside, wondering if I had guessed wrong. The poor girl had to admit, you're right, I was a bit excited, feeling that my judgment was correct. What a coincidence, Jingfang nodded. Yes, quite a coincidence. I complained tiredly. I still have to go on a few more blind dates. Fang showed sympathy. That's troublesome. Suddenly, she looked straight into my eyes. I pressed my lips tightly, looking very scared. The contract was negotiated. We shook hands to seal the deal. We decided to cooperate, pretending the blind date was successful. But now the unlucky one is that poor Hao. In the end, I felt it wasn't right. Everything was very forced. So I told her we should stop this, let both of us find our true love, but she didn't agree. Still not understanding the situation, Xiang asked, "Why is that?" On the other end was a male voice full of anguish. "She wants to continue this act." I said no, but she's very stubborn. "I feel something's not right, but I can't put my finger on it. That's why I called to ask you." In the room, Zhang still wanted to eat something more, so she was staring at Xiang's yogurt cup. He was still on the phone with his friend. "It's very likely that she has developed feelings for you, because you two had the opportunity to talk and understand each other better. Maybe she has discovered your good qualities and attractive points." Zhang was still struggling with her food cravings. No, Hao too anxiously said, "I feel uneasy. It seems like she has some kind of plan." Xiang sank into deep thought. "Why don't you think about it differently? Maybe she doesn't want to live day by day anymore. Now she wants to find a peaceful harbor. Find a good man like you." Zhang in the room heard this and started salivating. Ending the call, he returned to the room and asked his little cat girlfriend, "Oh, where's my yogurt?" A sweet voice apologizing rang out. I drank it because I felt so thirsty after eating the sunflower seeds. Xiang took the opportunity to tease Zhang. "You brought it for me. I was on the phone, so I didn't have time to drink it." She replied shyly, "Next time I'll buy you lots of yogurt to make up for it." His large hand gently touched hers. Face to face, Xiang commanded, "Stick out your tongue. Maybe my yogurt is still in there." Zhang tried to control her thoughts. He used an extremely absurd reason to lure her. She pressed her lips tightly, not revealing any gap. Then she only showed a little bit of her tongue tip. Seeing this adorable sight, Xiang couldn't hold back anymore. He gently kissed her. A month later, the sound of sales made the whole street lively. Summer t-shirts on sale. At this time, Xiang and Zhang were strolling down the street, accidentally noticing a small clothing stall. Zhang approached and said, "This shirt looks very nice. The quality is good too." A customer exclaimed, "Really?" Zhang followed her boyfriend like a little cat. The stall owner warmly greeted, "It suits you very well. Looks very energetic." The male lead was still carefully examining each shirt. The other customer laughed. "I'll come back to buy when it's a bit warmer." Not to be outdone, Xiang picked up several shirts in front of him. Summer's coming soon. He took out his wallet and paid very quickly, not even bothering to look at the price. "Give me two." The stall owner happily replied, "Yes, I'll wrap them for you." Witnessing this scene, Zhang's expression was very puzzled. After paying, they went home together, the sunset casting their shadows on the ground. Zhang squinted at Xiang, puffing her cheeks and pursing her lips, as if wanting to ask something. "Those discounted clothes are even cheaper than on Taobao. Let's go there to buy in the future." Xiang waved his hand. No. In a proud tone, "I'm a man. Dressing isn't that important. Besides, I'm already handsome. I look good in anything." Then he gently held his girlfriend's hand and said, "But you're different. You're a girl. Wearing beautiful clothes will make you stand out even more. So you don't need to think of ways to save money for me." He looked at Jiang with affectionate eyes as if wanting to kiss her. These flirting techniques were learned by Xiang from his parents. Before going home, they stopped by the supermarket. The male lead turned to his girlfriend and said, "Have you ever thought about selling vegetables at stalls like these?" A bit mysteriously, she glanced around before leaning close to Xiang's ear and replied, "I have, but thinking carefully, it's not suitable." The male lead asked in surprise, "Why?" Zhang imagined herself actually becoming a vegetable seller. Customers come to bargain. "Is this 3 yuan for 2 or 3 yuan each? Give me a little discount." She would panic and reply, "We only do small business. We can't give discounts." The old ladies would continue to haggle. "Then throw in an extra spring onion for me. Just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat." They really know how to bargain. Zhang sadly lowered her head, tears falling. "So if I go sell vegetables, I'll surely lose money. There's a better solution. Online, everything becomes easier. We can sell on e-commerce platforms. No need to worry about being pressured to lower prices." It's almost 8 p.m. now. Zhang, after a strenuous workout session, immediately wiped off his sweat. "Have you become stronger now? Able to fight 3 people like yourself from last year alone?" Zhang raised her hand to her chin, pondering. When facing someone of equal skill, you need to strike first to put pressure on them. However, it would be a difficult battle. She imagined a scene of 4 Xiangs fighting each other in a match. Compared to yourself a year ago, you wouldn't even be able to block a single hit. The male lead defended himself. "If I use my head to attack, I could take him down." Zhang spoke honestly. "If you're lucky, you'd only break your neck. Xiang seemed to split into 4 people, all ready to die for his girlfriend's love. Suddenly she paused. Wait, Xiang's entire soul was once again stirred up uncontrollably. Energy at 200%, he shouted. I can't control it anymore. It's about to explode. Oh my God, this power is beyond control. Xiang put down the chair, then placed 2 air cushions on top. It's time to enjoy the fruits of his hard training. He stepped back to gain momentum, preparing his stance. Kneeling down. The first reason was to avoid making noise. The second was to avoid hurting his hands. Like a general roaring like a tiger, he swung his arm down. That was the fatal blow. The cat and the girl watched the young man exerting himself. Zhang wondered, what are you doing that for? Xiang flexed like a weightlifter. You can feel that I'm becoming stronger. He pouted, his whole body stiff as a rock, radiating a brilliant aura. Do you want to try the next move? Remembering the harsh reality, the male lead joked, no, please don't hit me. I'll continue training. Minus 1,000 confidence points, plus 100 hot-blooded marine points. Zhang was determined to get revenge. Zhang thought with a headache, if this continues, when will he be strong enough to stand against me? Night fell on the house. Both returned to their work. A notification popped up. Advanced Video Creator Level 8. Video creation speed increased by 8 times. Xiang sighed. His editing skills still needed improvement. Maybe he should slow down a bit, but what he did was already the best in the industry. Seeing her boyfriend tired, Zhang gently observed him. Then Xiang made a gun gesture with his hand, shooting a heart towards his beautiful girl. The heart hit its target. Xiang was satisfied. Slow and steady wins the race. The same goes for love. Xiang was typing on the keyboard. Beside him, Zhang was reading a book. At this moment, he paused to glance at her. Seeing Zhang quietly focused on reading, Xiang said, it's good that you're reading like that. Hearing this, she curiously turned and asked, why is it good? Reading a lot can broaden your horizons. You can learn many things from books without me having to teach you, Xiang replied. Saying this, he turned around with a smug smile. But anyway, I'm still your teacher, so you have to respect me. He raised his finger, making a live stream gesture, urging her, quick, call me teacher. However, with her rich and naive imagination, Zhang applied the bridging principle. Jiang is a teacher, Jiang is a boyfriend and future husband, therefore a teacher is a future husband. This thought startled her, making her flustered, and she asked with a trembling voice, can a teacher and student get married directly? Jiang was startled upon hearing this. Why do you say such stimulating things? Then he cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Actually, that's just a joke. It's like how some couples like to call each other daddy. As soon as he finished speaking, the book in Zhang's hand dropped to the floor with a thud. The innocent girl, surprised and blushing like fire, asked with her mouth agape, what? What does that mean? What's the meaning of calling someone that? At this point, Xiang calmly explained to her, it sounds strange, but I just wanted to let you know that such things exist. As long as both parties are willing and enjoy it privately, of course, without affecting others, then I can't stop it. Zhang lowered her head in embarrassment, thinking to herself, wait, why are we discussing this topic? Then she quickly grabbed the book to cover her face, saying, I'll continue reading. Seeing this, Xiang silently admired. This heroine is truly adorable. Time passed for a while, both still sitting on the sofa, each busy with their own tasks. Zhang finished reading the book. She propped herself up and sat closer to Xiang. Seeing Zhang looking at him, Xiang asked, have you finished reading? She didn't answer but continued to move closer, intently looking at Xiang's computer screen. Then she suddenly turned her head, finally answering Xiang's question. Not yet, because this book is too difficult to read. It's really too difficult. I can't understand it. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang turned to glare at him. I feel like you're looking down on me. That's the truth. She, dissatisfied, rebutted. I'm not stupid, but halfway through her sentence, she stammered, Just. Zhang immediately continued. You're just not used to that book. Actually, I understand everything, kitten. Zhang looked at him angrily. Suddenly, her cheeks turned red, and she spoke up. What are you looking at? Hearing this, Zhang looked over and said, oh, this is a spin-off of Journey to the West. He pointed to the image of a girl paused on the screen, saying, this female lead is very similar to you. She's very violent. She'll attack people she doesn't like. Teased by Xiang like this, Zhang frowned and denied. My mouth isn't that big. I'm not talking about appearance, but behavior. The little girl immediately sat up straight and retorted, I've never hit anyone. But Xiang gave an example to prove. Do you remember that thief from that day? You nearly beat him to death. At this point, the distance between the two had shortened. Xiang glanced and blushed. Too close. She maintained her position, pressed against him. He could smell her scent. Thinking of this, Xiang suddenly spoke up. Can I touch your calf? This time it was Zhang's turn to be surprised to the point of blushing, immediately shrinking back. Stay away from me. This statement choked her. Her face flushed red as she shouted. Zhang tremblingly asked, why? Xiang continued. Then thigh is fine too, if you agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang moved away again, increasing the distance between them. Xiang pretended to be serious and said, Confucianism once said that appetite and desire are human nature. It proves that what I want is not a bad thing. We are lovers. If there's no desire or craving between us, we might as well be siblings. Then what's the purpose of dating? Then he suddenly moved forward and grabbed Zhang's hand. Or should we light incense and swear to be siblings? Zhang blushed upon hearing this, immediately withdrew her hand, loudly refusing. No. In her heart, she also knew this was absurd. We've kissed many times. How can we be siblings? At the same time, one of Zhang's feet slipped out of her slipper. She slowly pulled her leg up onto the sofa. Her face was now as red as if drunk. She said softly, then you can touch it once. Then she told herself, we've kissed many times anyway. Touching the thigh once shouldn't be a problem. Finally, both her legs were fully embraced by Xiang. On Zhang's thigh was a stuffed cat. Xiang said contentedly, isn't this more intimate? On the contrary, Zhang used the book to cover her face while glaring at him, suddenly realizing something unusual. Not right. She spoke up to question, before doing anything you always ask for my opinion first. Is it because you're afraid I'll hit you? In response, Xiang said, not exactly. I just care about your feelings. After all, you come from the distant past. If I suddenly do something unusual, you'll be scared and attack me, or feel uncomfortable and leave. In the end, you'll never understand why I did that. His hand rested on her leg. When I ask you, you might be a bit flustered, but that's why I can understand. We can gradually open up to each other. Zhang cautiously asked, you and I are dating. Don't you feel tired? Xiang smiled and replied, not at all. I like you, just the way you are. As he spoke, his hand had already slipped inside Zhang's sock. Zhang immediately blushed and shouted, don't touch my leg like that. You pervert. Xiang and Zhang were sitting on the sofa. Zhang leaned against a pillow reading a book, her legs resting on Xiang's lap. Xiang was looking at his computer. Kill it. It's not dead yet. Then we must kill it dead. The voice from the computer broke the silence of the room. He was watching and rewinding a video clip repeatedly. It's not dead yet. Zhang, who was reading, noticed him rewinding the same part several times and spoke up. You've watched that part 3 times already. It's not dead yet. The voice from the video sounded again. Because I'm thinking. These 3 lines not only show the villagers' ignorance, but also reveal their deep-seated hatred, while these black characters are portrayed in an absurd and stupid manner. Just a short clip contains so many implications and meanings. It's really interesting, he replied. Hearing this, she asked, it's just 3 lines. Aren't you overthinking it? Maybe, but thinking too much is better than having an empty mind. There are many methods to train the habit of deep thinking. Once you form this habit, you'll understand why people think this way. After saying this, he started typing on his computer keyboard again. She tilted her head and asked, why? He couldn't help but laugh, answering, if you don't think deeply, you'll become stupid and eventually be tricked into marriage and having children. Hearing this, she immediately got angry and said, I'm not stupid. She trembled with anger, remembering what he had said before. We should discuss you moving in to live with me, she thought to herself. Last time I saw through his scheme and immediately refused. Seeing her like this, he smiled slightly and asked, so do you know what I like about you? She immediately replied, you like my shoes and hands. He looked at her and laughed, caressing the ankle resting on his lap, saying, wrong, that's just your assumption. She was startled. No way. Then she secretly glanced at him, wondering if it's not shoes and hands, then what could it be? Somehow I've started to like him too. I'm gradually preparing myself to be seduced by him. Doesn't that make me very stupid? Lost in thought, she looked at the clock. It was already 10 p.m. She puffed her cheeks, pulled her legs back, and said, I won't let you touch anymore. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, she went into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. As soon as she left, Bidao jumped onto the sofa, slowly approaching to rest its paws on his lap. He coldly used his hand to push its paws away. It wasn't satisfied and tried to put its paws up again, but was pushed away once more. He thought to himself, trying to compete with the heroine for attention. What a stupid and delusional cat. Don't you know your place? If you could shapeshift, it would be different. He imagined it turning into a beautiful, cute cat girl, but then realized, wait, you're just a cat. Forget it. A moment later, Jong finished her shower and came out while drying her hair. She was wearing a loose, comfortable nightgown and yellow slippers. Hearing her footsteps, Xiang turned to look at her, resting his chin on his hand, smiling and saying, "How about we sit for a while longer?" Hearing this, she immediately bristled and said, "Dream on." Then she nervously clutched her dress, thinking to herself, "I wonder what he's up to now. I'm wearing a nightgown now. If he touches my legs again, I'll be ruined by his craziness." Xiang stared at her intently, his face gradually turning red. He stared at her chest because she was nervously clutching her dress, unintentionally revealing a bit of cleavage. Feeling his gaze, she looked down, immediately realizing and hurriedly covering herself, warily looking at him and shouting, "Pervert!" Then she ran into her room in embarrassment, slamming the door shut, leaving him sitting in the living room thinking, "Damn it, I can't concentrate on work anymore. I need to take a shower to clear my head." After saying that, he went to take a shower. Taking off his clothes, he bent down in front of the sink, splashing water on his face. When he raised his head, water droplets ran down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth, grabbed his hair, thinking to himself that he must become stronger and more attractive. He absolutely cannot be like that weak prince. A moment later, Xiang finished his shower and stepped out. Water droplets still clung to his body, falling to the floor with each step. Passing by Zhang's room, he noticed the light was still on. He opened the door to his own room, thinking to himself, "Looks like the heroine is still awake." Entering his room, he immediately flopped down on the bed. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of Zhang's nightgown. His eyes reddened. He placed his hand on his forehead and sighed, thinking to himself, "This is going to be a long night. Don't think about that anymore." With that thought, he turned to lie on his side. Meanwhile, Zhang was sitting in her room, her face flushed red, biting her lip. In her hands was a pair of black stockings. She blushed as she held them up for closer inspection, thinking to herself, "So this is what they call fishnet stockings." Feeling them, I really like them. Xiang had bought these stockings along with those shoes 2 months ago, but she had always kept them in her room, never using them. Thinking this, she picked up her phone placed beside her, opened the search app, and typed fishnet stockings. Immediately, related search suggestions appeared below. How to wash fishnet stockings, how to match outfits with fishnet stockings, how to wear fishnet stockings. After searching on Google, Zhang opened an image. Then she began to try on the stockings. The black stockings were gradually pulled up her legs. A moment later, she had finished putting on the black stockings. She let down the hem of her green dress, slightly lifting her foot to look, thinking to herself, "Wearing these is indeed very comfortable. No wonder Xiang always wants me to wear them." She shyly pulled her legs back, curling up in a corner, thinking to herself, "These stockings really make my legs. Just trying them on once in my own room should be fine, right? I absolutely won't wear them outside for others to see." Her cheeks were burning red. Although Xiang didn't ask me to wear them for him to see, if he likes them and happens to see me in them, I'll be in big trouble. Early the next morning, the sun was gradually peeking out from behind the clouds. Zhang opened her door, tiptoed out, looking around as she walked. In her hand were the stockings she had tried on the night before. When she looked towards the bathroom, she was startled. Xiang was squatting in the bathroom, busy washing something. She called out to Xiang. Hearing her voice, Xiang jumped in surprise. He quickly hid what he was washing behind his back, flustered, and asked, "Why are you up so early?" She stood at the door and asked him, "What are you washing?" The black stockings were also carefully hidden behind her back. Hearing her question, he replied, "Nothing, just some socks. Is something wrong?" Her face slightly reddened. She stammered, "Ah, it's nothing." The black stockings were clutched tightly behind her back. "Oh, is that so?" he said. Then they both fell silent, looking at each other without saying anything. After a while, Xiang awkwardly smiled and asked, "It seems like you have something to tell me." Seeing his strange behavior, she suspiciously thought, Xiang's actions are very odd. Why is he afraid of others seeing him washing socks? Could it be? Her eyes widened, imagining him doing the same as her, secretly trying on stockings in his room. Could it be that he's just like me, secretly waking up early to wash those fishnet stockings? The more she thought about it, the redder her eyes became, her whole body trembling, sweat pouring out nonstop. Seeing her like this, Xiang suspiciously said, "I feel like you're thinking about some improper things." She hurriedly turned and ran away, saying, "No, I don't know anything. I'm going back to my room." Time slowly passed. The clock struck 10 o'clock. Xiang sat on the sofa, while Zhang sat at the desk writing something. Bidao lay stretched out on the floor resting. Zhang wrote while slightly turning her head to look. Seeing Xiang resting his chin as if deep in thought, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Hearing her question, he replied, "I'm just recalling the dream I had last night." Bidao had changed from lying down to sitting, lightly pawing at his slipper. "So what did you dream about?" He shuddered slightly, thinking while breaking into a rosy smile, and replied, "Very happy things. Very captivating." Hearing him say this, she immediately imagined him secretly wearing a dress and fishnet stockings. She blushed and asked, "Did you dream that you turned into a girl and even wore fishnet stockings?" While hugging Bidao, hearing this question, his face darkened. "Why would I dream about turning into a girl?" He thought to himself. What is this heroine thinking? Turning into a girl isn't fun or memorable at all. She turned to look at the computer screen, sighing. Oh, if it's not that, then never mind. This response filled him with doubt. Could she have misunderstood something about me? In the kitchen, everything was neatly arranged. Spice jars were lined up orderly on the shelf. Vegetables were placed on the rack. Pots on the stove. Food was neatly arranged on plates. Vegetables in one corner, meat in another, rice paper in another corner. Zhang was wrapping a large spring roll filled with various ingredients. Xiang asked her while eating, "By the way, have you thought about what you want to do? If you want to open an online store, I can help you set one up." She picked up the spring roll and replied, "I don't want to." Hearing this, he continued, "Well, think it over carefully. There's no need to rush. What's important is what you want to do. As long as you like the job, you'll achieve your own success. With your perseverance and determination, you'll succeed at whatever you do. I believe in you." Hearing this, she paused for a moment and said, "But I don't believe in myself. There are so many things I don't understand. It's normal to lack confidence now. It's not because you're from the past. Even in this era, many college graduates are just like you. Few people can determine their direction right after entering society. It takes many trials and errors to find a job that suits you. Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, superheroes fight monsters." He moved closer to her and continued, "Just do what you like. Don't worry too much about money right now. First, find a job you like and start doing it. You need to take it step by step." Hearing his speech, Zhang widened her eyes and tilted her head, asking, "What's a superhero?" He asked back, "Do you believe in justice?" Then he picked up a stick, crossed his hands, and said with a smile, "I used to have a transformation device, but I forgot where I threw it. If I had it, I'd transform into a superhero for you to see." In her mind, she immediately imagined him wearing a dress. Bidao slowly approached the two from behind, then jumped onto the table, staring at the plate of food. It then grabbed a large piece of meat from her plate. Seeing this, she screamed, picked it up and said, "Cats can't eat this." Xiang and Zhang held hands as they walked downstairs. When they reached the apartment complex's notice board, he stopped. There was a new notice on the board. To all residents, to enhance security in the apartment complex and limit strangers from entering and exiting, we will install a resident management system. After reading, he turned to ask the security guard sitting behind, "Resident management system. Uncle Zhao, does an old apartment complex like ours need to install this too?" Holding a thermos, Uncle Zhao replied, "That's right. It's all because the surveillance cameras detected some thieves committing crimes. Fortunately, there was no property damage. So they proposed a fund to establish a security system." He moved closer to Uncle Zhao and asked with a smile, "Won't you be unemployed then?" "No. I'll still be the security guard at the apartment complex entrance. Besides, we can't be sure the system will definitely be installed. I haven't seen any movement yet. I don't know what plans the management and related organizations are making." "All right, we'll be going then. Have a good day at work." The two continued walking to the riverbank and stopped. A gentle breeze blew through their hair. Jiang closed his eyes, comfortably breathing in the fresh air. Suddenly, he bent down to pick up a small stone from the roadside and threw it towards the river. The stone skipped a few times on the water surface before sinking. Seeing how far the stone he threw went, he clapped his hands and confidently said, "Looks like my technique has improved quickly." Seeing him like this, she cracked her knuckles, her eyes shining brightly as she suggested, "How about we have a little competition? You can use the technique I taught you to compete with me." Zhang was full of enthusiasm, while Zhang's wild nature resurfaced. He immediately hesitated. "Let's forget it. I still want to live a few more years. Are you afraid of me? I can control my strength. Then I'll give you a handicap. You can't use your hands and feet. If you agree, I'll accept your challenge," she said with a provocative tone. Hearing this, he immediately puffed his cheeks and looked at her, thinking to himself, she came up with this idea. Isn't she just forcing me to lose miserably? Suddenly, she thought of something, and her cheeks turned red. I get it. He just wants an excuse to hug me. Thinking this, Zhang crossed her arms, turned her head away and said, "All right, I agree. Come on, charge at me," Zhang asked in surprise. Really? Then he thought to himself, could this heroine use internal energy to send me flying into the sky? Whatever, I want to witness firsthand how the legendary internal energy is used, even if I get sent flying. Thinking this, he became excited, his eyes shining brightly. So he assumed an attack stance and said to her, "If that's the case, you better keep your word. Control your force well." Okay. Leaves gently fell with the wind, but Zhang stood still without moving. Zhang also stood still, waiting for his move. Leaves slowly fell from the tree canopy to the ground. After a while, they were still standing face to face, looking at each other, neither making any move. Only the leaves continued to gently sway and fall. Seeing that he still hadn't made any move, she looked at him puzzled, thinking to herself, could I have guessed wrong? He basically had no intention of hugging me. Then she asked, "Why aren't you making a move?" Hearing her question, he said, "Calm down, I'm observing to find your weak spot." Suddenly, he squinted. Now's the time, he thought to himself, then started charging forward. His hand aimed straight at her chest. How despicable. Seeing where his finger was pointing, she immediately thought angrily, where does he want to put his hand? So she also started to act. She used her head to butt straight into his chest. Hurt by the impact, he clutched his chest, stepped back trembling and said, You cheated. How could you use your head?" Hearing this, she immediately retorted, "I didn't cheat. I didn't use my hands or feet, so you lost." After saying this, she blushed and thought to herself, it's all because his hand wanted to. So he bowed and said with clasped hands, "The heroine's martial arts are indeed formidable. I still have much to learn. I admit defeat." Hearing this, she crossed her arms and replied, "It's good that you know." He raised a finger and said, "No, it ended too quickly. I'm not convinced. Let's have another round. You can't use your hands, feet, or head. Just use your internal energy." Hearing him say this, she immediately got angry and said, "I'm not playing with you anymore." Then she thought to herself, this guy keeps thinking of ways to touch me, and in public too. Thinking this, she continued, "You're lucky it's me you're dealing with. If it were my second aunt, you'd be done for." After saying this, she immediately lowered her head, her face burning red. He stared at her wide-eyed and asked, "May I ask how old your second aunt is?" Hearing this, she angrily asked, "What are you thinking?" He immediately raised his hand to lift her face, teasing, "I was just joking with you. Nothing else. You look so cute when you're angry. Come on, let me teach you how to skip stones on water. It's very fun." She puffed her cheeks looking at him, then blushed and turned away, replying, "I don't think it's fun at all." She picked up the stone he just handed her and threw it on the water surface. The stone skipped 5 times before sinking. He tilted his head and asked her, "Isn't it fun?" She was still angry, so she puffed her cheeks and replied, "No, your hand is dirty now. Let me wipe it for you." She angrily turned her head away, not letting him see her face. So he tilted his head to the other side to look at her face. Suddenly, she saw the silhouette of police officers in the distance and worriedly hid behind him, saying, "I see police over there." Hearing her say this, he said, "Don't worry. You haven't done anything illegal, so there's no need to fear the police. The police are here to protect us, not our enemies. Let's go see what's happening," he said while grabbing her hand and running forward. "What if they check my documents?" she asked worriedly. "That won't happen. They're very busy. They still have to patrol. Not having identification documents isn't a serious issue. They won't check. Before, I was a bit worried that you hadn't adapted to this era and might cause trouble, so I exaggerated the issue of your documents. Now, even if they check, we already have a solution, so don't worry." He started imagining the police checking her documents, and her confidently raising her head saying, "I'm just a wanderer. I don't have any documents at all." But she still worriedly said, "I understand, but to avoid trouble, it's best we avoid them." He said nothing more, pulling her hand toward the crowd. As they got closer, he said in surprise, "Isn't that Hao Zi?" He looked at that police officer, surprised to discover it was his friend. The police officer was dealing with a soaking wet man. Around them, people trying to get closer to see were being held back by other officers. Tan Hao was writing information in a small notebook while saying to the wet man, "You're lucky. The weather isn't too cold right now, but you still need to be careful. Avoid getting cramps when in the water. That can be very dangerous." Hearing this, the man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand." Tan Hao asked again, "Where do you live? Do you need us to take you home?" Hearing this, the man stammered, "No need. I don't want to trouble you. Besides, it would look odd going home in a police car. I was just out fishing. I'm fine, thank you. After saying this, he hurriedly said goodbye and left, leaving Tan Hao staring after him. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Xiang approached Tan Hao, raising his hand and saying, "Our Hao Zi, who needed our help half a year ago, can now stand on his own feet and even go on patrol." Tan Hao looked at him with a grin, then put the small notebook in his pocket and said seriously, "Be more serious." Jiang said, "Saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. This time our Hao Zi has accumulated great merit." Tan Hao sat down to wring water from his trouser legs, saying, "What do you mean? I didn't jump in to save him. I just pulled him up. Why are you here?" Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "We were just out for a walk, having nothing to do. Then we saw a crowd gathering. It looked lively, so we came to see. Too bad we arrived late." Tan Hao turned and said, "Let's go. I don't have time to play with you. I still need to buy shoes and then go back to work." "Oh, so you're busy all day today. It's going to be a boring day." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, quickly covering his mouth, thinking to himself, "That was close. If I say today is a boring day, it's like admitting I'll be busy until work ends." Thinking this, he took out 2 flags, one blue and one red, pretending to be a signaler, saying, "I don't know. We'll see as we go." Xiang heard this but didn't understand what he was saying. He turned to Zhang, whispering in her ear, "They are community service workers. If we need help, we can turn to them. They can do everything, even help you find lost pets. You can also call them to catch those big, fierce black dogs we encountered before." After hearing him, she looked at the police officers in front and said, "They really do have a lot of work to do." Xiang thought to himself, the heroine really thinks highly of them. If this were in the previous era, Haozi would surely be praised as a hero by everyone. Tan Hao walked forward, seeing a tree that had been broken, leaving only the stump. He put his hands on his hips angrily and said, "Who vandalized this tree? That's so inconsiderate." Hearing him say this, Xiang immediately looked elsewhere, pointing in another direction and saying, "It must have been those old men who went fishing. They hate coming home empty-handed, so they broke the tree to bring home." Zhang broke out in a cold sweat, hiding behind him. Tan Hao heard him say this and turned to ask, "So how did they break this tree?" "I'm not that strong. It must have been those old men. They don't just know how to fish, they also have high martial arts skills. They can climb walls and even know Qinggong. The Zhang I'm talking about is one of those fishing old men." After saying this, he pulled her hand and left. Seeing she seemed upset, he asked, "What's wrong?" She puffed her cheeks and replied, "I don't know." Then she thought to herself, "They surely can't imagine that this tree was felled by a small girl like me with just one move." Zhang gently lifted her foot. She was intently looking at the long box. Seeing this, Xiang approached and asked, "Do you like fishing that much?" She hugged the long black box and said, "This fishing rod is great. With it, I won't have to spend money buying fish anymore. If I catch big fish, I can even sell them for money." As she spoke, she imagined herself happily fishing with the new rod. Then, full of energy and enthusiasm, she continued, "I can make a lot of money with it. I think I can make a living by fishing." As she was speaking, Xiang gently tapped her shoulder, showing her a photo on his phone. As soon as she saw it, she puffed her cheeks in anger. When they got home, she was still angry, not even glancing at Xiang. He calmly sat on the sofa, stroking Bidao, and said, "Don't be angry anymore, I was just joking. But what I said was right, you know." Then he opened his phone to look and said, "I suddenly remembered, the leader of your side has the surname Wang, right?" Bidao was still comfortably sleeping on his lap. Hearing his question, she replied, "No, why?" He continued, "At the end of the Tang dynasty, there was a man from a salt smuggling gang named Wang Xianzhi. He was also a person with high martial arts skills. Later, he gathered a large force during one uprising about 100 years after you." At this point, he seemed to think of something and clapped his hands, asking, "So what about your era? Were there any uprisings?" Hearing this, she immediately said, "What's the point of an uprising?" At that time, the Tang dynasty was very powerful. It was impossible to resist. Hearing this, he didn't know what to say, resting his chin in thought. Impossible to resist. This is what modern people often say. If she were to return to her era now, Li Longji would be doomed. She pointed at the computer screen and continued, "And the phrase that you mentioned, it wasn't actually said by Confucius, but by Mencius. That's what it says online." Hearing her say this, he stared at her blankly, thinking darkly, "Even someone from the past can spot my mistakes. That's the power of the internet. Teacher Xiang here has no face left." After saying this, she turned back to the computer to continue looking. Both of them were silent, neither saying a word to the other. She was very focused on looking at the information on the computer, reading and taking careful notes. Moreover, there's still a lot to do. need to shape her future fashion style. Thinking this, he bought the bear-shaped bag as a gift for Zhang. She tried it on her shoulder, turned around and asked him, "You bought this? I love it." Zhang held the bag and asked Zhang, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Hearing her question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Zhang was excitedly examining the bear-shaped bag, loving it and not letting go. Zhang sat on the sofa looking at her and thinking, if I had taken Zhang along, she would never have agreed to spend money on this bag. This tiny bag cost as much as several backpacks combined. He imagined her seeing the receipt with a sky-high price and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She would definitely choose to buy a backpack because it can hold more things. Thinking this, he took out a lipstick from his pocket, put it in her hand and said, "I went to handle some errands and bought this too. You can put your phone, keys, potatoes, and other things in here. It's very convenient. This is lipstick for girls. Of course, if you don't use it, you can just keep it in the bag. A girl's bag without makeup would be strange." He handed her the lipstick. She took it and opened the mouth of the bear-shaped bag. He took out a sanitary pad and instructed, "There are also tissues and sanitary pads. 1 or 2 pieces are enough, just in case you need them. Moreover, this bag has 2 compartments. You can put corn and potatoes in the other compartment." "I understand. This bag looks puffy. It's very spacious inside, but you can't see it from the outside." She nodded in response after listening to him. She picked up the bag, put things in it, and then tried it on her shoulder. "Take it with you when going out. Girls nowadays would definitely like cute things like this." "What about you?" she asked. He shook his finger and said, "Boys don't need it. Our pockets can hold everything." She stood up, hugging the bag in thought. Suddenly, Xiang's phone received a notification. He opened his phone to check. It was a message from Wang Zi. "Do you want to go out for dinner tonight? Bring your girlfriend along." He read the message with a smile, then turned to ask her, "Shall we go out to eat later?" Hearing this, Zhang's eyes lit up like stars. She turned and said, "Okay, let's go out to eat." As the sky darkened, Xiang held Zhang's hand as they left the house. She wore the newly bought bag on her shoulder. Suddenly, he grabbed her bag. She asked in confusion, "I thought you just wanted to take a look at it. Why are you wearing my bag?" Hearing her question, he broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Boyfriends often carry bags for their girlfriends." She puffed her cheeks and said, "Do you think I'm too weak?" Seeing her seem angry, he quickly returned the bag to her. "All right then, you can wear it yourself." She asked again, "Have you had a girlfriend before?" Hearing this, he replied in surprise, "Yes, I have." She continued, "Didn't you say you were a purebred dog?" "A purebred dog. Although we fell in love at first sight, that was just a momentary feeling. Telling you my entire dating history wouldn't mean anything. Let's not talk about this anymore. Moreover, this era is very peaceful. People don't like to cause bloodshed. It's completely different from my era, when there was always war. We haven't known each other for long, and the current world political situation is also very difficult to explain clearly to you. Now you can tell me," she said. Hearing this, he closed his mouth, then said, "Now, let me research it thoroughly first because some country names are too complicated. I've looked into it, but not in detail. Why don't you watch the news with me? I can explain it to you." Then he started using his phone to search for information. Seeing him constantly avoiding her question, she was a bit angry but still forced a smile and said, I wanted to ask about your girlfriend." Hearing her tone, he immediately turned pale and said shakily, "Oh, you should say ex-girlfriend to be correct. Ex-girlfriend. So am I your new girlfriend. You are my current girlfriend," he said while putting his arm around her shoulder. "Current," she thought to herself, her face slightly flushed. "Is that so?" she said coldly. Hearing this, Xiang froze, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Surely Zhang isn't picking a fight for no reason. She's not the type to nitpick others' faults and make a fuss about it." Zhang was still very suspicious. "Why didn't you two get married? Don't you want to marry your girlfriend?" Xiang's hand slowly slid down from her shoulder, hugging her a bit tighter. He held her hand and said, "Why do we have to get married? During the time of dating, there's always the possibility of breaking up. At that time, I was too young, too immature. It was just an impulsive decision of youth. We felt incompatible, so we broke up afterwards. From falling in love to getting married is a very long journey. Dating is just a relationship for experience. If both sides feel unsuitable, they should stop. No one is at fault in this. But if you get married without truly loving and understanding each other, that marriage won't have a good outcome either. Think about it. How miserable it would be to live with someone you don't have feelings for." Hearing this, she looked up at him and asked, "Break up? Does breaking up mean that the two people will no longer have any contact with each other?" "Of course. Once you've broken up, what else is there to contact about?" Hearing this, a feeling of frustration welled up inside her. Listen to him talk with that nonchalant tone as if breaking up is a common thing in this world. If two people break up, there will be no more contact, of course. They won't see each other again either. She frowned, the image of him being intimate with his ex-girlfriend appearing in her mind again. Then she asked, "What do you mean by incompatible?" He immediately replied, "It's very complicated. It's difficult to explain clearly for you to understand. I swear that we will never break up." Hearing this, she turned away and asked, "Why? The way you talk makes it sound like breaking up is completely normal for couples. I always thought that a girlfriend is like a wife." So seeing her stammer, unable to finish her sentence, he asked, "So that's why you decided to kiss me?" Hearing this, her face immediately turned red, and she thought angrily, "Everything I learned online was completely wrong. Being in love and being someone's girlfriend doesn't mean it will lead to marriage. Of course, we might break up in the future." Seeing her upset, he hugged her tightly and stroked her head to comfort her. "Come on, be good, don't overthink it. We will never break up, because to me, you're very different from others." "How am I different? I didn't even know what breaking up meant before you told me. That's already different." Hearing this, she asked again, "What about you?" She tried to suppress her anger. "I've never even hugged anyone before. Just thinking about it makes me want to go crazy." Yet this Xiang seems to be not so simple. Zhang looked straight into Xiang's eyes, then looked away. She seriously thought, what if he feels incompatible later? It seems I need to be more careful with this man. While Xiang was hugging her, she suddenly avoided him, making him feel itchy and uncomfortable all over. He hugged her again and said, "Don't worry, we won't break up. From the beginning, I knew you were the destined girl of my life. Moreover, you've never thought about leaving me, right?" Before deciding to start this relationship, I thought it through very carefully. Hearing this, she said, "Either we'll live happily together until we're old, or I'll beat you to death. Then I'll become a widow. And of course, there won't be any divorce or breakup, because you'll be gone." Hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself, her doing such things when angry doesn't surprise me too much. This is the price of dating this female warrior. If I didn't like her, who else could endure this? So that's how it is. Hearing her question, he happily replied, "That's right." Then he raised his hand to hail a taxi. The two stood together by the road waiting for the car. He looked at her and continued, "Our relationship is a bit unusual. We come from different eras, but that has never been a problem. Once you fully integrated into this era, you might change your mind. For example, accepting that breaking up is a possibility. I'm not saying I will break up with you, but you might. Currently, our relationship is one-sided. You need my help to adapt to your new life. When you feel you've grown enough, you can make your own decisions about your life. Leave or stay." She turned away and said, "I feel like you're very cunning. It seems like you've always been taking advantage of me, right?" Hearing her ask that, he continued, "That's a matter for the future. When you discover that everything I did in the past had dark intentions, you'll understand. So before you become smarter, I will use every means to pursue you." She remained silent. Their hands were still tightly clasped. She thought to herself, "Pursue me. I don't understand what he's trying to say. He always wants to lead me, always tries to act as if everything he does is right." Thinking this, she spoke up, "You're not a good person." He gently squeezed her hand. Both fell into silence. Suddenly she blushed, turned around, and stood on her tiptoes. She unexpectedly kissed him, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Her toes slightly lifted off the ground. After a while, she stopped. Both of their faces were flushed red. She looked at him and said, "Your ex-girlfriend broke up with you because she couldn't control you. If you dare to break up with me, you'll see what I'm capable of." After saying that, she pinched him, making him yelp in pain a few times. The taxi arrived, and they both got in. She gently leaned against him. As he let her lean on him, he closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Jiang won't use violence to control me anymore. Even if she's angry, she won't do that. I should also restrain myself a bit. I won't actually seduce her into doing anything excessive anymore." This is the tacit understanding between them. Perhaps Jiang herself hasn't realized it, but this tacit understanding will be maintained based on her emotions. This is also one of the reasons why he likes her. He really hates those who break rules. They should respect agreements, not break them. If Jiang hadn't followed what he initially asked, or if she had denied all his efforts without good reason, he probably wouldn't have liked her this much. Finally, he has learned how to love someone. Throughout the journey, their hands remained tightly clasped. When they arrived hand in hand at the restaurant, they saw Hao Zhu already sitting there waiting. Xiang led Zhang to the table. Hao Zhu said Fang hadn't arrived yet, so they could order drinks first. Hearing this, Xiang teased, "Why don't you call her Fang? It sounds so formal." Hearing this, Hao Zhu said, "Come on, this is just a normal dinner. Whatever happens, we'll see." He sat there, chin in hand, thinking to himself, something doesn't seem quite right, but I don't know what it is. We've agreed to fake date to deal with our families. This way, we won't have to waste time going on blind dates anymore. We just occasionally meet for meals or buy flowers to take photos together. We don't really spend too much time together. So how can it turn from fake to real? Xiang and Jiang sat opposite each other, looking at the menu. After choosing their dishes, he looked at his friend and continued thinking. I suggested Hao Zhu come along because I wanted to see if he could help me. His eyes are indeed sharper than mine. A girl wearing black slippers approached. She came up to Hao Zhu and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Then, she sat down in the empty chair next to Hao Zhu and put her things in her handbag. Jiang was drinking water while looking at that small handbag, thinking to herself, that bag is so small, it probably can only fit 2 potatoes. Hao Zhu introduced. This is my good friend Xiang. This is his girlfriend Jiang. This is Fang. Please feel free to order. I've been so busy I haven't had time to eat, so go ahead and order, Xiang said. Fang picked up the menu and started looking. Suddenly, Xiang felt a cold breeze beside him. He glanced sideways and immediately saw Jiang staring at him. She gently pinched his thigh. He immediately turned to look at her. Seeing him look at her, she said softly, "You promised, remember?" Xiang was about to speak when Hao Zi said, "Let's eat." He didn't say anything more, but felt puzzled inside, feeling her attitude was a bit strange. The waiter brought water to the table. He quickly said, "Can I have a glass of warm water?" "Oh, warm water," the waiter asked. A glass of warm water was brought. He handed the glass to Jiang, saying, "You like it warm, right?"